At the very top of the Kunlun Mountains, on a flowering slope, the swordmaster skillfully honed his technique, moving in the clouds as if dancing with the breeze. The vicious look of the old man, who was attracted to himself, did not leave any detail. In a quiet voice, he told the guy that they were sheltered by one of the 9 glorious sects, the true stronghold of the Taoism from the Murim clan. After his explanations, his grandfather noticed how boredom and dissatisfaction appeared on the baby's face. He failed to understand why the boy was reacting so much. It would seem Hu, no longer a young student, is enthusiastic about the highest heritage of his native clan performed by his own mentor. In the soul of the baby, a disagreement with all that happened around. The look slid on the man, and it was difficult to imagine what it could take him. The skills of martial arts in a man could not be sought, so observations of his movements seemed rather than a mockery or excessively. Looking at the baby, the man guessed, the child worries for his mentor. However, he hastened to reassure him, they say, it is not necessary to worry. When the time comes, the guy himself will be able to master the same movements. Suddenly, the man climbed into the air, but for the boy, it was more in vain waving his hands than a real flight. Thoughts did not surprise anything, especially if you really descended from heaven. But those times remained far behind. The old man's view was revealed by the genuine perseverance of the teacher. He was given a special inspiration, as if he sought to reveal the infant all the grandeur of the beauty of art. No changes around the hero did not notice. In the mind, there was only a sense of useless consumption of force on the part of a man. The jump for movement was quite enough, and the need for flight seemed completely incomprehensible. Suddenly, the man turned in the air, showing 8 daring combinations of the heavenly dragon. This was the technique of the dragon path to the 9th sky. Seeing this, the guy could not restrain the admiration and admitted, before him, a real master, as those heroes from the Order of Justice, whom he once met in life. The only thing that was a little confused by the guy, in the sect, they had a habit of choosing loud, intricate names even for ordinary techniques. However, it was not meaningful to complain. First, it is unlikely to change something, and secondly, his young age did not give such an opportunity. The surprise flashed in the eyes of a man. What could such a baby among the mountain slopes calm a baby as soon as the moment of victory from the past of life, when she managed a demonic cult? The position of the leader did not attract at all, and if the family ties with the previous head were not kept on the spot, his feet would not have been among this bustle for a long time. The greatest trial was that his father was chosen for the role of the leader, who was not at all understood in the martial arts. Because of this, the protagonist had to defend his own family. Having passed the difficult life path, the man gained the right to inherit his title. There have been many opponents on his way for a century. Within 100 years, he repeatedly sent enemies into oblivion. And then everyone who once stood against him bowed his head before his power. I had to tinker a little to conquer the opponents, even despite their lack of special skills. Barely life began to return to the normal channel. Suddenly the trouble was sniffing. One day his father died suddenly. The hateful title of leader has long caused it immediately. But last centuries of suffering made it think, maybe it is worth the risk and take this role so that the efforts finally bear fruit. He did not have time to miss the year, as his life was cut short, and then it seemed that the final end would come. Suddenly a man who was holding a baby appeared in front of his eyes. It was Cheo John who picked him up that day. Subsequently, the awareness came. It was not by chance that Cheo Chon found him. The fate itself apparently brought it here. That is why hopes were growing around him. Many people saw him hope. The gaze of the old man forced to feel that in his heart, his grandfather lived a dream so that the guy became famous as the strongest warrior of the marine spaces and magnified his native land. He was fascinated by a sudden thought. The man asked the little more to grow up. However, at heart, he was aware that it was hardly possible. So he decided, let the boy be those who defend his beliefs to the last. It was then that he gave the child the name of Chong Guvan. Cheo Jong approached the master. He explained with excitement in his voice that the boy was still small. Because of this, he is worried about the child and advises to return inside, so that he does not freeze. A long descent, filled with conversations about how they will cope with the baby without food and care, unfolded in front. Among the discussions, there were rumors that one of the younger brothers had already found a boy's boy. So they decided to return home as soon as possible to understand everything. Arriving at the place, a large number of respectable people gathered here have opened. During the conversation it became clear, the goat, which was prepared for the night of Guan, will now play the role of his nanny. Will look after the baby, feed and eat. Looking at the baby, the man tried to understand why he suddenly plunged into sadness, and worried that he could hurt him somehow. Meanwhile, people around quietly whispered to the master that he treats a very young child too care. Laughing, the guy calmly explained, John Guvan is as important to him as everyone who is nearby. It was obvious to him that it was true. In a few days, the hero was convinced of respect for a master who worried about every student, as he was a true leader of the famous sect of the Faction of Justice. So it is not surprising that 3 sages turned to him as an old man. This guy's luck did not even have a comparison with the powerful leaders of the demonic cult. Igoroi could not get rid of the thought. How would his fate come across, meeting such a person in his past life? Life among people, far from constant fighting and the threat of death, gradually caused him sympathy, so it became a true relief for him. The boy quickly changed his mind. Although he was glad to make a new life, he quickly noticed that local people feed only on grass, and their table looks poor, and does not resemble a festive feast with luxurious dishes. Unusual clothing of local followers caused a smile. All made of thin fabric, she almost did not warm. In addition, these people did not change their outfits all year long, remaining in the same clothing, regardless of the time. In that small old room, everyone huddled together and lived on the border of poverty, where every trifle was important. There was nothing to do in such life, so the days were filled with reading books. From a young age, John Guan was constantly planted next to Cheochon to get acquainted with the wisdom of books. Listening to these intelligent words, the guy just faded. Complex reflections were incomprehensible and caused only fatigue. The tears themselves rolled his cheeks. It always caused surprise in the audience and eloquently showed that staying in the Taoist temple was not at all, because he was torn back to the great clan of Murim. It is time to feed soon. As soon as John Guan was brought to the goat, it became clear. No matter how he tried to touch her, there was no reaction. Only a month passed, and the goat has already turned into the same calm and balanced as all Taoists around. The hero sincerely hoped that he was not destined to turn into a similar person. After all, the awareness suddenly came. His life resembles a fish that dies in crystal-clear water. Having realized this, he decided not to waste a moment on Earth and to master the martial arts as soon as possible to leave here. Years passed, and becoming a young man, the hero fascinated everyone around in unusual beauty. Women in the ancient city did not pass by, stopped, sought to touch his hair, or gently pinch for his cheeks, admiring his attractiveness. On that day, the young man felt all the bitterness of reality for the first time. The dreams of free traveling on the seas can only remain dreams if he fails to escape from constant care and intervention of others. He did not let go of this thought. The Kunlun clan training platform captured the guy. Experienced warriors honed their skills there. Above all, the space was heard energy, imbued with an echo of ancient traditions and strength. Watching the accurate and verified movements of the fighters, it became clear. The young body was still far from real trials. Every sharp blow, every jump required iron strength and endurance, which can only be dreamed of. Instead of waste time in dreams of the future, the hero focused on what he could master right now. He persistently honed his breathing technique. This is how his real journey began. Every day, the sounds of training of the Heavenly Dragon technique came to his ears, enchanting like an ancient song that lures somewhere in unknown districts. The spectacle was fascinating, and John Guvan immediately captured the weakness of this style. The experience gained in his past life opened his eyes to all the shortcomings of even the most effective techniques. Reflections on the lived were forced to understand that it is worth using the techniques of the celestial demonic cult, and immediately you will find yourself in the elaboration of endless enmity with supporters of justice. This path promised only danger. Fate resembled the former life, and the thirst for true freedom called forward into new opportunities. Only the second chance promised to release. It was necessary to find your way where there was no place for old mistakes. The mysterious art of the Kunlun clan, the most mysterious among 9 great families, fascinated more and more. The very fact of studying in this clan has already allowed to win the world of martial arts. Staying how the boy was watching the workouts, the senior student lifted the little one in his arms. In his gaze, sincere respect for the perseverance and determination of the little observer burned. The determination of Chon Guan was noticeable in every word when he declared his intention to master the technique of the clan. His unwavering confidence struck even the most experienced soldiers, and respect for the young man was read in their views. The sincere desire of the child reached the very heart of the man. He gently pressed the baby to himself and promised to share all his knowledge. A special, invisible connection was born between the mentor and the student. At the same time, the mentor emphasized how important it is to pay attention to healthy nutrition and rest for such a young age. His experience suggested that real power is born gradually when the body and mind get everything necessary for growth. Although disappointment with the fact that you will not be able to start training immediately, a hatch of guan painfully stably. Inside the boy was burning an unquenchable fire, the desire to become more perfect. He was not going to sit without business. The vigilant look watched the training of experienced students. In the air, understanding. True success is hiding in proper breathing. In every movement, there was a hidden depth and life wisdom. Despite the variety of rhythms and techniques in each fraction, the main principle has always remained the same. This revealed a real understanding of unity in all the variety of martial arts. As soon as they joined the sect, the young man received the blessing of Kunluni elders. They cleaned and strengthened his chakra, filling it with pure energy. This was the basis for its further growth. This is what allowed him to achieve impressive success, because each step corresponded to the main principles of art. Perfectly clean energy channels have opened the way to rapid development. The days passed almost imperceptibly. The trees dumped the leaves, the first snow fell from the sky, and then the delicate spring buds blossomed. The young hero constantly improved his skills, training persistently. He was waiting for new trials and little victories every morning. At the age of 5, the mentor decided to introduce the boy to the basics of inner respiration. It was from this moment that the fate of the young student began to change. The real discovery for the mentor was John Guvan. In addition to proper breathing, the guy was already able to expand the chakra filled with internal energy. This development exceeded all the hopes and really impressed. The teacher could not restrain himself until he made sure that the boy's extraordinary achievements. Each check only proved its level of development is truly impressive. With sincere modesty, the NDHV Guvan said that he achieved everything through careful observation of Sheo Choni's meditations and diligent imitation of his actions. In simple words, there was a unique gift. The mind of the mentor suggested that simple imitation would never lead to such skill. Deep in her heart lived confidence. Fate gave him a real genius of martial arts. In order to check, the guy said, an experienced man decided to conduct his own experiment. The vigilant look carefully examined every detail of the unusual abilities of the young student. From the results obtained, admiration and anxiety were mixed in the soul. A child with an extraordinary gift stood in front of him. The new discovery went far beyond the knowledge that even the wisest mentors possessed. Without hesitation, he hurried deep into the sect, where the meeting of the elders had just ended. The heart was madly in anticipation of what reaction will cause this discovery. The excited Cheng John hastily stopped the masters who had diverged and pointed his finger at the guan. He stood on the side. He felt unusual for small endurance. He passed that the guy is a real genius, and such an approach should be special. No standard methods will help here. In every word, not only pride, but also a deep awareness of his responsibility was felt. The elders, observing how Chantuan spoke earlier than other children, could not recognize his strangeness. The boy's talent was obvious, so he decided to choose a special path for him. The restless Chehan was insisted on his own. He demanded to check the boy's chakra. The belief in the hidden talent of a young student pushed the master not to give up. The touch of the masters to his body instantly caused surprise. So strong and powerful were his energy channels. The level of such development seemed incredible even for the most urgent students. Immediately decided to start training in internal breathing techniques. The senior mentors were deeply aware of what great responsibility lies with their shoulders, because they had to lead an extremely gifted child. The personal supervision of the chief master during training with Cheo Chan was a real excitement. The invaluable experience of the mentor promised to become strong support on the difficult road of a young student. Although his own chakra was injured, the master remained able to instruct a gifted student. Priceless experience and wisdom helped John Guan to become stronger every day. The fascinated look of John Guan followed every movement of the master, whom he sincerely appreciated. In the gestures of the mentor, painful echoes of ancient battles were felt, and John Guvan sought to grasp the history of the destruction of his chakra. In the soul, hope ever learned all this story to the end. It may be the key to the return of the lost power of the mentor. The first lessons began with mastering the art of the lower sky. Each movement here was to be accurate and weighted. Any mistake threatened the immense body with a real danger. Each director of the master gave a guan deep into his soul, and the progress of the young man impressed everyone around. In 3 years, he mastered what was a matter for others for many decades. It seemed that the boundaries of his talent simply did not exist. No one could believe their eyes. A guy who only recently overcome the step of the lower sky already reached the middle level. His success looked like a fabulous miracle, as if fate had decided to open incredible horizons before him. Confidence in his own power and deep inner belief pushed Changguan to address the mentor with an unexpected request. He wanted to bypass the study of the middle level and immediately move on to master the highest energy of qi. The shocked teacher, barely hiding the excitement, finally dared to ask, how did the ordinary student be so early to reach such a striking level of skill? All this did not fit into his idea of the usual course of development. A mysterious smile shone the boy as if he were hiding a treasure, not subject to any soul. In the look, something incredibly wisely flashed, not peculiar to a young face, and silence spoke louder than any words. Having made this incredible discovery, the excited master carefully took the young Changguan and hurried to the Council of Elders. His steps were reflected in the ancient corridors, heralding major changes for the entire clan. A special shine was illuminated by the mentor's eyes. He barely held back the delight, imagining how the sages were surprised by the incredible achievement of his student. The voltage in the air was growing as if something was really extraordinary in a moment. The shock on the faces of the elders instantly turned the hero into the past. This moment, like a shadow of former experiences, awakened in its strange memories, the meaning of which remained a mystery to him. The surprise on the collected faces of the elders only grew with every check of the boy's energy channels. They were discovered by the incredible truth. The young student really conquered the level of great heavenly art, the achievement that has not yet happened in the chronicles of the clan. The mentor confirmed with pride in the eyes that this has not happened for all centuries of the clan. No one was able to fly to the level of the highest sky at such a lightning speed, as if the gods themselves touched this child with their blessing. The evidence was undeniable. Changguan was a true genius whose talent required unique teaching methods. His skill has long developed the limits of ordinary idea of the development of martial arts. In the ancient hall, where the walls were decorated with ancient scrolls, wise elders, long consulted among themselves, finally decided unanimously, this unusually gifted guy really deserves to master the highest true arts. The wise master, sliding his fingers on a long silver beard, reminded the main thing. To master the highest truth of the art of the cycle, the student should achieve a force that is equal to the elders themselves. One of the oldest and wisest advisors dispelled the alarming assumptions about possible objections. The unwavering confidence of this man was based on the fact that the outstanding skill of Changguan speaks louder than any evidence. After talking about the internal energy, they spoke invisibly about the boyfriend's combat achievements. The moments were familiar. Changguan surprised everyone again, absorbing new techniques so easily and eagerly, as if a sponge was absorbing water. He did not select his talent. Every movement he seized in a moment. The insatiable attraction to knowledge immediately reminded the elders the ancient legend of the foundation of the clan. Then the majestic dragon widened over the sharp top peaks of Kunlun, notifying the incredible accomplishments, which later changed the course of the development of martial arts. For 5 years, they have passed as if it were a moment. The persistent mastery of the martial arts became the meaning of the life of the hero, and every day was increasingly worried about his unclear difference. The lessons he received were not at all like what other students taught. The thirst for understanding the mystery ignited Changguan so much that the steps themselves took him to the ancient clan library. Experienced students immediately guessed the intention of the young man. He was attracted to the forbidden manuscripts with the secrets of martial arts. Hearing that Changguan sincerely explains his interest, the elderly students did not restrain the true admiration. The words praise were poured into the river. In their views, a sincere recognition of a young but surprisingly persistent friend appeared. All his attention stopped on one special book. Expanding her yellowing of the page, the guy finally found confirmation of those secret guesses that had not been resting his thoughts for a long time. Ancient chronicles say that the martial arts of the Kunlun clan were distinguished by its unique brightness and mysteriousness. However, for unknown reasons, the elderly has dramatically changed the usual training program for the NGO. Nearby, the senior students of the sects were vividly discussed the demonic cult. At the same time, the voices have admitted that this sinister cult has long been received by any news. The sudden mention of the celestial demonic cult immediately attracted the attention of the hero. He realized with surprise. We are talking about the mysterious place from which his own past originates. Sighing with relief, the men discussed that the decline of the once mighty clan probably caused the disappearance of a real heavenly demon. In their voices, genuine joy sounded. Because, in their opinion, the source of all misery finally disappeared. Listening to their conversation, the hero could not understand why he once did so cruelly. Thoughts about the past were not rest, and doubts and confusion gnawed it from within. Inside the soul was a sharp doubt. Did no one really realize the difficulty of watching every student? This task seemed to be reminiscent of an attempt to keep a handful of sand that was scattered through the fingers. The bright scene shouted in front of her eyes. Just in the silence, a man appeared, fell around, and was hotly begging to destroy all the freaks from Mount Kunlun. However, the mind won. The meaningless bloodshed was not destined to happen. He persuaded, the faithful servant emphasized how important it is to protect the honor and dignity of their cult. In his every word, he felt inviolable confidence, and in his eyes, she clearly burned devotion to ancient customs. A strict order is still in the head. Not to destroy the clan to the last, to act carefully and with a cold mind. But now confusion covers it. Can it be the epitome of absolute evil, as people claim? The elderly students were stubbornly told how in the past the hero ignited a bloody war that has not subsided for a century. In their view, he was guided by the unrestrained thirst for the battle generated by the authorities of a real demon. The last century was absorbed by countless invaluable battle techniques that disappeared without a time among the fogs. The irreversible loss has left a deep wound in the martial arts world, and even today, masters with heart pain remember her. As soon as the 7 wars came, the cheeks of the Guan broke out with fire. The fault for the missing scrolls struck the soul, not letting forget their own mistake. Immediately marking out that they were talking about such cruel things with a child, the elderly students were freezing and sincerely began to apologize. Their faces read true annoyance for their own carelessness. With warmth in the voice, the adults turned to the boy, calling him not to step the path of the terrible fate of the real heavenly demon. In the depths of the heart, there was confidence. Such a clear and light soul is not able to spoil. On the contrary, in the young John they recognized the future rescuer. When the Homer and the sincere laughter of the elders subsided, melted in the cool evening, Chonguvan remained alone with his thoughts. The heart still warmed up with pleasant words, but these caring indulge in the notes of the relentless truth were heard. Since then, as a young master received his title, the ancient manuscripts have opened for him quite differently. Earlier, just strange and incomprehensible signs now, riddles that did not rest. The young heir swore, he will revive the true art of Kunlun school. Inspired by a high goal, with a firm determination steps to the older brother of Chun and asks for permission for a duel. The soul is overwhelmed by awe. Ahead of the important step towards returning the long, lost knowledge. It seemed that the smartest way to find out what he was really capable of. Interested in the rapid development of the young talent, Chun Wu was generously allowed the boy to start the attack first. The vicious look of John did not leave the opponent for a moment. It was obvious. Chun heard a lot about his extraordinary abilities, but given the youth of John Guan, he would probably not risk immediately to show full strength. Terrifying, the guy began the battle with a powerful reception, pursuing clouds, wishing to show the true level of his skill from the first moments. The Chun Wei froze with surprise. The young master suddenly split in his eyes, as if his silhouette dissolved in the air into 2 shadows at the same time. Such a trick is only under the power who has mastered control of internal energy and has the highest level skills. The surprise stunned the Chun. The words were stuck in the throat, and the rival guy almost found himself close. The impressions reflected in his gaze were genuinely surprised, and the body was scared, as if frozen from confusion. Although the Chun Wei broke up the first attack of the young man, John Gavan showed lightning publicity. His blow accurately fell into the vital energy point of the enemy. Chun Wu, passionate about the amazing talent of a young master, did not refrain from delight in his incredible technique, but still noted the extra intricate in the reception of those who persecute the clouds. John Gouvan calmly explained why he chose another reception. The main thing is not a blind force, but a natural flow of movements and a sincere desire for a goal, like water, which gently bends all barriers in its path. Listening to the reflection of the guy, the Chun with a slight smile advised to keep similar ideas with him when an elder. Their devotion to ancient traditions could turn into a harsh reprimand for the young dreamer. Skillfully evading all the strokes of the opponent, an experienced fighter could not but admire the cleanliness and accuracy of every movement. In his gaze, genuine admiration was read. At the request of John, how it was evaded, Chun said that the opponent's movements were too predictable. In response, the guy smiled mysteriously and suggested to show the original version of his technique. Even an experienced craftsman was confused under the pressure of a new series of attacks. A frantic whirlwind of lightning blows did not leave him any chance to predict the next move. Looking for the perfect moment for the counterattack, Chunwu still lost. A young master, like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind and struck. After the defeat of Chun, he stood up and, with respect, listening to John Guan, noted that he said with a smile how improved technique exceeds ordinary, both in force and in unexpectedness. In a moment, when the confidence in victory overwhelmed the Chun, everything was dramatically changed. Like changing clouds overhead, the true strength of a 13-year-old child appeared in full beauty. The impression that the ancient martial arts of the ancestors were reviving in the eyes, although the techniques looked completely different. More sophisticated, with unusual originality in every movement. The mind, which ahead of the years, prompted the hero to share with the Chun in advanced equipment. Moreover, he dared to show another, even more difficult technique. During the training, everyone became an obvious, unexpected thing. The guy without permission changed the established movements, which were passed down from generation to generation. Such daring innovation caused the excitement and anxiety among the masters who watched it. An angry Chow burst into the intense space. His indignation was immediately felt all around. Seeing the situation, he immediately began to reproach, and a crimson blush appeared on his face. The sudden and rapid arrival of the old man knocked the hero out of the track. Drawing, he was in a hurry to justify, they say. He only showed anew in his own vision of the reception of blowing persecution clouds. The old master stood on his own. No compromises, no recognition of this movement with a real blow of persecuting clouds. In the eyes, strict disapproval and bitter disappointment were read. The difficult situation put a Chun in a dead end. The young man just annoyed the elder, not fully aware of all the danger. Contrary to his own inexperience, the hero decided to try to reassure an angry Chow. The general surprise was caused by the statement of Chao Tzi. He accused the Chun in all, and was going to strictly shake him for teaching little John Guan such an unusual and dubious technique. Observing the deployment of the dispute, Chunu Wu took blame. He understood that he would still have to teach a guy true technique, because Chao Tzu had already started his speech. Suddenly, John Gouvan showed true nobility. He stood up for the teacher and boldly admitted that he was the first to propose to change the traditional technique of persecuted clouds. Chao Tzu, burning from rage, grabbed John and led to Cheho Chon to immediately understand the manifestation of disdain for the sacred traditions of ancestors. The situation required urgent discussion and decisive actions. Everyone was caught by surprise when Cheon was perceived by Chao Tzu's intention to punish the guy, not anger, but rather a sincere surprise. Restrained and cold-blooded, he was strikingly different from his emotional colleague. Chun Choni Chon was a frank surprise in Chao Chi. It seemed that he was best aware of how serious a misconduct was allowed by young John Gouvan. Long reflections and careful weighing of all arguments led Cheo Chan to an important decision: to make a sentence of John Guan independently, so that the case would be considered fairly and reasonably. To make a final verdict, the elder suggested that the boy show his skills, intending to see with his own eyes how different his technique is different from classic techniques. The spectacular demonstration left silence, full of expectation. Chao Tzu kept his breath, anticipating a sharp condemnation from Cheo Chan for such a bold violation of ancient customs. At that moment, he felt the contradiction of the situation. On the one hand, Chao Tzu did not exaggerate the importance of the violation, and on the other, there was an indisputable genius of martial arts before him. Despite the noticeable opportunities for improvement, the skill of John Guan has almost reached the legendary heights of the founders. His movements carried a unique internal energy, which was even felt from afar. The sudden appearance of the spirit of the founder elder instantly changed the course of events. From the first seconds, his careful look noticed the lack of failure in the technique of the young John Guan. The mysterious ghost rightly noted, "All these flaws will not be an obstacle if the guy is able to bring the clan to a new height of development." The spirit of the legendary elder did not hide delight, watching the brilliant skills of young talent. The guy did not just justify his hopes, he surprised everyone without even revealing his true opportunities to the end. The hero boldly stated to the spirit that he could show even more exciting skills by accidentally insulting the master who created the technique of Kunlun sect. Understanding his mistake, the hero immediately stopped the technique and began to calm his breath. The realization that the skills already shown will be enough to recognize even the most demanding elders gave him confidence. He completed the show, with a sincere smile turned to Cheo Chan and Chao Tzu, inquisitively asking their opinion about the demonstrated equipment. In the look, the true interest and the eager expectation of the answer glowed. The joyful wave swept the guy when both masters recognized his skill, and the mentor, who watched for everything behind, approved the technique of a talented student. In addition, an experienced master did not feel any danger in the young man's movements. On the contrary, there was a decisive conclusion inside. The moment came to support the young talent and help him awaken his inner dragon. Turning to Chao Tzu and Cheo Chan, the senior asked to rely on his experience. He convincingly assured that John Guvan is a real gift for their clan, and his battle art is much deeper than just a new version of the famous blow of clouds. A hot controversy broke out in the clan. Antique supporters insisted on preserving traditional techniques, considering it a true respect for ancestors. Instead, innovators saw in the purified energy of the hero the key to future development and grandeur of the clan. Following the intense dispute next to the mentor, his words, "Trust in the memory of the hero." So, having stimulated his excitement, he decided to wait, because it was the only correct way out of the difficult situation. The master suddenly approached the elders and suggested that he first listen to the non-Guan himself, letting the young man tell his version of events. All the views immediately turned to the young man. Everyone with a tumbled breath awaited an explanation, which prompted him to give up the established technique of blowing the pursuers of clouds. Awareness of the logic of the request to explain everything only more embarrassed by the hero. Was there something shameful in their actions? After all, according to the ancient manuscripts he carefully studied, the martial arts of the Kunlun clan first looked like that. The elder, sincerely impressed, stubbornly held for his own ideas about the art of technicians. But the hero remained unwavering, reminded the legend of the founder that, having reached true enlightenment, he climbed into the Monterey, opening the road to Lazurov Dragon, whose powerful roar lifted mountain peaks. The elder immediately noted, a similar phenomenon arose because of the true force that overwhelmed the founder when he reached the enlightenment. The true cause of such a high-profile roar was the hero. The founder only sought to be in the spotlight and sway his achievement. That is why he raised such an incredible noise. He confirmed his words with the question of elders about similar energy explosions during enlightenment. None of the sages managed to remember such cases. The wisdom of the hero was manifested in the explanation. The desire to look decent and impress is quite natural for man. There is nothing wrong with the desire to be interesting or attractive. It has never been forbidden. Even the founder has always followed this rule. The words of the young man were forced to think of elders. They understood that there was no ban on, and it is difficult to believe that the founder himself would once oppose the desire for self-improvement. Watching the events closely, the master gladly saw how cleverly the young man changed the opinion of the elders. All you have to do was help to finally strengthen this success. The hall was filled with peace when the head of the council told that the desire of men for the championship was natural. The words struck the elders to the heart, because no one was waiting for such frankness from him. A warm smile illuminated his face when he confessed, it was how a man chose the path of the clan, passionate about honor, which his mentor won. The sincerity of these words responded in the hearts of all present. In the minds of many, children's dreams came to life about a bright, striking look, and everyone confessed that this desire has not disappeared over time, but still burning inside their hearts. The opinions of the elders were anxious, They feared that the confession of their leader would be a reason for mockery if these revelations leave their narrow circle. Immovability remained on the face of the elder. The surrounding thoughts did not worry him, because he set out to influence everyone around him. Delivering into the memories of the youth of the head, the elders realized the young man was not very careful, but years brought with them striking changes. Such changes may have been the result of the title of a master or a natural adulthood, when the character and habits finally began to match age and status. A light, ambiguous smile spoke more than any words. It was at this moment that many elders came. In their essence, they did not change, only they have suffered new years under pressure and the burden of responsibilities. The general recognition of secret desires brought everyone relief. The joy was overwhelmed by the hero when the elders dared to discover their true feelings in front of the child. Probably this sincerity and distinguishes the true masters of the great clan. Suddenly, the conversation turned to a sad path. The memories of a real heavenly demon came to life in memory. His brutal deeds were the cause of the death of the mentor and the decline of martial arts, which took many people's lives. Bitter memories poured like a bitter poison, and with every word it was clear. The new accusations would not be missed. However, the desire to justify or argue completely disappeared. All this seemed futile. The prospect of the emergence of a new embodiment of the true heavenly dragon has disturbed many masters. In their hearts, there were doubts. Will they have the strength to resist such a danger? There are no reasons for the concern. The true dragon has already been revived. The master suggested that the emergence of Jane Guan is not a coincidence, but a manifestation of divine will, because he was able to withstand the true demon. The following days captured the hero in the maelstrom of endless requests from the elders. They asked to check their poses, to suggest how best to master new movements, or to correct faults in technology. Not fatigue, but the real thirst for knowledge glowed in their eyes. An unusual picture. Elders who always looked like mentors, this time they themselves sought knowledge. Their constant curiosity did not allow the boy to rest for a moment. Obsessive persecution did not leave him rest. He constantly felt someone's gaze at lunch, daily, even in a restroom or in a dream. A single moment of rest. Although earlier he offered help with the improvement of technicians, the hero decided that this time it is better not to insist. He respected the elders to postpone the workout the next day, because he understood perfectly how they were tired. The care of the young man moved the elders to the heart of their health, but the passion in their eyes did not fade. Instead, the boy had almost left him. The little one reminded that he is only 9, the time when the most important thing in life is to get enough sleep and eat well, not to give himself a grueling workout. The understanding of this was read in the tired glitter of his eyes. Make sure that their selfish desires for knowledge were depleted by the child. The elders sincerely apologized. They promised to reduce the load and take care of calmer conditions for relaxation. Such an unexpected continuation of events caused a sincere pleasure in the hero. At the same time, the hero immediately recalled the magic pill, expecting to gain as much benefit as possible from this support. The teacher explained that the magic pill is very needed to restore exhausted internal energy. It is she who allows you to master new techniques and demonstrate their skills. All present with disappointment learned that the elders have no such potion. They were asleep. They hurried to apologize and were already going to leave the room. Recognizing that with money in the family and so bravely, the guy did not have no idea that there would be no magic pills at all. The feeling of inconvenience, as if a capricious baby, covered from head to heels. Deciding not to raise this painful theme, he plunged into such a desired dream. Waking up, the hero did not feel relief. The elders were standing around again. The awareness of the inevitable made the circumstances. It was time to continue studying, even if this time everything went completely differently than dreamed. The unexpected change of events came as he was raised in his hands and carried past the library, leading somewhere in the unknown. The soul of the hero was surprised as soon as the procession reached the majestic temple of the three heaven. It was there that something really unusual was waiting for him. On the doorstep, the master was already waiting for the guy, asking for forgiveness for excessive demands and loads. He shared the news. Something much more important than a magical pill is being prepared. Looking around, the hero noticed the elders who have already plunged into meditation. The mentor advised to remain completely stationary and silent, focusing all thoughts on inner rest. The ritual of energy transfer gained momentum, and although the hero did not resist, he condemned the actions of the elders in his thoughts. so they seemed to him meaningless, almost insane. The special technique of energy transfer opened the way to dividing their own vitality with another person. However, she was almost not approached in the art of battle, because this practice was ineffective and too risky for the one who gave its energy. The unspeakable surprise engulfed the hero. It was difficult to imagine that the elders are good at sacrificing only because of the lack of ordinary magic pill. At first it was thought that after everything calmed down, it would be possible to secretly leave the clan. But now it seemed impossible. How to throw masters to the way if they almost got into trouble because of their own stupidity? Involuntarily throwing around an alarming look, a fearful heart felt. The invisible process of decline has already been launched. Everything indicated the inevitable death for everyone, and acute anxiety pushed to act immediately. Watching the elders, John Huvan noticed that they were already working on the verge of their forces. It was urgent to return their real power, but the reverse transfer of energy was not so possible. A similar case from a past life broke out in memory, which could push the question of the transmission of vitality. The memories immediately appeared by Taizi Swordsman, an experienced elder of the Wooden Clan, who dared to challenge the hero in the duel. From boredom tried to have fun by entering the game with his opponent. Surprisingly, the opponent was surprisingly strong. Only a little managed to push him. Meanwhile, the sword skillfully led the blade in a circle, constantly demonstrating the technique of Taizi turning. The experience of the past has made you think. Not to try to use the same approach to overcome the difficulties with the elders now? The idea of attempting new technique has settled in your head. Even if nothing works, will always remain the way back to the usual rest. At first, the attention was fully focused on all the internal forces. Experienced elders immediately felt a power back to them. Their hearts were fulfilled by gratitude and touches. Chong Hav faces a compassionate guy, who realized how dangerous this ritual was to all present. Thoughts about the first unsuccessful attempt lived in the head of the hero. The image of the opponent erupted before his eyes every time he remembered the moment, as he skillfully twisted the flow of energy, gradually increasing the true power. Like a snowball that was growing increasing, flying down the slope. In an effort to repeat this technique, the hero came across an unexpected problem. Even with the right rotation of energy in the body, a strong ailment suddenly swept. Acute doubts did not rest. How was the old man so easy to perform this technique? Undoubtedly, such difficulties once stood before him, but he skillfully hid his experiences. Having reached the limit of his forces, the hero began to transfer the accumulated energy to the elders. A powerful stream instantly flooded their bodies. The result exceeded all the hopes. The wrinkles of the face disappeared, and the gray hair shined again with a live shine, openly testifying the amazing rejuvenation. The unexpected wave of powerful power engulfed the elders. Their bodies suddenly became stronger, and the energy was sparkling with a special activity, significantly exceeding what they had experienced earlier. Although the forces grew, persistent pain in the body did not rest. This made the hero categorically refuse to use this technique. The elders one by one came around the hero, eagerly waiting for the opportunity to repeat this ritual in a new composition. Everyone dreamed of achieving the same incredible result. Strongly rejecting this proposal, the hero explained that the exhaustion after the first ritual is too strong, and the repetition of such actions pose a serious danger to everyone. Explaining why the effect cannot cover all the members of the clan, the young master received an approving understanding of the elders. The sages agreed that it was time to give young talent to rest. His vision of martial arts is based on the idea that the real power, the inner goal, the honed movements, the accumulated experience and enlightenment should be united in perfect harmony. Updating the inner cycle of elders, who had to give them youth, suddenly pushed his own energy to excessive force. It took time to restore the mental balance, and at the same time it was impossible to stop the development of the clan. Watching the events, the master finally became convinced that their prayers were not response. A great deity, and really gave them a dragon who could praise their native clan. The wise views crossed, and the elders realized, it is time to put the shoulder of John Guan. Everything is like a transparent river that stubbornly carries its waters forward. They need to move in this way. Approaching the guy, the adults immediately noticed his extraordinary shake. Even despite his age, everyone recognized this child as a true leader and agreed to listen to his guidance. Starting his talk with a young mentor, the eldest of the audience humbly asked the question of the path to true strength, carefully waiting for every advice. Suddenly it became clear. The concept of the hero is able to bring to life even without his intervention. The elders themselves finally acknowledged that it was time for change. 2 years have passed since two strangers climbed an ancient stone ladder, which led just to the top of the mountain where the mysterious sect was hiding. The steps were barely audible to respond to the moon in the silence of ancient stairs. Only a few steps separated them from the dreamy purpose. But Pencanvi openly displayed annoyance. Could not be tired. Why to reach for such a distant death? Hearing the words of the nephew, Pen's summary, and strictly reminded to keep his tongue behind his teeth, the finish was quite close, and now unnecessary words could hurt. Pencanvi was sincerely wondered. Why should their family ask for support from a clan that settled somewhere away from the world, in the middle of a real gluten? Uncle's angry tirade did not know the boundaries. He demanded silence right now. He was thrashing immediately to convey to his father about the slightest manifestation of the nephew. Pen succinct could not understand why his older brother allowed his son to grow up so on and frivolous. Only the personal request of the brother prompted to agree to take the nephew on this trip. Irritation overwhelmed Pencanvi. It is not clear why it is strictly forbidden to call the Kunlun clan deaf. After the 9 glorious clans, they deliberately settled in such a distant place from all over the world. The idea that the further lost the place, the weaker its inhabitants, the more strongly settled in his head. The hiding place in such a deaf, in his opinion, could hardly hide masters of martial arts. A clear awareness of the secret plan suggested the young man. Everything leads to a fierce battle for the power of the kind. He had no doubt. The fight was inevitable. Dreaming of victory over a peer in the future of a duel, the guy hoped that it would finally make his uncle see a completely different person in him. The majestic first gate stood in front, and Pencanvi, barely holding back his curiosity, staring at the distance, trying to solve the mysteries of the mysterious Kunlun. At the first gate, a young guard with a friendly smile on their face was waiting for them. Calm confidence in the look and noble movements immediately gave it an educated person. The spark of understanding in the look of the young guard flashed. The guests are clearly lost after the grueling road. With sincere care, he wondered why they came to the holy lands of Kunlun. Keeping its equilibrium and dignity, Pensuvoy explained the importance of talking to the head of the clan. The young guard was respectfully warned. The head is now busy, so he will have to wait a little. Keeping respect for the customs of the genus, Pensuverus calmly listened to a message about expectations, and on an equal footing, confidently asked to convey the greetings of the head of the clan on behalf of the Pen family. His words were full of dignity inherent in ancient kind. Hearing the name of the famous family, the boy in his eyes flashed the spark of recognition. He named his name with special piety, politely greeting the guests and showing the impressive manners worthy of the student Kunlun. The wisdom and delicacy of the young guard immediately made it clear that the status of guests and their mentor is the same, so there is no point in maintaining unnecessary ceremonies. A friendly smile emphasized his sincerity, and in a minute, he promised to immediately announce Cheo-chan about the arrival of old friends. Suddenly, another young guard came to them, whose tired face was eloquently testified to complete exhaustion. Turning to his older brother, he recalled that time to change guard. With the care of the guests, the first guard invited them to go inside the monastery to see the majestic Kunlun in his own eyes, as the issue of the audience is resolved. The appearance of the exhausted guy standing nearby again reminded the need to change the guard. The older brother, catching him fatigue, touched his younger shoulder and reproachfully why he did not immediately seek help, because for so long the burning sun was suffering. On the faces of Pen Sulya and Pen Kanhwa, a surprise flashed. They were glad to be overwhelmed in a gloomy sky, not understanding what burning sun could be discussed in such cloudy weather. Scratching through the delay, the second guard was already going to leave, but the partner stopped him and suggested a way out, to change the places of duty, while he himself announced the elders of the arrival of honorary guests. The rapid change of guard brought with it a new guard, who met guests with perfect politeness, and politely asked for an inconvenience. Each of his Russia felt a good education and deep respect for local traditions. The sincere joy on the faces of Kunlunya residents did not give Pencanvi peace. The thirst for finding out why everyone is friendly here has ignited his curiosity. A sincere smile illuminated the face of a guard when he told about his joy. There is really no place of sadness or despair in such a beautiful place. His voice is a deep love and pride for his native clan. It was impossible to understand how happiness could be found in the mountains, Pencanvi thought. Meanwhile, Pen Suli, having plunged into conversations about changes and training, he thought, in no clan or sect, Young people are burning with the desire to work with dedication. In all generations, the same indifference. Immersed in the depths of the clan possessions, the travelers soon saw Cheo-chan. With a smile on his face and genuine joy in his eyes, he hurried to meet a longtime friend of Pen. The cheerful step immediately expressed his true admiration for the long-awaited meeting. The vicious look of Cheo-choni immediately caught the scratches on the tired clothing of a friend and his exhausted physique. In the eyes of the lives, sympathy and sincere care flashed. After her sincere greetings, he immediately invited the guests to the home, deeply feeling, this meeting is not just a friendly visit. Intuition did not fail. Pen openly admitted that he had arrived with another important business. The vicious look of Cheo-chan was sliding along the physique of a mature pen canvas, and somewhere inside the thought of the future sect began to worry. As the heir of the genus Pen, from this young man came a wonderful power and hidden potential. Pen's summary, full of pride, said that among 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, it was his nephew Penkankat that had the honor of wearing the title of the Supreme Dragon. Everyone provided him with the future of the Pen family. The faces of Cheo-chan illuminated genuine impression. The young man belonged to the chosen ones. Those who are among the dragons and phoenixes are grandeur, the highest title, the honorary title, accessible only to prominent young talents. Such discovery instantly dispelled all the doubts about his future. The warmth spilled inside the cancer after an unusual praise from an always busy uncle. Hiding behind the harshness, his uncle actually showed true pride and recognized the nephew. The slight shame was concerned about Pen Suli, because in the desire to sway he, apparently, attributed a little extra virtue to his nephew. In his thoughts, he was born to find a worthy rival among the peers to curb his youthful arrogance. Inspired by this idea, Pen Suvoi asked Cheo-chan whether there were those who could become worthy rivals for his nephew among the students. In his eyes, the hope of hearing the desired answer was glowing. He was fascinated by Cheo-chan about his 15-year-old student, John Guan, the one who trained so hard that even an experienced mentor barely had time to perceive his incredible progress. The words of Cheo-chani caused a scroll in Pen a real surprise, so much that Chehon laughed good-naturedly. Watching the confused expression of a friend's face, he hurried to add, his student is not just gifted, but recognized as the most prominent genius that their clan ever knew. With a smile that glowed with sincere admiration, the speaker noted that although the niece Pen Suli received a loud title of the dragon, it was his own student who embodied the true essence of a mythical being, exceeding all the imaginary limits of grandeur. The loud Garmider suddenly cut off the conversation. Numerous elders emerged from the training hall into the excitement. They lively shared the impressions of the incredible technique of True Vortex, and were fascinated by the incomparable power of the purple dragon. Having froze with surprise, Pen Suli and Pen Kanvi watched how the capture blossoms on the faces of respectable elders. They rose after them and immediately noticed a group of young students who only recently returned to their senses. Among them, they immediately recognized the modest guard, standing at the entrance. Sincere surprise flashed on their faces. It was difficult to understand what happened to these children in such a short time that it was so impressed by the elders. For clarification, everyone turned to Cheo-chan, but in response, he just smiled mysteriously and promised to introduce them to a person who would certainly argue their true curiosity. A young John Guvan came out of the door of the temple. Chungjan presented him with unconcealed pride. Such genius, according to him, did not know the history of their clan. None of the predecessors could match this guy. He suggested calling Chongguan a real dragon Kunlun. Not inherent in genius, modesty forced John Guan to show dissatisfaction due to a solemn meeting. With a smile, he asked the wizard to stop hugs and complained with a joke dissatisfaction with the bad smell. After worshipping the young man with sincere respect, Pen Kanvi and Pen Sumi touched each other's eyes. He could not hide. Both thought in the soul what this boy deserved so worthy. Pen succumbed to completely doubted. Maybe the old friend was so happy with the new student that he temporarily lost his ability to think soberly. Remembering the issue of the case on the training ground, Cheo-jan began to tell how he came across the Guan, when he was completely wandered by the forest. According to him, the real adventure of the boy began even when it was almost 5 years old. In anticipation of a long story, Pen surely delicately asked to pause, citing fatigue after the road and a desire to relax a little before continuing the conversation. In his eyes, Sincere apology flashed. He nodded with consent. Cheon made it clear that guests should rest before plunging into a fascinating story about his unusual student. In the eyes, the joy of waiting for the opportunity to share this story glowed. Settling in the guest house, Penkanvi could not understand why the humble man in the appearance of the boy was called the legendary genius. The appearance of the young man did not fit into such a loud rank. Even the wise Pensulya did not leave the idea that the young man was talking too enthusiastically. Although John Guvan made a pleasant impression, the desire to see this famous genius in action and to make sure of his talent, along with his nephew, has been increasingly curious. The next morning, when everyone gathered at breakfast, Chung Chan looked carefully at the guests who hesitated to taste a simple dish. With a sincere smile, the owner assured that local food is modest, but tastes incredibly. So you should not be ashamed and try. The lowest contemption, Penkanva's look slid on a simple eating, which was almost completely vegetables. The dissatisfaction of the nephew was not hidden from the careful eyes of Pensuvane. Immediately strictly sounded the boy for a clear neglect of the rules of good tone. Penkanwa again did not restrain his arrogance, asking his uncle whether you could eat such food at all. His words were overtaken by the penal patient Suvoya. The indignant uncle sharply demanded an apology from his nephew for such boldness. With the calm wisdom, Chung Chong perceived the guy's words, understanding. The tastes of someone else's food are not used to immediately. Not having found any insults, he confidently took the dish, showing the true dignity of the master. The surprise broke out in the eyes of Pensulya when he watched the restless thirst for his friend's food. Chewing, Cheon only nodded on others. Everyone was eating at this table with the same fierceness as him. At the table, special perseverance prevailed. Even the lightest dishes disappeared immediately, and each spoon was perceived with genuine gratitude and pleasure. Among the overall gloom, the main character was distinguished by a guest from another dimension. He indifferently sorted food on a plate, dreaming of juicy meat dishes. All the movement spoke of deep dissatisfaction, which was nurturing inside. The irritability increased in Penkanov, because he noticed that the boy did not rush to food at all, but all the remarks for some reason fell only on his head. In his eyes, who met with his eyes, the rage of Penkanvi broke out. For the first time, someone did not bow his head with fear, but boldly withstood this challenge. In the mind, the idea suddenly broke out. This rural outline probably has no idea what true fear is. The easy desire to test the ability of John Guan has quickly changed the hot thirst to show him what a true horror looks like. The general silence was broken when the guest suddenly stood up and sincerely apologized for his behavior. Chung, in response, laughed warmly and openly, insisting that real apologies should ask the owner for such a simplicity of treats. The unexpected apology of the nephew jumped Pensuli sudden. The surprise for a moment had mastered him, but almost immediately woke up an acute internal premonition. This seems to be a sincere act hidden not that simple cause. Penkanvi's special courtesy had its reason. Most of all, he was interested in Kunlun's martial arts, for which he had to overcome all the way through the mountains. The desire to learn more about the martial arts of the clan made unexpectedly. Cheng, looking at the guests who overcame such a long way, realized that they simply had no right to refuse them. Penkanwa acted decisively. He challenged John himself. Chungjong tried to offer another opponent, but the young master immediately agreed to the duel, radically radiating confidence. Pen's heart was shaking in anticipation when the real power of Kunlun finally unfolded before his eyes, which only the true dragon could possess. He sought to make sure that all those long months of the path and the efforts were truly value. Seeing the alarm on the face of Cheo Chon, Pen Sumi hurried to assure a friend. As soon as the battle becomes too dangerous, he would interfere immediately and stop everything. The sparks of excitement flashed in the eyes of Cheo Chon when he sincerely confessed. His anxiety concerns not his own student, but the nephew of an ancient friend. Breeding before the battle, Penkanvi with a smile assured that he would be condescending to the younger opponent, not even imagining what surprises were waiting in front. John Guvan, remaining indifferent to the self-confident words of the enemy, plunged into the memories of the time when the real duels were an unattainable dream. Endless, grueling training after a new life was wrapped in everyday life, and the spirit sought to return to a real duel. In the fighting rack, Penkanvi gathered all his determination and prepared to demonstrate the technique of multiple blows of the ruler. At the same time, this look questioned the opponent in a question, asking what was called the reception that he plans to use. The irritability covered the Guanzhong, because it was because of such an attitude that he could not tolerate the nobles. This manner of their manner to declare their own equipment and demand to open up the opponent is complete nonsense in his eyes. Having realized the inevitability of the moment, he calmly announced his intention to use the technique of hitting the pursuing clouds, and took a corporate stand, confidently extending the finger forward. It was this rack that was the initial posture, a symbolic gesture that was shown the opponent in respect for a real battle. The unusual initial rack caused a succulent real confusion in Pen. According to all his knowledge, to receive the blow of the persecutors of the clouds, it took a completely different, a powerful, confident, and moving base. Chow Chong calmly said that his student not only improved ancient technique, but also returned to life the true art of Kunlun school. The hard forced Pen Suli finally to make sure that the old friend completely lost his sense. It was impossible to accept what was happening for the truth. Pen Kanhua's patience broke out of abusive disdain. He rushed to the attack with frantic courage, but John Guvan immediately repulsed the attack and lightly knocked the opponent on the ground. A moment, and the next step finds itself next to a fallen enemy, quickly sends an accurate blow to the face, brightly proving the skill of his equipment. Humiliated to the edge, Pen Kanvi tried to understand what had happened. Even the high-profile title of the heir of the genus Pan, and the title of the strongest among 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, did not save him from a devastating defeat. The offended pride pushed to a desperate act. It was proposed to continue the Guanjian Guan with the use of inner strength to regain his honor. Explaining strict rules, he agreed to use only 30% of his power, giving the opponent full freedom to show all his possibilities. Strongly Qian immediately forbade his student to agree to this risky proposal, anticipating possible trouble through a future duel. The complete calm of John Guan was amazed. The guy promised to use only the same 30% of his strength. The wise wizard cooled down with fear. He knew exactly, even 20% of the student's capacity could be enough for the fight to end tragically. The conversation affected Pensoi to the heart. How did this guy have such a powerful inner force in his ears? The eyes and ears were not faith. A mocking smile of John Guan and his outward look immediately ignited in Penkanva uncontrollable anger. Cheng Chong strictly ordered the student not to spend more than 10% of force, taking care of even the safety of the enemy. John Guvan reluctantly obeyed the order, because he was well aware that disobedience could turn into serious problems for the mentor himself. The indignation of Pen Kanvi had no limits. Such disregard seemed to him a real abuse. How is it possible that someone has dared to challenge him, using only a small proportion of his strength against his 30% of his power? The rage engulfed consciousness and rushed forward with an uncontrollable attack on Guan, but the enemy cleverly evaded every occasion, as if he knew where the next blow would come from. The endless flurry of blows did not knock the hero from the panther. In every movement the enemy was not advertised multiple attack of the ruler, but a much more sophisticated technique called 148 blows of a clever pillicle. The hero quickly came. The enemy will not stop until he causes all 148 beats. I had to collect all the will into the fist and tune in to a long battle, although the self-confident Pen Kanvi had already predicted a lightning end. The boredom, which was increasingly enveloped in a delayed battle, pushed Chongguan to take a radical step to break his opponent, so that he, without another way out, admitted the defeat. The formidable voice of the teacher, who was suddenly heard, stopped his intentions. The master strictly forbade damage to the opponent. Even a slight ankle injury was a complete ban. The simple and honest truth sounded from the mouth of the hero. It will not be possible to avoid fractures. The first attack was crushed by Penkanvi Ribra. It was only now that he has come to Cheochon that the strange crunch at the beginning of the battle was nothing more than a crackling of breakdown bones. John Huvan, with cold calm, said that only serious injuries would make the enemy stop and stop the crazy pressure. The thought of offering a fight on weapons for excitement, but was well aware the result of the match would remain unchanged, which would not be chosen. Easily reflecting the next attack of Pen Kanvi, John Guvan felt regret. If the opponent became a teacher Pen, the battle could be a real challenge and gave a chance to show all his strength. The awareness returned to Pen Kanvi only after another painful blow. It was impossible to believe that the reality allowed such a defeat, especially from the rival, for whom he remained simply the shadow and did not even deserve the look. Hardly climbing his feet, Pen Kanvi felt the forces finally leave his body. All internal flows of energy have been exhausted. No movement is given. As if tight by invisible chains, he froze in the middle of the battlefield, unable to take a step forward. The incomprehensible resolution of the battle stipulated Pen Suvoya's look. With only one powerful blow to John Gouvan overthrew his nephew. Amazed to the depths of the soul, the senior master could not recognize the unique talent of a young warrior. The insight was illuminated by his gaze. Now it became clear why this guy was considered the most talented student in the history of the clan. Despite understanding the importance of stopping the battle, Chain Ned retreated. John Gouvan decided to act at his own discretion. Going close to the opponent, with a cold confidence, struck a powerful blow to the chest, clearly emphasizing his advantage. Panic fully mastered Pen Sulia when he rushed to the fallen nephew. Grabbing a fixed body with despair on his face, he tried to turn the young man feverishly. The excited expression of the uncle's face unambiguously showed how serious the wounds were. Pen Canvi, gathering the remnants of strength, said his farewell words. He felt that his time had fallen. Hot tears of despair slipped on the cheeks of Pen Sulia, because it was not the strength to put up with the loss of the nephew, but instead of the last breath, suddenly a calm, peaceful sniff came to his ears. It turned out that the Chong Gouvan did not cause the enemy to be fatal. He only used a technique that caused a short-term loss of consciousness. This discovery forced Pen to be extremely embarrassed. He threw a shy look at Cheo-chan, apologized for having lost his self-control for a moment. In response, a friend only nodded with understanding. In such a situation, it would hardly succeeded in keeping peace if he had his own student in his place. Watching the techniques of the young master, Pen Suli persistently sought the answer to the mystery. What is the hidden secret of such an extremely effective way to instantly feints the opponent? The annoyance of John Guan almost came out. How else to wonder when the signs of key stagnation in the nephew are so obvious? In order not to make unnecessary conversations, it was wise to do as if not noticed anything. Waking up after a long sleep, Pen Kanvi immediately asked where Chong Gouvan was. To his surprise, he learned that he had slept for a day. Creating an uncle's advice is the best solution. Now you need to postpone all things and give your body time to recover. Pen Kanv workshops were remembered by the opponent's strikes directly at the hidden energy points on the chest. It is unknown how John Gouvan found these places and was able to influence them so accurately. It did not give him rest for a long time. Pen Suli, with seriousness, warned his nephew to hold himself in his hands. Too many enemies are just waiting for his slightest miss. Caring for their own health has now been the most important thing. Pen Kanvi clearly came that his uncle was right. The majority of Hebai Pen's family stood on the side of his brother, whose leadership was recognized as the most powerful among all the heads of the clan. Many relatives, rejecting the support of the heir, did not leave attempts to put him in his back. In the current circumstances, the secret around any troubles with its energy flows was crucial. The need to find out the truth about its revealed secret seemed to smoke from the inside. Meeting with Yan Guan was the only way to get answers. After catching a harsh look of his uncle in response to his alarming words, he quickly promised to behave more carefully next time. A brief walk opened the door to the adventure. Along with his uncle, who was also waiting for an important conversation with the elders, the young man went to meet the morning wind. The mountain air was breathing easily, as if life itself had invested its strength for future trials. Pen Suvoy insisted. After a walk, the nephew should return to rest immediately, given the recent awakening and general weakness. Watching the nephew, thoughts relentlessly returned to the fire that he had not seen in it for a long time. Thirst for become better. The invitation to Kunlun was a true wisdom. Pen Kanvi went to the training ground, and immediately came across a familiar scene. The elders were in a hurry to leave the hall, hurrying to the main pavilion. He barely noticed John Guan as a crowd of passionate women and girls immediately rushed to the boy. Having surrounded their harvesting true dragon, they covered him with many questions, not even letting say hello. It was not possible to get past the dense ring of the captured fans of Pen Kanvi. The girls did not want to let the suspicious stranger with a robbery appearance. After many minutes, John Gouvan finally dissolved the girls, and Pen Kanvi came closer. Such attention had a simple explanation. These women took care of a young master since his childhood. Barely, Gouvan tried to leave. The guest suddenly stopped him and insisted that they should talk seriously. The brazen persecution annoyed the hero. Thoughts on how to get rid of the annoying offender increasingly appeared in his head. The words of Pen Kanvi about the desire to open up to be caught by a Guan by surprise. The heart jumped in his chest. He sharply retreated back, preparing to defend himself. Feeling how his words sounded ambiguously, Pen Canvey hurried to justify himself, trying to honestly explain his desire to make friends. However, these explanations were only annoyed by Guan even more. He warned in a cold tone that he did not hesitate to resort to the strength if they continue to cling to him. The lazy thirst for death that penetrated from John forced Pen Canvey to doubt his origin. So ominous aura was more released by a follower of a dark faction than a noble student. Feeling an urgent need to remedy the situation, Pen Canvey sincerely began to explain how much he wanted to establish friendly relationships. Iron determination of John Guan forced Pen Canva House with interest. What lies in such a categorical refusal? With frank contempt in the voice of John Guvan, he showed how senseless the words about friendship from who are managed by only their own benefit and the desire for profit. The cruel truth was that Pen Canvey reached for friendship only from curiosity, without concern to anyone's feelings and not seeking to know a person truly. The contempt has openly flashed in the look of John Guan when he threw, "Is the interlocutor always so pathetic?" Hearing these words and recognizing their truth, Pen Canvey bowed low, sincerely apologized, and hurried to go away. John Guan mastered the true surprise. The delicacy did not help. The interlocutor responded sharply and unexpectedly. He rejected the awkward thoughts, rejoicing only because the annoying guest finally left him alone. Anxiety oppressed the soul of the hero, forcing to take a step towards the removing Pen Canv. John Guvan instantly captured the true essence of the interlocutor's curiosity. It all came down to whether the hero could see and influence the blocked QU streams. The frightened expression of Pen Canwa left no doubt. The guess was quite correct. At this point, Pen Suksha slowly stepped in the territory of the sect, interesting the local people about his nephew's well-being. He noted with relief that the nephew was lucky to take place only a few days of bed rest. The interlocutor sighed carefully. Cheo John, she was sorry for the excessive severity of the student, came across a warm understanding of his old friend. The lively interest prompted to ask about the achievements in mastering the latest techniques. It was incredible to imagine how big the change became. Chen Chang, with a proudly raised head, spoke about 2 years of persistent training under the mentoring of John Guan. The words were so struck by Pen Su that he suggested, hardly such sharp changes were left without opponents. With a smile on the face of Chio, he spoke about the unconditional support from the leader of the clan and mentor. Both repeatedly sought the advice of a young master. Pen Sumi quickly guessed that it was one of the 3 legendary Kunlun sages, so he did not slow down to ask his well-being. In response, Chung Chan shared that the teacher's condition has deteriorated lately, but the sage himself stubbornly denied that something was wrong with him. Talking, friends reached the majestic temple of the 3 heavens. Feeling a trembling before the sacred place, they decided to go inside, to honor his special atmosphere. The interior of the temple immediately hinted at the scroll on the hardship of the clan, although at heart it was clear to him. A real power is measured not by treasures, but by the fact that he lives inside. Having shown sincere respect, the young man voiced his name in front of the head of the elders of the clan. He immediately recommended, without delaying for a moment, "I am sincerely grateful to meet the legendary sage." Pen Suvoy received an answer that a meeting with the future leader Murim is no less honor for the clan. It was at this moment that the students came to the temple, immediately recognized the famous sword, whose incredible skill fascinated all masters of martial arts. The crowd rushed to Pen Shija, greeting him and burning eagerly looking at the one who was destined to become the domestic fate of all Murim. Pen was barely able to maintain calm when the nose captured the sharp smell of sweat of students who had just returned from workout. The wise head of the clan took the word and suggested that the guests at first allow, and then move on to discussing the purpose of their visit. When the crowd dispersed, Pen Suli finally shared the first true goal of his visit. He was bored with his own eyes to see the art of Kunlun's battle in all his glory. Hio Chona's face shone for a slight surprise when it turned out, "Everything you need is just asking for it." According to the Suvoya, a real battle is not a friendly sparring, but a collision in which the true power opens. Only in this way could he see everything capable of the opponent. It became clear that the second reason for the visit was directly from the first. Reasonably recognizing the truth, Pen Suli arrived to check the true power of the clan. Having apologized for his frankness, he emphasized the importance of the future event with special perseverance, asking him to understand his intentions. The prospect of testing their hand inspired many members of the clan and elders. They admired a match with the legendary warrior. The elders urged the community to hold themselves in their hands and remember the honor of the foreigners. Next, it is the turn to choose the best soldier who will represent them in the future duel. an unexpected choice fell on Cheese, then everyone was surprised, because he did not even give a sign that he wanted to participate in the duel. Without the right to deny the decision of the elders, Czech bowed restrained the guest, modestly acknowledging that his skills could lack perfection, but honestly assured, always ready for battle. Soon each of the rivals went to prepare for the future duel. Pen Suvoi firmly decided that the elders would hardly choose to choose. In their decision was deep wisdom. Instead, the doubts of Czech did not give him rest. Will he be enough strength and skills to become the true face of the clan? To the general surprise, Pen Suli disagreed with the thought of the weakness of the opponent and suggested that he move to the battle, missing a traditional acquaintance with the techniques, though it could look uneducated. The mention of the recent match with the NGN Guan has floated in the memory of Czech. Then the young master neglected the ancient tradition, did not warn about his techniques, and it seemed like a frank bold and a violation of etiquette. In the minds of Czech, the words of the young master of the word, that in the true test of politeness means nothing, finally became completely different. The indignation was overwhelmed by Cheesy because of disdain for traditions. He resolutely stated that he would tell the older brother, teacher John Guan. However, in response, he heard a calm remark. The mentor is still gaining strength after experienced troubles. The memory of the Cheese's memory suddenly appeared in the memory of Ko. A hint of intuition said that this experience would be useful during the future match. From the first seconds of the clamping, Pen Suli rushed into the attack. Czech, cleverly evading, used the famous dragon's step, moving smooth, curved lines. However, for an experienced fighter, this maneuver seemed too predictable, and the attempt to raise the sword was immediately a bad idea. Realizing that simple blows were easy to predict, they changed their technique. Added unexpected trajectories, so that it was almost impossible to determine its next step. The sudden change of tactics has borrowed its fruits. Pen the Suvinian was captured by surprise, and he had to retreat. Noticing a favorable opportunity, Czech thought immediately. It was time to start a distant lightning attack. Pen Sholai was in vain, tried to solve the unusual tactics of the opponent during a tense duel. The realization that even the slightest mistake would disgrace the genus forced him again and again to rush forward, without stopping for a moment. But every attack broke into a strong, invulnerable defense of Czech. Successfully reflecting all the attacks, Czech was pleased to note how effective the hips of John Guan were. The technique was moving completely unpredictable, but no matter how you want to relax, the voice of the young master clearly sounded in memory. Attention cannot be lost until the last moment. Filled with determination, Cheese is focused on the battle, set to bring it to the victorious end. At the most important moment when he was preparing to strike a decisive blow, he barely had time to notice the steady counterattack of Pen Suli. It was only through an instant reaction that it was possible to evade a lightning blade, realizing that an instant delay could end in death. The voltage in the air reached its limits. After a short but rigid confrontation, the rivals dispersed to the sides. Everyone was literally frozen, eagerly waiting for Pensum. With a deep reverence in his voice, the guest bowed and sincerely thanked for the battle, confessing that the skill of the sect was pleasantly surprised by him. Inspired by such frankness, the elders were looking forward to hearing the true purpose of its appearance. The real goal of appearance in Kunlun was special. Pen Savoy intended to revive the legendary alliance of Murim. In the same minutes, Pen Kanvi tried to find out to the John from where he learned about the events. The young master calmly explained. Everything was obvious. The guest ripped herself to him almost immediately after he woke up without hiding his curiosity. Answering a direct question about how he manages to find blocked chi streams, John Guvan, with amazing peace, assured that he noticed such things instantly. The doubts of Pen Kanvi emerged in his objections. To believe that the state of streams could only be determined by a view that seemed incredible to him, because even the most experienced elders were not given such skill. Without hiding the irritation because of the interlocutor's doubts, John Guvan decided to show everything in fact. He invites Pen Kanvi to follow him to prove his skills into practice. Bringing the guy to the temple, John Guvan said he would not convince anything better than a clear example instead of long explanations. Pen Kanwa had to awaken the inner strength, so the one who turned to him insisted, despite the obvious reluctance from the guy. Lowering on one knee, Pen Kanvi agreed to obey, thinking that this experiment was not threatened by him. As soon as the internal energy began to manifest itself, John Guvan immediately recognized 3 equal forces. The surprised Pen Kanwa, he ordered to close his eyes and focus on his own feelings. As soon as the flow of energy reached the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, suddenly a slight slap into the nape of Penconv. Such a surprise was staged by John Gouvan. In the soul of Penconv, anger was already boiling through such an attitude. However, Han Gouvan ordered a harsh tone. By the willpower to increase the level of qi step by step until he reaches the 10th degree. Instead of explaining something, John Gouvan strictly reproached Kanvi for his inability to maintain the strength and dangerous increase in energy. Squeezing his teeth angrily, Pen Kanvi tried to regain his focus, but Chong Huvan threw these attempts every now and then, not giving resting with his accurate rhythmic blows. Another moment, and the angry Pen Kanvi was ready to rush to the abuser, and suddenly realized something had changed in his inner energy. Another powerful blow to John knocked him down, forcing him to fall. The chest pierced sharp pain, but with it suddenly came to understand. Internal energy gradually began to recover. Seeing the student frozen with the expression of shock on his face, John Gouvan crashed into the silence with a strict order to stop the chats and to immediately raise the energy level to the 10th step. During the training, Penkanvi finally realized the true purpose of the blows, though he understood that it allows him to gather with thoughts. Even despite the smile of John Guan, it was clear. The process brought him genuine pleasure. The piercing pain has spread itself to the body of Penkanvi, distorting each nerve. John Gouvan urged to reject the fear of having long been a daily routine, and when he saw in the view of the interlocutor a barely pervasive doubt, he did not refrain from an ironic smile. The mocking words hurt the self-esteem of Penkanvi, the strongest warrior of his clan, confident that there is no fear for him. Rising from the earth, the whole body radiated the relentless force, which simply cried in it. He frantically wanted to prove his courage and unbreakable determination. Waiting for the right moment, John Gouvan skillfully shot his fist in the center of the student's chest, putting all the necessary power in this blow. The shrill cry of the Kanvi has split the moon throughout the district. Chaniguan's view stopped on him, in this stubbornness and cry at all as the elders, the same senseless resistance and useless exclamations. The joy was overwhelmed by Pen Kanvi, and the energy inside it was easily turning the body of the natural rhythm and updating forces. Make sure that everything was succeeded, John decided to finally relax after a grueling workout. Thoughts about the possible requirement of remuneration from Pen Kanvi did not even arise. Can something be offered by the one who is incapable of concern? The words of Pen Suli about the revival of the Alliance Murim put the elders in a difficult position. 15 years have passed since the common enemy, the true heavenly demon, died, and then all the Taosis returned to the usual life. Thoughts are confused. What is waiting next if the cooperation recovers? With the alarming heart, Pen Suver confirmed their fears, telling about suspicious activity in the ranks of the Reform faction. The threat from the demonic cult has not yet subsided, as new troubles have emerged. Pen Suvoi said that the enemy clan was already preparing to combine the forces and create a reformist demonic union. The elders were well aware that such actions would be suffering for defenseless people. The instability that the possible return of demonic cults, along with the new threat from the Reform faction, finally convinced them that it was time to revive the Alliance of Justice. The wise elders felt great. Such a long journey of Pen Suli to their monastery could not be caused only by this reason. To restore the alliance, a decisive leader was absolutely needed, and the ambition of the Pen family head seemed quite natural. The inquisitive elders instantly burst the true cause of the visit. The Pen family really sought their support. Pen Suli shared his plan. If the circumstances in the sect are successful, the alliance plans to turn it into a major outpost to prepare for the fight against a demonic cult. I still had to fight alone with the enemy, but the successful implementation of the plan had to bring them a significant reinforcement. The idea met the sincere admiration of the elders. They were well aware that the help of allies would help reduce the loss and save even more civilians. Further on the agenda, there was a discussion of indicative terms when the planned events should take place. Responding, Pen Suli emphasized, since several influential Pen family clans have been involved in the case, discussing the main points of the union takes time. However, they intend to resolve everything for 3 years. The determined leader of the sect assured everyone that this time will be devoted to even more severe training. Several elders have been concerned with the fact that training is already too complicated, and now they are complicated. And the head confidently stated that after 2 years of hard preparation, the moment came to demonstrate the Central Plains the true power of the updated Kunlun. The call of the new generation laid the mission on the young dragon to lead the glorious revival of the clan. The feeling of danger unexpectedly told the hero there was much more cases than he expected. Soon, Chung Chong accompanied Pen Suli, who barely held back the joy, rushing home to share the happy news of the consent of the sect leader regarding his brother. Before parting, the comrades decided to meet again and promised to arrange a real celebration with a generous treat. Returning, Cheon not surprised that his friend's nephew had disappeared. Despite that the young man probably went to find En Guan, the man wondered, "Where is the dragon Jemchujin?" Chungjan nodded towards the farthest room. They say, "Look there." Seeing how Chonguvan is resting, he was immediately asked where Pen Kanvi could be found. Barely opened his eyes after the slump, the young warrior replied without haste that his friend would be right back. Seeing the familiar silhouette in the door, the joy filled it. Finally, a chance to rest a little. Pen Kanhua suddenly appealed to everyone to leave the room. He fell to talk to Master John Guan alone. A wave of astonishment was in the hall. Everyone looked at, astonished by how the young man addressed the younger John Guan, calling him a master. The surprise and confusion mastered John Guan. After all, no clash between them happened. Pen Suveri, before leaving, he asked the nephew to do not surprise, reminding that to go on the road very soon. All others, having agreed, dispersed in their business. On his own with Guan, Pen Kanvi swore, thanks to the healing that saved him from life with endless suffering. The confusion of John Guan made herself to know when he asked not to adhere too much in communication. The proposal of Pen Kanvi to call him a warrior also did not like. Too much pathos, wanted something more casual. Laughing with happiness, Pen Kanvi thanked the liberation from the heavy burden and promised to thank in any possible way. In addition, John Guan was instructed to appear as soon as the Kunlun sect enters the Alliance Moor. He captured the hero's face. Pen Kanvi immediately explained that such a talent could not stay in Kunlun in search of his way. Such abilities should not be hidden and underestimated. Fate has already prepared a special call for him. A hot invitation from the owner of Pen came to the hero. As soon as the case with the Alliance Moor will be completed, you should definitely visit his family to get a decent reward. Pen Kanvi for the second time assured that when the right moment came, John Guvan would have the right to ask any request. Saying goodbye to the guests, Chung Chong suddenly felt the loneliness of his heart. A friend went so quickly that this separation seemed unexpectedly painful. The teacher suggested to reject in vain and to pay attention to training, reminding that during his stay, he had already missed 5 days of classes. Hearing the excitement of Cheo Chon, who assured that he could not ignore an important guest, John Guvan assured that the missed workout will be forgiven if he subsequently catch up all the time. 2 years have passed. One of the oldest teachers watched the 5 elements carefully, looking at each student's success. The picture brought pleasure. The fighters became more confident and more durable, and grueling training no longer knocked them out of strength as before. It has been 4 years since the fateful moment, when together with his brother, they dared to rely on the Guan and spread the path of Kunlun. The chosen solution brought only the best fruits. It all succeeded as it dreamed. The look of the elder was filled with pride. Every warrior was fighting hard, gave in battle a whole soul, and there was no reason for anxiety. The younger brother emphasized this, admiring each student carefully sought self-improvement, even if the competition was not close. The sudden attack of coughing in the head forced the elder to worry. The disease was relentlessly gaining momentum. But despite this, the leader only waved off the excitement, assuring that he came to look at the grandeur of his clan. At the top of the flower cloud there is persistent training of the hero, which tirelessly haunts his skills. Only late in the evening managed to finally feel the harmony between Ki's energy inside and your own body. Achieving the internal balance was a real salvation for him after long agony caused by excess energy. Finally, the harmony has returned, and now a new plan has come to help the head of the elders to restore energy balance. A small duck, who floated nearby, aroused memories of a distant childhood. Then, a great master, a teacher of his mentor, gave him a name, and the elder laid great hopes on a young student. The sudden outbreak of memories did not have time to lie down, as the alarming cry of the mentor came nearby. From the face of the teacher, peace was instantly disappeared, in the eyes of anxiety, as if a warning of something evil. It turned out that anxiety caused the head of the elders. The hero he keenly reproached himself for delay, and although he had long suspected the disorder in the center of Qi, he never dared to intervene before it became too late. Entering the room, the hero found his master at the edge of life. He barely breathed. Chungjan, without overcoming a wave of feelings, fell to his knees in front of a mentor who faded in his eyes. The eyelids of the elders barely rose. The surprise flashed in his gaze. "Who came so late?" Chung Chong quietly explained. "There is a Chongguvan next to him." The old sage has long accepted that his time had come, respectfully treated the laws of nature. But Chen Chan hotly rejected the opinion of the loss of the mentor. He pleaded to focus on recovery, not to prepare for departure. With tension in each movement, the master turned his head, finally noticing a John's Chan nearby. The apologious whisper came for the last time in such sad circumstances. Then the conversation suddenly cut off a heavy, grueling cough. The younger brother of the leader of the elders, realizing that the last moments were already nearby, suggested that everyone gathered to share their farewell words, while still there was such an opportunity. The tears rolled uncontrollably on Cheek's chefs, when, barely picking up the words, he asked the teacher for forgiveness for all the anxieties. The elder gave him a tight, barely noticeable smile, and thoughtfully remarked that the external adult of the student remained the same pure, sincere soul. It confidently added that the future of Cheokan will undoubtedly be great. The master's gaze stopped at the Guan, and the anxiety that flashed in his eyes was immediately passed on to the boy, moved by the fact that even in the last minutes of life, the man worried about others. John Havan gently wondered that he was so worried about his soul. In response, the elder shared his only regret. All his life dreamed at least to see how the dragon rises again over the peaks of Kunlun. Confidence sounded in the voice of John Guan when he promised to prove his words in a year, if the master would withstand this time. The old man smiled with hope, supporting the boy, and gently reminded you not to forget about his own health. And suddenly the next attack of cough forced him to silence. A strange feeling was squeezed by the breast of Guan, causing anxiety. Although the great master met his death with dignity, the heart still wrapped up unspeakable sadness. Even the death of a native father in his past life has not left such a deep trace in his soul. The feeling was like, with a piece of their own soul, together with the one who goes from life. Without reconciling with such a conclusion, the young man firmly promised the master to see the flight of the dragon. Touching the bed, he began to pass on his vital energy. The teacher tried to stop him, promising to accept the fate humbly, but John Guvan confidently announced he would decide everything himself and act as he sees fit. In memory, words that were heard as a child on the top of a blossoming cloud, cut into the heart forever. In the thoughts of the elder suddenly, a long-standing promise came to make a true defender of the most valuable, even if you have to fight for the last breath. It was strange to see that a 3-year-old baby was able to remember these words for a long time. With anxiety in his eyes, the hero noticed. With his grandfather, everything was much worse than it seemed at first glance. Its energy center is destroyed, and vitality is weak every moment. It is no longer possible to delay. Without any delay, he turns to the master and elder, asking to pick up the exhausted, so that he does not fall down in the treatment process. Turning to the main elder, he explained the importance of staying in the mind and assured that the procedure would be without pain. Subsequently, an appeal to other elders came. They had to direct the powerful streams of their inner chi into the body of the great master. Having collected all the internal energy with a honed accuracy, the hand involves simply in the nape of a man. The inserted strength of each muscle is felt in this driving impact. The instant storm swept the elders. Their hands flew to the heads of horror. The younger brother rushed to the eldest, trying to bring him to his senses. Meanwhile, Chen Chan was squeezed on the spot, stunned by the unexpected act of his student. Without it to take a minute, John the Huan insisted. Energy should be transferred further, otherwise it will not be possible to save. The stop of the chi flow will do the powerlessness. The elders steadily followed the instructions, looking at the huge ghoul on the head of their leader, which caused them hidden anxiety. Without the slightest doubt, John Guvan outlined why the blow was so important at the point of Beihui, that it was here that the body loses his vital energy most. The hump that appeared after the impact was to become a natural barrier to the leakage of this force. Having met the alarming look of Cheo Chan, the young man quickly reassured him, assuring that everything was fine with the teacher. The stroke technique was to stop the hand just in the moment to touch the head and concentrate inside the explosion of energy. It was this wave of inner strength that made a protective player over an important place, protecting from danger. The embarrassed faces of the elders have suggested that it was time to complicate training in order to master such techniques deeper. Rejecting unnecessary thoughts, he turns to the head of the elders, reminding of this promise not to lose vigilance. the restoration of the destroyed chakras. These required focus and control over internal energy. Any fainting could make all efforts. He caught in the master's look of a barely noticeable shadow of fear. The hero smiled, subtly hint at his famous courage to pain and threat of death. Without spending time, he started the procedure. After focusing, the guy felt where his chakra was injured. Touching this place with their own true began to gradually restore its structure. Having coped with the difficult procedure, he completely exhausted and immediately fainted. A week passed, as the elder's house was talking again. Waking up after the adventure, the hero immediately went to the library, where he plunged with his head into ancient medical books and did not leave the reading room. Leaving the room opened under a strict ban. Only full focus was important. No request for rest found a response. All the refusals sounded sharply and confident. The anxiety of Cheo-chan was quickly dispelled by the elder, emphasizing that John Guvan at least does not give up the food he was brought. Chung-jan learned that after the intervention of the Joan Guan, the condition of the master had practically not changed. The forces of the master grew, but outside the daily examinations, his eyes remained closed. The rest of the time he plunged into a deep, unknown sleep. The moment when John Guvan fainted has forever crashed into the memory of Cheo-chan. The picture of this event, along with the disease of the mentor, repeatedly emerged in his thoughts and did not rest. As soon as he woke up, John Guvan immediately invited all medical treatises from the library. He explained how important it is to properly distribute the energy transferred to the master so that he can recover. You can see how hard workouts were exhausted by John. This thought did not rest Kem. The relief of it when a familiar silhouette finally appeared from the door of the library. Seeing a bunch of people, John Guvan immediately wondered what happened here and why everyone gathered. The young master rapidly runs to the mentor, looking carefully at whether the boy has new wounds or signs of exhaustion. Having checked that nothing serious has encountered, a wave of relief is rolled out in the soul. Chung Chong emphasized how important it is to take care of your health. Recalling that everything was done, he has added a gentle thing. The time released for the master has already ended. With firm confidence, the Guvan denied, noting that the week spent studying medical treatises was not in vain. He managed to find a way of saving the master, but this needed rare ingredients. John Guvan explained that the problem can be solved only with the help of a unique magic pill. Only she gave hope to save the master. Sigorously, the elder acknowledged that they did not have such remedies. The hope of support from other clans seemed ghostly. To share such valuable resources hardly anyone wants. John Guvan immediately explained, "It is not about the pills of the faction of justice." The elders guessed. They suspect that he hints at the legendary demonic pills of life and death, which can be obtained only by bringing spooky victims. Disobediently debunking these assumptions, the hero called the creators of such pills fraudsters, who have nothing to do with the true art of treatment. Quickly understanding how much his knowledge from the past exceeds the local level of medicine, the guy said that to create an effective pill, he lacks only one special component. It was an explanation that it would not be easy to do, but the hero insisted. You should go in search as soon as possible. They are looking for a search for what they still had no idea. Now the great master has received only temporary relief, and will be able to last for no more than a year. They have all year long to make every effort and finally create this magic pill. The awareness came suddenly. Even before his death, his older brother relied on the Guan and believed him unconditionally. That is why everyone remains favorable and fulfilling any word. Already, they have agreed to divide into several groups. For 3 days they had passed, and John Guvan was already preparing to go. The anxiety did not leave Cheo-chan. He did not want to let his student go on the long road. More than once he tried to persuade the decision, because the concern for John Guan did not go from the heart. Without spending the words on the explanation, the young man simply stopped and confidently showed all the 8 legendary blows of the heavenly dragon. Tears shine on the face of Cheo-chan. It is difficult to imagine that the student is able to possess art so skillfully. The elders were well aware that they would not be put next to Ned Guan. Such a partner would only interfere with him. In this, his older brother was 100% right. Finally, when he was on the ground, the hero was able to reassure the teacher and elders. They asked him to take care of themselves and not be depleted. Finally, it was time to travel. For the first time since the degeneration, the hero has set off the long road. In the soul, hope is that all the difficulties can overcome quickly and without unnecessary obstacles. At the same time, the traffickers of the guild slowly overcame the sandy spaces, slowly moving on camels through the endless dunes of the desert. With regret in his voice, the man admitted, "Failed to give his beloved a happy life. Instead, I had to bring her into this deaf, uninvited place. Rumors of monsters, who, allegedly, wandering here and devour people were sowed." However, a light smile appeared on her mouth. The girl waved away from the horror stories, assured that it was only fairy tales and nothing more. He clapped him lightly on her shoulder. The girl suggested leaving the quarrel. Excitement to her, especially after so many years spent without travel. She did not want to spoil the joy of this adventure. The confused husband did not know why they touched this topic, so the wife decided to explain. For her it was like a trip, because it was then that it is so important to speak good, warm words. In ordinary life, the man was distinguished by caring and gentleness, so she could not understand why all these traits were disappearing on the road. At that moment it became obvious. Despite the difficult year, no complaint from the girl was heard. He took her hand. The guy warmly explained that they were really traveling together, and sincerely apologized for forgetting for a moment. While the other members of the group have already hurried them, the man once again apologized for his too gloomy mood. In response, the girl with a light smile noted that sometimes you really need to afford a little. The mention of rare journeys caused all the desire to get together more often, because it was only their second trip. Before that, they went only in the Kunlun sect. Looking back, the man realized the journey really seemed to be a difficult test for them. Memories of a man are returned to the past 17 years ago, at a time when they sought to gain true power. They went to Kunlun with hope for help, because his older brother of his wife belonged to this order. It seemed to be easy to convince them. The answer was categorical. This clan did not want to interfere with the controversy of the Taoist associations. The man tried to understand hurt and confusion. Do the students of the sect of Kunlun really worry about them, although they belong to their faction? Feeling surprise, he listened carefully to the explanation of the head of the family. Their clan stood on the front during the attack of the cult, and even after the death of the true heavenly demon, stress did not sleep. There was no time for a break, because no one knew when the dark forces would reappear. The woman's heart broke out. She could not understand why her brother was so stubborn. It seemed to her that even a silent tree would be more beneficial, but his decision remained unchanged. The irritation of the crazy woman engulfed. Her brother broke again to sharpness, and the man, feeling tension, tried to restore her peace. Suddenly, the couple approached Cheo. After learning that they had a child, he asked to share the experience of raising children. The past came in memory. Remembering all the unsuccessful attempts, I had to put up with the role of nanny. It was impossible to correct the situation. Taos had no idea how to raise babies, so everything turned out to be awkward. However, remembering the past, it is mentioned what a charming child he was. Among the hot dunes, the glorious bloody storm gang suddenly flew. The robbers raced on camels, lifting clouds of dust and growling with terrible battle exclamations. Even an unforeseen attack did not make it confused. A quick mind told him a clear plan of action. It was a team to create a protective circle, to collect all camels in the center, and to place armed caravans around, preparing for the defense. Swords and crazy exclamations were rushed in the air. Both sides were faced in a fierce battle. Bloody spots covered the sand, and the ruthless desert became a silent witness to the brutal collision of travelers with bandits. Cozy hiding in the shade, the leader of the gang closely followed the battle. The ears of the eyes flashed, and a short and unmistakable order faded to the subordinates, at any cost to destroy the man and a woman who were among others. The fierceness of the battle grew every minute. Even skilled warriors already felt the forces leave their bodies. Many enemies pressed the unrestrained wave, forcing everyone to realize, you can win only by making superhuman efforts. The instant confusion in the full battle turned to the husband fatal. A short moment when the gaze disappeared from his wife's face went too expensive. While alarming his thoughts, the enemies creeped closer and treacherously struck a powerful blow to the shoulder. The mocking smiles of the bandits spoke for themselves. The victory seemed to be near, because their victim lost vigilance. When the danger got close, the wife resolutely rushed into battle and the lightning movement neutralized the attacker. A desperate cry escaped from her mouth, because during the fight, the enemy broke the fabric that hid his face. But even it did not prevent her from saving her husband. Inspired by mutual support, the couple became close again, uniting. Their eyes confidently stopped on the leading gang. The moment of decisive duel with a real enemy has come. The bandit leader released a sinister smile and threw into the space a terrible prophecy about the inevitable death of enemies. His confident voice made his way to the bones. Even the most fondly warriors could not hide the chills that he ran with their backs. For a moment, the soul was a desperate anxiety. The expensive faces of relatives and the memories of cozy family dinners broke out in the mind. The idea that you no longer have to see those you love above all squeezed your heart with acute pain. Suddenly, the dust cloud enveloped the desert and disappeared as quickly as it appeared. When everything subsided, an exciting and incredible scene opened. All the attackers lay on the hot sand. It seemed as if the deadly wind had taken them in an instant. Among the curtains of gray dust appeared the figure of John Guan. Carefully removing the handkerchief from the face covered with the wind, he was surprised to recognize familiar faces among the sand saved in this boundless sea. The surprise was on the face of John Guan, as soon as the rescued look did not recognize him. The situation seemed strange. The appearance that was always different among others never went unnoticed before. With a slight smile on the lips, John Guvan reminded them of those distant days when they cared for him, another child. The faces of relatives gradually emerged. The memory of the past came to life, returning warm memories from the depths of the heart. The joyful recognition immediately lit the rescued face. But John Govan, with a slight apology, explained that he had to first resolve the urgent case, promising that after ending with the rest of the bandits, they will finally be able to quietly plunge into memories. The rage distorted the face of the head of the gang, which could not sink from where the stranger came from. The arrogance of this self-confident hero, who threatens the massacre without even knowing who contacted with whom he contacted. The leader was indignant. The unmistakable John Guvan calmly suggested that the bandits voice their names. Their leader, full of pride, loudly declared belonging to the gang of the Bloody Moon, hoping that this name would instantly make the opponent retreat. The rage engulfed the leader when it became clear that his glory did not impress. He waved his hand sharply. He commanded his best to attack the group. He decided that even magical abilities would not help the enemy resist such a numerical advantage. In the middle of a fierce attack, Chong Guvan disappeared, as if dissolving in the air, and suddenly found himself in the heart of hostile rows. His sword broke out with a deadly lightning, with a frantic speed destroying the attackers one by one. The coordinated attacks of the whole gang were broken into the incredible skill of John Guan. One quick movement was enough to scatter a crowd of enemies. In every movement he felt the power of a true master of battle. The remnants of the bandits were frightened and rushed to the side, despite the fierce cries of their leader. None of them managed to escape. John Guvan decided to the fate of everyone, caught and executed everyone without exception, without sparing even a self-esteem. The completion of the battle was marked by coordinated actions under the leadership of the Peck of Gin Homan. Some were engaged in burials of the dead, others took care of the wounded, and the third group carefully checked the integrity of the caravan. Everything happened quickly and clearly without any fuss. The two of the cheeses were approached to express gratitude to their rescuer, but John Govan only waved modestly as if these words were superfluous. To help old acquaintances, it remained a common thing for him that did not need special praise. John Govan suddenly froze, catching a barely audible sound, inaccessible to ordinary hearing. Without hesitation, he had a shadow, and he was already rushing down the desert, leaving behind the affected comrades. Finally, the long-awaited feeling in endless sands, there was a presence that he sought so fervently. No hesitation. In the swirl of a desert storm, steps confidently lead it to a dreamy meeting. The sword blade rapidly crashed into the body of a huge snake, which proudly crawled from the sand dunes. Before the look, an ancient creature in all its incomprehensible grandeur appeared, ready for a fierce struggle. With the seeming courtesy, the Govan wondered the affairs of the ancient sandy dragon. Seeing the enemy in front of him, the dragon twisted frightenedly and hid his head behind his tail, which was a lot of hero. In response, John promised to cut off his head and a tail if the dragon did not stop hiding and no more determination. An instant recognition broke out in the eyes of the snake. A real king of demons stood in front of him. The ancient creature immediately obeyed. It pulled the tail and bowed the head, humbly recognizing the advantage of a powerful opponent. A satisfied smile illuminated the face of John Guan. His long-standing decision to leave a snake one horn was incredibly smart. It is this symbol of power that now unmistakably pointed to the ancient being. The hero's motionless voice sounded like a cold steel, telling a snake not to move out of place, and immediately reports for his shameful escape. In his words, there was no place of doubt. Determination and seriousness were read in every sound. John Gouvan told about the whole month spent on exhausting searches in the desert. Then he threw the idea of how you could relieve the sentence. If the ancient dragon seeks to avoid severe punishment, then it is necessary to bow his head with obedience and sincerely admit it. The attempt to pierce the horn met unexpected resistance, which was stunned by both the snake and the Netguan himself. The young man, despite his unsuccessful attempts, did not give up. He continued to try stubbornly, realizing that the youth force has limits. Finally, the horn suffered, and John Gouvan realized why he had so hard to try so much. Only a thin debris managed to break. The task was much more complicated than it expected at the beginning. The trophy is reliably hidden, and clear instructions for the snake were briefly and unpaid, to wait in the specified place. The warning of punishment for a new attempt to escape sounded as if an inevitable sentence that did not allow any objection. The vicious look of the ancient snake stopped at the distance heroes. Hardly noticeable weight in movements and uncertainty about trying to distract the horn-alarmed creature. Anxious thoughts appeared in the head of the snake. Maybe the enemy's strength is hidden weakness. Having studied the situation closely, the snake immediately noticed that the level of chi hero had fallen significantly when compared with their past meeting. This discovery gave rise to an intriguing hope for victory. Having been tempted, the snake broke into a desperate attack. He was convinced of his power. He was sure that one bite would instantly put an end to the duel, already imagining a light victory. The hopes of the villain dispelled instantly. John Gouvan at incredible speed evaded a deadly blow, as if he had felt every subsequent enemy's action in advance. The awareness of the fatal mistake made the snake pretend to be defenseless. The pitiful expression on the scaly muzzle had to melt the hero's heart. But John Gouvan no longer hesitated. The punishment was inevitable. The irony of the moment was not ignored by the hero. As soon as the desire to give mercy was born in the soul, as the serpent himself called on a cruel punishment. A head of the ancient creature was expected by science, which she will remember for a long time. The whole day lasted the punishment, but Ndu Huvan did not spare about the missing time. Looking closely at the humiliated creature, he immediately noticed the ancient snake became completely different, not like during their previous meetings. Thoughts on how stubborn this time the snake fought did not leave the hero's head. The ancient creature seems to have decided to take advantage of its weakness. However, if it had the opportunity to see true power after the story with the horn, it would be unlikely that such a risk. When John Gouvan restored strength after a grueling battle, he appealed to the snake with a clear requirement to reveal his body. He was only interested in one thing, the heart of this ancient creature, and the warning was severely performed. The refusal is equivalent to death. The relentless determination swept the hero when the fingers confidently pressed the snake to the ground. In a quiet voice, the promise came to save life, and the tongue of the monster froze. Focused, step by step, cutting the rough scales and muscles, the hero launched a complicated surgery, not taking his eyes from the ancient heart of the snake. Removing the heart, John Gouvan threw snakes with strict guidelines. Exercise and heal this vital organ. His voice was warned. He will soon return to the next heart. The unexpected idea of the age of captivity of the old dragon made you think, will the death of the best way out? However, the view of the full true horror, which was illuminated in the eyes of the creature, stopped further actions. Listening, the hero discovered another. The snake offered a special fee, ready to replace life with another promise. Finally finding a guan, Pek Jin Han came to his top. Without delay, he said that a sudden disappearance of a friend scared everyone, and because of this the team immediately rushed to his search. The attention of everyone immediately attracted the giant tail, which was lying next to John Guan. To the surprised views, the hero only shrugged and carefully noticed that it was just a tail of some lizard, as if there was nothing special here. A huge tail was literally stunned by the Jin Hamana. Immediately in the imagination, ancient legends about a two-headed sand dragon floated. The scale of this prey was unambiguously hinted. In front of him, part of the creature of really mythical sizes. With absolute confidence, the Gouvan shared the history of an agreement with a huge reptile. To escape, the creature sacrificed her own tail, because she could not offer anything more expensive. There were expressive views between the spouses. Everything became clear without words. On the table before them lay a real fragment of the legendary two-headed sandy dragon, which was made up of ancient legends. The total confusion engulfed everyone when the hero unexpectedly offered them to pick up this huge trophy. He himself, explained the hero, wanted a very small piece, because it was no longer necessary for his plan. The words sounded so unexpectedly that Jin Han was almost lost in surprise. It was hard to imagine that it really was happening. John Guvan, in turn, did not even give the value of his own offer, just said goodbye and went, leaving them in reflection on what he heard. Incredible generosity. Considering the giant lizard tail, Pek Jin Hana suddenly felt a brilliant thought of how this unusual prey could be used in his head. In the imagination, there were already boundless opportunities. Returning to the elders, John Guvan immediately asked how a great master feels. Upon learning that the life of the master supports continuous circulation of chi energy, the heart of the hero has been relieved. The patient's condition finally stabilized, so the hero got the dragon's horn. The room hung in the room. Everyone looked at the incredible trophy with a genuine admiration and did not believe that someone was able to find such a legendary ingredient. The quiet, confident tone of Chongguvan said that these are only the first steps. The long soup cooking ceremony, which demanded a huge cauldron and patience similar to the one with which bones were boiled. The surprise of all those present reached its top as soon as the news of the duration of cooking, 10 months without stopping over the boiler. Even the alchemists could not believe in these incredible terms. Assessing all the complexity of the case, Chen, together with the elders, was concerned that firewood could not be enough for such a long process. One of the elders tried to reassure the audience and suggested involving students in duty to support the supply of firewood. Decisively approaching the fire, John Guven confidently grabbed the blower and undertook to inflate the flames. Live movements immediately made it clear that the usual fire for this mysterious business would not be enough. Having established the desired force of the flame, the hero emphasized that the whole future depends on this magnitude. The flame should remain just 10 months, as the slightest deviation can negate all the work done. Half Khan took up training. In just a few minutes he had no strength. This short period of time clearly showed how difficult and exhausting what is waiting in front will be. They have taken up lively how many wood and human strength absorbs such a matter. Even the inner chi did not save from exhaustion if the fire should be maintained powerfully, and for a long time. The observant elder barely realized that the grueling burden of this case would fall on the strongest, quietly decided to disappear from the hall. However, the cunning plan was not overlooked by others. In time, caught the cunning elder on an attempt to escape, the hero immediately brought him to clean water. The captured suddenly, the elderly was justified. He said that he should immediately help the students who, they say, were in a hard time in the mountains. A gentle smile illuminated the face of John Guan when he reminded the elders of their main mission: to be responsible for the radiance of the white flame, a symbol of purity and power of tradition. Asked about the number of groups returned, the hero heard the alarming news. No expedition sent a single news. The awareness of this instantly gave rise to, in his soul, severe concern for the fate of students. Thoughts and youth of Tao's burned Jingguan's sadness. However, the sadness did not last long. Full of determination, he went to look for newcomers to help them on their own. The first group of students happened in the valley, who immediately gave valuable advice. To get up with a thorough breakdown of the flowers alone, and to take up the matter smarter. To cut them at once with whole bundles because these plants are quickly restored. The shores of the Yellow River declared themselves an unexpected danger. Uninvited bandits boldly demanded a fee for permission to hunt on their lands. However, the arrogance of the robbers came across an unwavering repel. An experienced warrior instantly put them in place. After receiving a strict lesson, the robbers were forced to obey John Guan and went fishing with the dragon scales. No one would dare to rebel against the hero's strength, so the bandits humbly undertook a strange task. In the cold embrace of snow-covered slopes, a group was opened, which boldly overcame a fierce avalanche. The students concentrated and step-by-step ramping the snow, not looking away from the goal, a rare centennial ginseng, for which they went into this dangerous journey. Their persistence was astonishing. Returning from the search, all groups brought the ingredients found. When all the necessary components have already collected, it was left patient to wait for a long time. With the first breath of spring, the immortal fire fade under their joint effort. The reward was not delayed. The created solution shone with a mysterious white light, hinting at its incredible power. Gathering whole streams in the palms of palms, John Gouvan focused on creating a medicinal ball. But suddenly in the middle of the work, the elixir himself unexpectedly blackened, puzzling the master. The elixir instantly changed its color from white to deep black, and the hall was filled with anxious fuss. Such an unexpected change was a lot of frightened and experienced Chio seemed to be the first time in the correctness of their decisions, struck by such amazing transformation. It was inconvenient to recognize the true cause of color change. The hero's untouched hands were guilty of everything. After a general sprout, this simple truth sounded even funny. The excited witnesses managed to quickly reassure, after which John Gouvan put forward the idea. The newly created substance should be called semi-piston elixir. After all, this tool was created specifically for a great master who has already overcome half the way to immortality. The solemn moment came. The valuable elixir finally found himself in the hands of a great master. Silence prevailed around, and each of the audience did not breathe and breathe, understanding the extraordinary weight of the event. With sincere concern, John Gouvan turned to a great master, expressing his condolences because of his long suffering, and persistently advising as soon as possible to take therapeutic remedy. In the soul of the great master spilled bitterness. Even the most powerful elixir is unlikely to regain the health of a tired body for years, exhausted innumerable trials and a constant struggle for life on the verge of possible force. Unbreakable will and sincere concern for students kept it on their feet all these months. Finally, joint labor has brought the fruit, and it is time to take medicine, with dignity to meet the end of its earthly journey, leaving a decent heritage. The first sip of elixir made the wizard to squeeze his face from disgust. The bitter taste turned out to be so nasty that even the experience hardened by the experience could not hide the grimaces, imagining that he was using something worse than the most mimely decoctions. The gaze of the master's face from the bitterness of the medication changed. John Gouvan was not dying for a second. He resolutely turned to a new head of elders, begging not to let the master spit a valuable potion that could save his life. Filling the body of the master with healing energy, the hero sincerely apologized for the unpleasant taste of the elixir. He admitted that he first prepared such a complex potion, and promised to pay more attention to this nuance. The terrible taste was only the beginning. The body of the master flashed a burning pain, as if he was thrown into a hot oil. Each cell screamed from the torment, and in the abandoned thoughts, pleading for all gods about mercy, and at least some salvation sounded. At this decisive moment, the real Konguan, along with the healing potion, began to act harmoniously, gradually softening and turning the master's energy center. The pain stepped alongside this process, but it was he who became an inevitable part of the path to full healing. John's voice sounded convincingly. He ordered everyone to stay away to avoid danger. Without not taking a minute, he turned to the great master, clearly demanding immediately to apply one of the strongest techniques of the highest level. The end of this process became a sign. The weakened center key has finally recovered. Having evaluated such achievements, John Gouvan without delay goes to the following call. Cleansing the body of the master from stagnant energy, which has been accumulated for years during continuous training. Only accurate movements manage to lead the streams of true energy through the body, forcibly revealing the blocked paired meridians. Correctly clogged because of the mistakes of the past and stagnant energy, it was these channels reminiscent of the old deviations from the true path of martial arts. A powerful wave of energy exploded under the influence of unknown force, instantly changing the course of events. Even the boldest of the audience could not predict what would happen in the next moment. The unexpected turn of the events forced everyone to die. A well-known master, who owned incredible force, suddenly lost power over his own body and did not restrain himself in the eyes of the surprised audience. For a person such authority, this moment became a true humiliation. The wave of unbearable shame covered the master, leaving a sharp taste of humiliation in the shower. In his years and at high status, such a mischief seemed unreasonable, especially in the eyes of a younger brother and a beloved student, for whom his authority was true. Although it was no longer possible to restore the former fighting power, the master still noticed how his forces had grown significantly. But even this acquisition seemed nothing compared to the bitterness of recent shame. Stid, which swept the master, absorbed him with such a force that it became difficult to breathe. There was no other way out, only to throw everything and immediately decide on a desperate uplift. Before such humiliation, life itself lost any value, and even death seemed to be unbearable. All earthly anxieties retreated before the fervent desire to get rid of oppressive shame. A gall silence prevailed around. Each of the attendees watched the beginning of the sacred rite of ascension, without deciding to violate the course of events. At a decisive moment, the John rejected all the doubts and did incredible, interrupted the rite of ascension. The attendees were frozen without hiding surprise. None of them imagined that this sacred ritual could be stopped. The confident and calm tone of the hero did not leave doubt. The decision was finally made. So much trials and losses are experienced for the sake of saving the teacher that it is simply impossible to refuse to fight. The elders, recovering after shock, attacked the Guan with reproaches. They seemed to be incredible that such bold intervention could only be caused by insulting through the unaccounted decisions of the master. All their hopes for the false interpretation of the events disappeared as soon as the hero confirmed the worst assumptions. Without leaving the space for doubt, he insisted, "The movement of the sect is certainly needed a leader, the head of the old man." At first, the master stood confused. He was not enough why John Guvan was engulfed in rage, because the rise was considered the most cherished dream of every Taoist follower. And it was he who considered himself the only one to whom the right to be angry for the torn sacred act. Finally, the master came to the master. John Guvan did not work for his own benefit, but expressed his desire for the whole sect, demonstrated the devotion of every student and a common belief in a better future under his leadership. Like lightning was struck by the understanding. As long as the students risked everyone for his life, considering him their main protection, all his thoughts were spinning only around how to escape from responsibility, choosing death for himself. The master thanked the hero for salvation at a crucial moment. A new road has been opened before him. Life has not yet been completed, but great accomplishments are waiting ahead. The unresolved cases were waiting for his determination and prudence. John Guvan gladly noticed that the master gradually wakes up the realization of the true purpose and importance of his mission. In this moving moment, the teacher and the student hugged as equal. With deep gratitude, the master acknowledged that it was thanks to the wisdom and determination of John Guan that he managed to achieve true enlightenment. A year has passed, and finally the elders waited for an important message from the families of Hibai and Pena. It is time to gather all representatives of the three heavens within the walls of the Holy Temple for the long-awaited historical council. The news from the Pen family was made as an ancient memory of the promise that was made 4 years ago. It's time to perform ancient oaths, and it becomes the beginning of a new era. The large-scale project of recovery of the Alliance Muri, designed for at least 3 years, has been completed in 4. This result exceeded even the boldest expectations of the participants. The prophetic words of Pan Canvas about the importance of the presence of John at the entry of their sect to the Alliance Murmi suddenly reminded themselves of themselves. Now these guidelines have been filled with special content and importance. With special care, the new head of elders chose representatives, as each candidate could become a key to the future union. It was this choice that had to decide the fate of their sect. At the beginning of the list, experienced leaders of detachments appeared, among which were the authoritative Chio John. His wisdom and unsurpassed skills in battle gained deep respect among all followers of the sect. The name of John Ghana became a real highlight among the chosen ones. It was his involvement to give delegations undeniable authority in the eyes of all other clans. Having reached incredible heights in the martial arts, the hero intended to leave the sect in the near future. The new horizons lured him, forcing him to strive for even more development and unknown achievements. Thoughts about the future raged, opening up wide horizons to strengthen their positions in the business world. The planned meeting with the Alliance Murims seemed to be the perfect chance to look into their true potential. 10 days have passed, and finally all gathered together. The head addressed the audience with significant words. To preserve the dignity of the famous kind and behave decently, whatever circumstances. The warm words of the head swollen about the safety of anyone who was going on the way. Deep pride blossomed in her heart when the gaze was calm and confidence in his people's eyes before the important journey. The most excitement in the head was a Chon Guvan. His restless and rapid luck could cause unforeseen problems. The wise Cheo hoped to control the passion of a young hero and will not allow him to make nonsense. Saying goodbye, Chung Chong solemnly promised to do everything possible to make each of the group return home alive and unharmed. In his voice was a real determination that added to everyone around a sense of peace and hope. The excitement because of the possible difficulties did not prevent the gathered sincerely to say goodbye to those who went on the road. Accession to the Muraim clan marked the beginning of a new stage in the life of their sect. The importance of this event felt everyone to one. The days were flying one by one, while the detachment was constantly approaching the dreamy goal. The rapid rhythm of the trip did not interfere with the fulfillment of the sacred duties. In every village they prayed and participated in ancient rites. Finally, the travelers got the prefectures of Shinin, where they were already waiting for Pekchin-Hungan and Homing. Their appearance hinted at something significant, which required the immediate attention of the guests. Those years were mentioned. A woman who once was his nanny appeared before John Guan. It was she who carefully raised the boy in his early childhood. 19 years have passed since then. With deep respect, the merchants bowed to the dear Taus from Kunlun. After calling the representatives of the trade guild of FECs, they radiated sincere respect and hope for mutually beneficial cooperation. The story of the guests was troubled. Urgent help was needed to save the merchant who was in trouble in a distant Pichai. The case was not delayed and demanded a quick solution. The appeal to them had good reasons. Ancient friendship with John Guan and his perfect reputation promised success in solving difficult circumstances. It was with special gratitude that a few years ago, with the support of John Guan, it was an extremely important trade route that connected the Central Plains with the distant eastern borders. The strategically significant path rose to the majestic top of Celian Mountain, crossed the wide expanses of the province of Vichai and the prefectures of Sinin, pushing the horizons for new trade opportunities. The latest technologies, attractive prices, and a successful route to the eastern borders have opened unprecedented opportunities for merchants. This is how a new era of trade was born, when everyone was united for the sake of common benefit. The successful start of the new trade route ignited the fierce resistance of merchants from the province of Gansa. Feeling danger to their well-being, they launched a real war on the trading field. After hearing the explanation of the chairman of the association, the man nodded approvedly, but clearly expressed his position. There is no intention to interfere in trade disputes. This approach was considered a matter of honor, so they command ancient traditions. The events gained a dangerous rotation, because it became known that merchants from Gansu have crossed all the borders, hiring cigarettes for forceful resolution of the dispute. The dishonest act instantly outraged everyone around. The hero immediately realized, such dishonesty is born of deep uncertainty. It was the fear and doubt that made the enemy resort to such a meanness. The senior among all those present showed prudence, and suggested that Gin Homan gonna visit the traders from the province to personally check the rumors. Pek Jin Han immediately supported this idea by promising to attract his team. Considering the complexity of the situation, the head asked John to attract his friends to get a more sincere conversation with the Hell of the Hell, Gingin Craven and Chua Ming. Seeing Cheo Yu Mine, the teacher did not hold back emotions. The sincere light of joy broke out on her face when an adult man was put in front of her instead of a boy. Even many years of separation have proved to be powerless before its deep attachment. Seeing the anxiety that flashed on her former nanny on her face, John Huvan gently urged her to calm down, reminding how many years have passed since she had taken care of him as a child. With tenderness, Tai carefully received a prepared gift, a large box in which something special was hidden. Her gaze shone with expectations. That sincere joy will appear on the pet's face. The chest was hiding a real treasure, a wonderful armor, skillfully forged from golden scales of sandy dragon. Light glare played on its surface, giving birth to bizarre overflows and charming patterns. The proud fire in the eyes of Cheo Yu Mines broke out when she told about armor that were famous all over the world, with unbreakable strength and incredible durability. Without unnecessary delay, John Guvan decided to test the gift. He was confident. He put 30% of his inner blow. Such a test had to reveal the true power of the armor. Watching how armor easily withstand a powerful blow, the hero did not hide gratitude to Cheo Ayumin. Her gift was not only good, but also extremely useful for a warrior with such abilities. The armor was completed. John Guvan went to truly important issues. He turned to Cheo Iu by Mona Attentive, trying to find out where the leader of the gang was hiding, which plans to attack the caravan of traders. The look hardened by experience immediately distinguished. Behind this stand at all simple bandits. The suspicion was to combat the province of Gansa, only to turn such a large-scale operation. Feeling mild excitement, Cheo Yumin Ming expressed her suspicions that the Kanton sect could be involved in what was happening. Her special sense has never failed in such situations. The betrayal among her became an unexpected blow. A spy slipped into the detachment, and this was what explained the sudden appearance of the bandits of the Bloody Storm. The enemy acted with insidious trick and cold calculation. The interrogation was unbearable. The spy could not stand and revealed the secret of the leader of the Zhou family, which belonged to the sect of Canton. After learning these details, everyone realized the conspiracy is much more serious than it thought. The story of the cunning business frauds of Zhou family in the province of Vichai suddenly broke short. The door opened, and the hall was rapidly burst into the hall with an urgent news for the deputy head. The alarming news has shown everyone. Zhou Jono Group openly collided with a second young master who just wanted to stroll through shops. The rapidly sharpened confrontation required an immediate response. Slightly tilting her head, Cheo Yu Ming genuinely apologized to John's John for having had to interrupt their conversation unexpectedly. A noticeable excitement shone in her look. It seemed that she was already leading the young master in the unknown. Assessing all the dangers of hanging over his other son, John Hoven said his readiness to help. His combat skills could be a key advantage in the future fight. In the middle of the intense fight, the young master confidently urged the opponents to stop the attack without being afraid of the crowd. His voice sounded firmly, even when the enemies were many times more. The enemies only smiled bitterly, having a friendly interest in conversation. Their mocking tone immediately revealed the true intentions, leaving no room for doubt. Proudly raising his head, the young master calmly reminded the strangers whose land they are now standing. Despite the desire to solve everything peacefully, I saw perfectly in these guests of ordinary robbers. The thieves exploded with a mocking laughter, set to study the same too confident young master. The boldness of the guy and the calm dignity were annoyed by the what. The faithful helpers with anxiety reminded the master of the significant advantage of the enemy in quantity. Their concern for his safety did not go unnoticed. Clearly understanding the danger, the young master made a promise that cannot be broken. He will not allow his people to get into a futile threat. In his voice, there was an unwavering promise to protect every subordinate. The judgment of the boy was struck by the leader of the attackers, but this fact did not stop him. The sign to the offensive has already been given. The confrontation was constantly approaching its decisive moment. The gang provocateur threw an unjust accusation against the young man as if he had offended the innocent. The wicked words had the sole purpose to knock out the master of balance, to force him to lose self-control. The young master was forced to push the provocateur, and he fell to the ground with excessive drama, instantly playing the whole show to give the guy the culprit of the clash and the undisputed offender. Waiting for a dreamy occasion for the attack, the leader of the robbers immediately commanded to attack. In her eyes, a rage and an impatient desire to deal with a daring young man broke out. Having realized the criticality of the situation and the obvious advantage of the enemy in the number, the second young master did not hesitate. He ordered his people to retreat immediately. The simple and at the same time noble design, to withstand the pressure of enemies, winning precious time for a safe escape of comrades. Self-sacrifice seemed the only way to save the team. In the February battle, the leader rushed to the young man, armed with a terrible double, showered with sharp spikes. Instantly reacting, the young wizard exposed the sword, intercepting a deadly blow. The voice of the bandits thundered over all, self-confident, rigid. He questioned a terrible threat. The battle is already lost, so every attempt to resist will turn out to death for everyone in this hall. His speech was heard like a sentence. On the face of a young master, a genuine confusion was frozen. Why to start this cruel game if the main goal is to death? It is much easier, once and for all, to deprive life without causing unnecessary pain. Noning glanced at the captive. The leader decided to show his ruthlessness. He ordered him to break his shoulders. This terrible punishment should be a warning for anyone who dares to oppose their authorities. Even in a hopeless situation and a clear advantage of the enemy, the young man did not lose dignity. There was no hint of fear or anxiety on the face. The features remained unmoved and calm. Suddenly, the leader has drawn to anxiety. The realization that a cruel punishment could outrage the merchants made him stop. In order to avoid unnecessary suspicion, he handed over to his assistant. Having pleased the appearance of a helpless prisoner, the assistant smiled. "Hang," advised the young man to accept his fate, because every attempt to resist would only add suffering. The blow never fell. There was silence. Suddenly the captive saw his unexpected savior, John Guan, whose figure of the bandits was unfamiliar. After reaching the scene, Cheo Yu-ming rapidly rushed to her son. Her eyes glowed with relief when she became convinced that the injuries were frivolous, and the gentle care of the boy was wrapped in maternal arms. The leader of the thieves slid on overthrown comrades. The irony of the situation was especially painful. If it was not for the order to go to the guy, at this moment would not be defeated from the mysterious defender. The incredible speed of events left a little time to think. Everything flashed before your eyes. You can barely have time to understand what is happening around. The feeling was created that in all this, the second young owner was put in all this. The shock covered the bandit when John Guvan, the famous bunny dragon of Kunlun, was erupted before his eyes. Such an unexpected meeting did not herald anything good. The feeling of complete helplessness before such a powerful threat instantly cooled the passion of a man. The awareness of what great power had to face was an indisputable truth for him. In despair, the bandit tried to lie, giving himself to the director of a solid agency. However, he met only an ironic smile. The real essence is always revealed. No matter how cool, the robber will remain a regular bandit. In the eyes of the man, fear broke out for a moment, but he quickly snapped and decided to spill on the conscience of John Guan. Because of the inherent taus, wisdom reminded that people should not be evaluated only by their appearance. As he was terribly offended and disappointed, the bandit immediately came across a cold repel. The hero firmly reminded that everyone chooses what to look. Forced to restrain the excitement, the bandit asked John whether he was responsible for the wounded. The guy calmly replied, when he came, everyone was already lying on the ground. The cheeky lie was angry with the bandit to rage. In demanding a confession in the attack on his people, he faced the cold-bloodedness of John Guan, who calmly asked to give evidence of his involvement. The despair squeezed the soul of the bandit. It was hard to believe that the devoted faith was capable of such unprincipled. Everything that happened seemed complete absurd. The quiet whisper is heard from hero to nanny, a trusted request for help. It was she who was destined to become a key figure in his bold plan when a crucial moment would come. The bandit has passed the further steps feverishly. It is not time to retreat. You need to prove their rightness and find someone who is guilty of all this mess. The moment required decisive and clear actions. John Guvan took a step forward, and the fright instantly mastered the bandit. Without thinking for a second, he rushed to push the hero, acting faster with instinct than reason. John Guvan brilliantly staged a fall, easily succumbing. His movements seemed so natural that no one could think of a predetermined. Despite the fact that the dragon armor completely saved from the wounds, the hero widow, as if suffered, and shouted loudly. Nanny's voice came out loud, telling everyone that the head of the influential agency attacked one of the students of the clan. In an instant, the hall reigned. Both bandits and merchants immediately recognized in this game their own rigid techniques that were now used against them. The hero stood up slowly and stated that after the attack, he is simply not going to leave it. The consequences are inevitable. News about this unfortunate case quickly reached the ears of Soklanivtsi and Pek Jinkvan. Both could not believe that someone was able to fall into such foul and dishonest tricks. After leaning his head, Ginhangen once again expressed his sincere gratitude to the hero, emphasizing that the salvation of his son would remain an unforgettable debt for him. A light smile played on the face of Soklanivtsi. It became clear that the hero answered cunning to the trick, although he avoided the deadly consequences. Despite the rigidity of such a maneuver, it looked impressive in its own way. This even sounded a silent recognition of power, because everyone knew perfectly. John Guvan never takes away the life of for nothing. The interest in the words of the agency's leaders has grown among all present. John Guvan shared their intention to get rid of the merging of the FECs until Kunlun got to his side. As the merchants seem, the agents were going to pick up all the treasures and disappear quickly without a trace. Jin Honey has come to Peck. In such a situation, the losses would be huge, and mercenaries would go again the usual route through Gansa. The curiosity of all was assigned to how the leader was going to resolve questions with the agency. He said that he suspected the involvement of the Senton clan in this case, and therefore asked if the Kunlun sect was planning to support. The heads of the head were calmly heard. Before departure, the great leader ordered them in any case not to undermine the honor of their clan and keep themselves worthy. Hearing these words, John Hin was quickly realized. The name of the clan cannot be displayed. Any unnecessary conflicts will only hurt, so you have to follow the city rules and behave with dignity. Kunlun is one of the 9 the most powerful sects. so hardly someone will dare to open a feud with the clan, even if the chance of success is high. However, old disputes between them will not disappear. Now it was completely unclear how to act properly in this situation. The man said calmly that they decided to listen to the advice of their leader, not to get involved in things that can be disgraced Kunlun, and to remain committed to their belief in all circumstances. The fearless determination in their eyes was elastic. The battle would continue to the last. Pek Jin Hanasi sincerely thanked those who responded, and reached for help in a difficult moment. Concerned by the safety of travelers, the man recalled the alarming experience of past attacks and abductions. To avoid danger this time, he suggested a reasonable way out: to set a night guard and place the guards around the camp. Twilight wrapped everything around, and along with the night there was a tension. Mr. Pak Gin Hungan, together with his wife Cheo Yu Ming, remaining committed to their duty, wary of watching, looking at the darkness, and catching the slightest sound in silence. After delving into his reflections, the other master watched the majestic motto of the Kunlun sect. In the soul, the flames of the desire to achieve the same peaks of skill and wisdom were burned to become a worthy representative of this famous order. Children's memories roared like a warm wave. In memory, a moment of the time when he first touched the sword. Then a sincere dream broke out in the soul. One day to join one of the 9 large clans and become a real warrior. In adulthood, the thirst for become part of the clan burned in his heart particularly strong, but the strict reality broke up these hopes. Natural abilities were lacking, and the modest wealth of the family did not allow money to raise money for a compulsory introductory contribution. Returning home brought unexpected changes. His older brother was appointed to a high public office, so he had to become the next head of the trade union of FEC. I had to leave your favorite dream behind and accept its responsibility, though it hurt inside. The recent events were again lit in the soul of an old thirst, the desire to become a noble warrior, a traveler who brings good people. But a serious barrier was put before his eyes. Kunlun's clan was known for its separation, and strictly not let out strangers. Without going to give up without a fight, the hero decided to consult with John Guan, hoping to find the hole in the strict rules. John Guan, without accurate answers, recommended that he discuss this question with his uncle, who was just nearby. With timid hope, the boy approached Chek, hoping to share his request. However, a harsh mentor did not even give a chance to say a word. Cold and unparalleled cut off any efforts to speak. The rude attitude of Chek was ignited with just anger in Cheo Yumin. Outrage covered her because of the indifference he showed to the child, because even elementary courtesy and patience was missing. Instead, he showed coldness and cruelty for no reason. He broke out his mother's indignation, strictly forbade her son to even approach this false Taos, because unworthy behavior is not worth any attention from the young student. In the eyes of the boy, a real storm of feelings unfolded, and he was surprised to realize that he became the source of such a frantic maternal rage, which seemed completely unjustified in this situation. Lady Rage slammed inside when the woman revealed a mystery that has been hiding almost 2 decades. 19 years ago, Chek showed her true, false face, and over time, the worst features only worse. Shame and pain corrode it, because it became almost unbearable for calling such a person as older brother. The shock new discovery forced the owner to quickly go to John. He was not surprised. How can you stay calm when such an unexpected family interweaving suddenly becomes clear? For the owner himself, it was a real revolution in the shower. Keeping peace of mind, John Govan only slightly shrugged, instantly changing the topic. Looking straight into the boy's eyes, he asked a clear question about how seriously he is set to join Kunlun. In fact, having a sincere desire of the guy, John Govan suggested a sophisticated decision. When the straight path is closed, there is always a bypass. First to become a Taos, and later to join the circle of the elected. The second gentleman was excited about harsh prohibitions for Taos. Neither meat nor communication with girls. John Govan, slyly smiling, quit the idea. All these rules are easy to bypass if you break them secretly. Despite the doubt of this advice on the moral side, the curiosity outweighed, and the guy decided to find out what could lead to a violation of the established rules. The terrible truth opened. The meat of a young student could still be forgiven, but alcohol was strictly banned. For such guilt, the punishment will not wait for itself. Half a year will have to carry out in the cave of repentance, locked in solitude. John Govan mentioned the older brother, who was somehow eaten to this creepy cave. After returning home, He changed so much that he could not withstand the slight aroma of alcohol. The punishment left a trace on it. The hero confessed that he did not know for sure what punishment was waiting for romantic connections, but, smiling cunningly, joked, "Try to enter the sect, then you will find out what awaits you." Suddenly, the real reason came why John Gouvan made this proposal. A simple curiosity for punishment for a romantic relationship with girls did not rest him, so she pushed to invite the second young gentleman to join their community. The bitter truth came. Not a talent at all determines everything as it seemed before. The awareness of this sharply filled the boy with sadness and devastation. John Gouvan noticed that the guy dropped his hands, so he was in a hurry to cheer him up and sincerely assured him, "You have a real talent." After such words in the soul of the young man, hope broke up again. In surprise, he asked if John Gouvan really believes that Kunlun would be of some benefit. The hero sincerely confessed that he always remained the youngest in his sect, even now, when 19 has already turned. That is why he really wanted to have someone younger to feel the older, and the main one at least once. Among all, the second young owner approached this role. With the onset of the morning, everyone noticed the amazing silence that prevailed at night. Someone felt anxiety in this, others were relieved, but Ginhangen said, "It is better to avoid fights in the dark." It turned out that the follower of the sect was certain in his abilities during a night fight. The training finally gave the desired result. The battle never started, so everyone decided to go for lunch. As soon as the company approached the house, the man suddenly felt a strange wave of energy. Many strangers gathered around. Without wasting time, he ordered the Jinn human to gather all the students immediately. As it turned out, these were young beauties who gathered here to see with their own eyes the legendary Pearl Dragon, which just arrived. The sectarians sincerely thanked everyone for their visit, shared their gratitude to the trade union of FECs for shelter, and reminded the guests to behave with dignity. Suddenly in the courtyard, Jin Hongen emerged in the courtyard and was surprised, seeing the immense crowd before the gate. After learning that the faithful supporters of the Pearl Dragon gathered here, he was even more confused. Warm feelings were born in these people in distant childhood. Ordinary admiration gradually developed into a real fan movement, full of sincere devotion and delight. The constant support and passion of the devoted followers brought to Kunlun a fresh wave of joy and energy. The place changed in the eyes, came to life and filled with light, and every inhabitant felt as life here became much brighter and happier. Circumstances were safe. The heart of Pek Jin Hangen was filled with relief, and for the first time in a long time a spark of true joy was owned, not the usual wave of anxiety for its own safety. The relief lasted for a long time. The crowd began to stand out, missing gloomy strangers in black robes. The Zhou's family appeared decisively and without delay, intending to talk to the Trade Association of Hells, no longer a joke. In the foreground, the procession was traveling by a sexy gray-haired man, a respectable representative of the clan Konton. His powerful voice was heard by order to release the road, making it clear to everyone how serious their mission is. Despite all the expectations, the crowd of Fanas was surprisingly stubborn. No honorary titles of foreigners made the impression on them. The girls adequately defended their right to meet their favorite Chongguan first. Even the influential members of the Senten clan, who were always used to overall honoring, had to accept these unusual circumstances. Now they were patiently waiting among the average supporters, humbly following the turn. Among the crowd, another important character appeared, a representative of the clan Konton, known as Yen Chu Ju. Its appearance instantly attracted the increased attention of all present. The face of the Pek Jin Gana faded sharply when he recognized the alien. It was not in the mind that the sect decided to such a desperate step and sent this person whose presence promised great trouble. The confusion engulfed him, but the elder explained in a calm voice. All their actions were dictated by order from the top. First of all, the sincerity of their intentions should be demonstrated to the guests. In words of support, the man assured Heigenhangen of help, and also asked to put a tent so that the travelers could relax from the road. Turning to the student, the man was worried about whether he really had to wait so long. Although he understood at heart, it was even for the better. There was a lot of time, especially since the Kunlun clan soon goes to Henan province to restore the union with Murim, and she does not plan to stay here for a long time. Immediately it became clear. The idea of a man was to win the time before serving Kunlun. The idea is not the worst, but to wait, realizing that 2 or 3 hours of futile expectation ahead was quite grueling. I had to show patience. While the tents were set, the day slowly slipped to the sunset. Geo family negotiations with the trade guild. First of all, the Snansayan openly expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that they attacked the representatives of the clan for no obvious reason. Others grunted because of too long expectations. The calm, indomitable look of the trade association leader clearly made it clear. No treacherous slander will have strength here. It was at that moment that the same man who once brought the bandits who attacked the second young owner. Noticing them, the son finally realized the mistake. Giving them a loud title of representatives, he mentally lifted them in his eyes, although in reality, they were ordinary bandits, forced to serve his family, not of his own will. The mental connection allowed Huns to find out the bandits whether they really attacked the Pearl Dragon. The son's son forced them to reveal the truth. Despite the first resistance, threatened with exposure and with his promise of help, confessions were made. In silence, the men in one voice exclaimed that they attacked the trade union of FECs and the Pearl Dragon by order of Han Khan from the Zhou family. The heart of the snout burned from rage after heard. Suddenly he jumped on his feet, his fist hit the table and demanded the explanation loudly. Keeping full rest, Gin Hangen only briefly noted that he was considered the main instigator once. An explanation should be given. With a bitter irony, Hangen's son reproached Pek Chin Heyman. It was his actions that brought the subordinates to such a state that they began to make all sorts of nonsense. The bandits did not quench and insisted. Everything was said. Pure truth. And there were no threats during imprisonment. John Gouvan carefully asked if the agency did not belong to Zhou's family. In addition, it became clear, these people had nothing to do with the trade guild of FECs. It was this organization that was behind everything. The surprise engulfed the hero. Did the chief of the whole Sun really decide to finally break these people, condemning them to the bitterness of a real betrayal? Hashan Sun's gaze was icy when he appreciated the Pile Dragon. Without a shadow of doubt, Han accused the guy of threats, but John Gouvan saw well that the courage to speak against such accusations was lacking on their opponent. The fury in the eyes of the teacher Hans Sini did not leave doubts. The plans in which the whole Sun believed so passionately crumbled in an instant. The stunning failure forced even the very guns of Sun to feel a sharp shame. Keeping calm and dignity, the teacher sought to limit the conflict only to the affairs of their organization and the unification of FECs. In the eyes of the mentor, the participation of Kunlun was quite inappropriate. Keeping full immobility, Kunluni representative recalled the undisputed fact that an agency's attack on the clan member immediately involved Kunlun into this confrontation. The doubts of the mentor were dispelled instantly when strong evidence was heard. The calm voice of the stranger recalled the fresh confession of their own mercenaries. Feeling the hopelessness and the dead end of the negotiations, the teacher suggested a wise way out: to collapse the meeting for today and to move the discussion for another time. Suddenly, one of the members of the sect suggested a more radical decision. If negotiations do not produce, it is worth solving everything as real warriors did in ancient times. An honest match. Simple and unwavering logic suggests that it is worth the resolution of disputes only to those who are involved in them, and it should be done in a fair duel. The participants for the duel were determined in advance. The swords were to cross between the whole Sion and John Guan, whose interests were directly affected by the trade union. The doubts did not give rest to the whole, so he demanded evidence. Would the whole thing be solved by a duel between him and a bolt? In response, he heard a decisive consent. These rules of sect could not be violated. The opponents immediately realized how profitable this proposal was, and did not see the reasons for delay. The teacher only took the word to spare the word from the gun, and left all the other decisions at the discretion of the young man. A self-confident smile played on the face of a snout, and the unwavering belief in his own advantage added to him determination. Taking a call to fight, this already imagined a slight victory. Before the battle, Han Sun had already imagined how it would make Nadaguan to regret that he was born at all. Meanwhile, John Gouvan only looked at the strength of a newcomer from the clan of Kanton, showing neither fear nor anxiety. The first fight broke out the shot of the junction of the shot, but Chong Gouvan answered incredible skills. He calmly and easily evaded all the attacks, as if he had not worked at all the efforts of the opponent. A cursory look at the techniques of the opponent immediately gave John Guan to understand everything. Victory did not need effort. It was possible to cope with such a weak man with a simple stroke of the fist without getting weapons. Only a desperate cry of a teacher who pleadedly asked to stop the battle finally put a point in this unequal confrontation. clearly emphasizing the abyss in the level of skill between rivals. Instead of keeping silent, he tried to humiliate Guan in public, claiming that a worthy student is not capable of such cruelty. But Zhang Guvan only calmly noted, "A real man is sometimes forced to act in this way. Otherwise he would be difficult to consider real." The senior from the sect joined the conversation. He unnoticed the Zhang Guan sideways, clearly making it clear that the result of the fight was already predictable. After that, he wisely suggested that he stop further negotiations. The teacher was well aware that he has no right to allow it. Having decided to get at least the minimum benefit from the circumstances, he insisted not to stop on what had happened to his students, and refused to complete the beginning. The representative of the sect strictly reminded the honesty of the battle and ordered to leave the arena. But the teacher insisted that he would not leave, because his student was cruelly crippled. These words clearly angered the man. In his opinion, everything that happened is a fair result of the duel, and it is not necessary to interfere. Watching the dispute, Zhang Guvan was just surprised. In the sect, instead of physical training, just raised stubbornness? It seemed like a different explanation of such perseverance of the followers of one of the 9 the most powerful sects simply did not exist. Hearing such words, the man did not restrain his anger. Returning to the elder, he asked why Zhang Guan was brought up so daring and arrogant. Despite the young age, the man calmly assured that this does not mean a lack of experience or skill, and frankly confessed he once studied with him. The teacher did not like that everyone was admired by the young boy, but the sect representative understood. It is only necessary to challenge Zhang Guan, and there would be no doubt about his strength. The atmosphere thickened, as suddenly the sect representative confidently made a forward proposal. To resolve a sharp conflict with the last duel with the non-Guan himself, whose name was humming throughout the district. A smart smile blossomed on the face of a man. Everything went exactly as he predicted his sophisticated design. To give the events, both sides spoke sacred oaths. On the one hand, they swore in the name of Kunlunya, on the other, the name of the Hang Xian. It was this match that had to finally put an end to their enmity. On the face of John, a true joy blossomed. After the first battle, which left a sense of incompleteness, as if a broken melody, finally had a chance to face a worthy rival. The anticipation of a real, fascinating duel ignited in it genuine admiration. The young warrior, confidently standing in the classic battle rack, arrogantly suggested that the opponent strike the first blow. Did the masters of the clan Kantan struck such boldness? Did someone dare to neglect his experience and respect? Watching the winner of the clan pulls his formidable sword, the hero confidently leaves the weapon away. He explains with calm determination that he only has the power of his own hands. The self-confidence of the young opponent seemed to the master with a frank arrogance, so he wanted to study the tea of modesty. He agreed with a smile to give the boy the opportunity to first attack, not even imagining what an unexpected turn on him was waiting for him. The next moment, something incredible happened. The enemy, like a shadow, appeared extremely close, leaving no chance to get rid of. The first 2 lightning attacks were barely distracted, and only hardened skills rescued the master from instant defeat for years. The terrible scope of the 3rd attack forced Master Kantan to instantly lift katana for protection. The blow was so powerful that the thoughts of the human essence of the enemy immediately looked questionable. Somewhere in the depths of his soul, the master did not even doubt his own advantage. Who must be to resist his skillful blows without having any weapons in his hands? However, this confidence will soon turn to him bitter frustration. The completion of the incredible combination of blows turned to the master by discoveries. There was only a softening illusion. The real enemy cleverly moved behind his back. The next moment was even more shocking. Zhang Huvan with his bare hands broke his katana in half, leaving the famous master unarmed. An arbitrary smile blossomed on the face of Zhang Guan. The anticipation did not fail. The battle really promised a great admiration and sharp feelings. Meanwhile, the master, fascinated by the amazing ease of rivals, was increasingly plunged into the abyss of anxiety and misunderstanding. A slight shade of irony sounds in the hero's voice when he asks the opponent not to lose consciousness. He wants to stretch the pleasure of the duel. He heard the wizard out of balance. Panic squeezes the breast, and in his thoughts one thing is, what really are the intentions of a mysterious mother-of-pearl dragon? Sincere confusion flashed on the face of John as soon as he understood. His words were misunderstood. Even the thoughts of the murder of the opponent did not appear in his head, and the whole situation suddenly turned into a funny misunderstanding. Such an discovery completely knocked out the soil from under the feet of an experienced master. The idea that the ordinary guy was able to bring him to such a state without any intention of murder seemed especially humiliating. A spooky association with a mythical heavenly demon has emerged in the thoughts of a man. He could not explain to himself why this ancient legend floated in his head when the gaze came across a formidable young warrior whose incomprehensible skill went beyond the ordinary human capabilities. Having collected all the willpower in a fist, the master of the sect firmly decided to show the whole true potential of his art, polished years of hard workouts. The inner voice stubbornly suggested that he is afraid of a young rival, does not seek a person with such experience and honorary reputation. The calm of the Guan seemed indomitable, nowhere and crumbs of excitement. Favored on the spot, he watched his opponent's movements with every look. In his eyes, a genuine interest was burning. It was possible to see what this legendary master from his arsenal is capable of. On the verge of despair, the master decided to use his strongest technique, the legendary sun in the palm. This technique could envelop the enemy world by an impenetrable darkness and finally break his belief in victory. The serious glory of this technique did not restrain Zhang Guan. He scattered her action with incredible ease. Then the real performance began. Skillfully evading the blows, Zhang Guan used the legendary 8 steps of the great heavenly dragon and completely disorient the opponent. Sokolinovians, sincerely surprised, froze in reverence. Before them, the younger brother was able to rise to the heights of skill, who had previously seemed unattainable dreams and fantasies. The unstricted rage absorbed the master of Kanton, prompting him to resort to the most terrible technician, the legendary 102 beats of the sword that cuts the heavenly demons. Along the stress, an unrestrained force was rapidly rushed towards the enemy. The appearance of this attack caused a barely noticeable smile to Khan. The name Cutting of Demons was just ridiculous for him. Even the latest beginner from the cult of demon would not have obeyed such weak technique. The sword in a strong hand brilliantly sniffed out of the vagina. Only a moment, and the hero is ready to demonstrate the enemy true skill. Among the tense silence, he decided to prove once and for all, only he is capable of tame the demon. I am confident in his abilities. He was about to erase a loud cutting out of demons from the name of the reception of a too confident opponent. The instantaneous and accurate movement cut the enemy attack in half, filling the rival's heart with a real horror. With a trembling voice, he dared to remind the boy of the promise to fight only with his bare hands. With relentless confidence, the Guvan went to the opponent and fully explained his promise. The sword from the vagina he will receive only at a truly critical moment, and then he will continue the battle exclusively with his bare hands. A powerful blow knocked a man off his feet. The darkness enveloped. Finally returning to his senses was a decent defeat. However, even at this moment of bitter humiliation, he kept the honor of his sect, assuring everyone that his personal loss would in no way affect the good name of their clan. A barely noticeable smile, which hid many implications, appeared on the face of the Kunlun sect representative. He turned to a fallen rival, proposing a chance to express everything painful and perhaps facilitate his difficult situation. The defeat was taken with bitterness, but the warrior gathered his will in his fist, overcoming the last sparks of pride. In the solemn silence his promise came. From now on neither Kondon nor the genus Joho will be interfered. Undoubtedly, the advantage of the winner is recognized. The triumphant moment exploded with a joyful roar. Members of the sect and representatives of the trade guild gathered around the winner, a dense circle surrounding the hero. The legendary Pearl Dragon was awarded the passionate exclamations, because his skill was higher than all her hopes. Out of the holy hum, immersed in the Duma, was watching the surrounding lung. It was then that at the heart of the soul, an unwavering promise was born. One day to reach the same peaks, and to become an equally prominent person. With the onset of the evening twilight, the junction went to his father, who was engaged in the little things for the tomorrow's departure of the Taoos, carefully checking every detail of the future trip. The perseverance led the boy to the expected conversation with his father, where a solid desire to become part of the Kunlun clan sounded. Excited, he sincerely asked his father's blessing, preparing to take an important step in his life. After listening to his son, the man remained surprisingly calm, and patiently reminded the well-known law. The sect never let strangers. But Chole moved ahead of this answer. He got his intentions to become a real Taos from his sleeves. The sounds of restrained laughter broke through the silence. Dad could not resist, because he immediately noticed that his son did not say the words about his mom. And this is quite expected, because it would be worth finding out about such pranks. The boy would have to flee the world for her eyes, escaping from her mother's anger. Clearly understanding the reasons that prompted his son to choose, Ginhan remembered how everyone witnessed the heroic act of John Guan, a brave rescuer coped with unwanted guests, impressing the audience with his extraordinary skills. During the conversation with his father, the young man heard an incredible confession. What he knew about John Guan was only the tip of the iceberg. Even this bright victory did not reflect the depth of his strength. This was hardly accepted that a warrior who won with his bare hands won Master Hungan's son, hid even more powerful potential. With a proud glitter in the eyes of Peck, Gin Han told a long history. A few years ago, during the laying of western routes, their caravan was a victim of a terrible gang attack, bloody sandstorm. It was then that John Guvan, having nothing but his own hands, was able to pull everyone out of a deadly trap. Parental wisdom and concern were felt in every word when the main question was, will Chon be able to sacrifice everyone and withstand difficult trials for the same high art? After the adventure with the Pearl Dragon, the faith in its own strength was shaken, but the desire to become like its ideal remained unchanged. Hearing his son's hesitation, Gin Hongan relaxed. He realized that this road was chosen by his child consciously. However, the father recalled that when difficulties have, it is the son who will have to look for the right decisions and take responsibility for his choice. The glowing eyes of the moon was full of joy when he promised to listen to his father's words. But at heart, his father felt his son and no idea how important this promise was. Only one thought was excited about the junction. What happened to the trade association after entering into the sect? But the man reassured immediately. You should not worry. When all plans are put into practice, the union can be disbanded, and then together with their mother, they will live quietly, enjoying what they have accumulated. However, he said that her mother's resolution is also necessary. The next day, Jean Hannah said goodbye to Ihak, thanks to his support, and promising to remember their kindness. Ahak, in response, only calmly noted that they did the way they suggested their heart. Before the exit of Peck, Jin Han asked Ihaka to stay for a minute. Leaning closer, he explained that his son intends to join Kunlun. The leader noted that this organization does not take outsiders to its ranks. Hearing this, Peck Gin Han explained that his son was seeking to become an official participant. Ihak sincerely believed in the kindness of the Sunmu, but was well aware of, in their case, the main talent. Right now, the moment was unsuccessful for change, and the new participant would only make them difficult for them. The intention to refuse has already formed, but Peck Jan Hin was low and pleasedly asked him to give him his son at least the least opportunity to express himself. The door opened and the room was beaten, but a confident shot. Calling his son and the second master of the FEC Union, the young man politely congratulated the unbreakable master of the Kunlun clan. The beaten look of the guy immediately rushed to the man, but the guy hurried to assure that he had no fight. The Nysitic look of his mother changed to anger as if the guy dared to ask for permission. Instead of words of support, the blows fell on him. His mother saw in him a traitor who disgraced her family. Without unnecessary questioning, Ihak was directly interested in why he seeks to become a student. It is quite simple to remember the words of the father about the desire for enlightenment, to help those who need it, and the dedication of the common good. Then everything will definitely work properly. Feeling a falsehood in words, Ihak advised the young man to act smarter, and frankly to tell the truth instead of hiding something. Instant fluctuations within the determination. This is chosen by the path that is able to influence the whole future. The feeling of uninvited guilt through a possible lie pushes him to honestly. He is now ready to be frank. The young man's heart was beating quickly, but the voice remained confident. He expressed his truth openly. Kunlun's clan is an unattainable skill. He sincerely wants to achieve the glory that his prominent representatives have gained. Every word was split. The honesty of the son brought its fruits. At the solemn ceremony in the clan he was presented with a sacred equipment, which became a symbol of a new path and belonging to a powerful order. It was not easy for his mother's heart to put up with the decision of her son, but care and love eventually took the mountain over all doubts. Mentally addressing, the mother asked her to warn her of any danger, and in the event of trouble, it is inevitably to turn to their defender, the legendary Sheet of the Dragon. Easy surprise still did not let John moo. It was hard to believe that the famous clan accepted him after honest and simple confession in his intentions. The senior brothers, John, who had already heard from the elders about the unusual confession of a newcomer, came closer. They were cheered by the boy's openness and sincere recognition. They say joined the clan, because everyone here is so cool and strong. With sincere admiration, John Govan moved towards his new younger brother. In his eyes, the anticipation of the common victories and the great accomplishments that were waiting for them on the joint journey burned. Suddenly, realizing that the first greeting turned out to be too official, John Govan sincerely suggested that he resort to him as his older brother. He urged to cooperate for the honor of the clan and the common good for the whole world. Pek Gin Han gathered around him close associates to declare important news. Taoos leave their home. In a moment, his order was heard. To open a huge gate to say goodbye to honorary guests with dignity and solemnly. The fate raised the surprise. As soon as the massive gates began to dissolve slowly, the views of the audience opened the head of Zinchi himself. Its majestic appearance was accompanied by a whole procession that carried luxurious gifts. Without holding back sincere emotions, the leader rushed to embrace John, calling him his favorite nephew and choking with the joy of the meeting. But the guy remained unmoved, calmly reminded that they did not see themselves only for 2.5 years. The striking appearance of an influential relative was caught by Gin Hangan by surprise. The news that the orphan guy has such an unusual patron was incredibly surprised not only by him, but by many others. During a cozy conversation, the John wondered the well-being of the wife of the clan. As it turned out, thanks to the help of a young hero, she completely recovered, and now it is easy to walk. The audience in the mind emerged with old rumors about the severe illness of the wife of the owner Zinchi, and their pleasures about salvation at the very top of Kunlun. Now there was no doubt. It was the harvest dragon that gave this amazing healing. The careful look of the head of Takehaya immediately affected the light tension in the air. The rest of the Taoos seemed not to share his admiration with an unexpected meeting. Their restraint was not overlooked by the observant leader. Ihawk came closer, politely greeting a respectable guest. In his voice, there was restrained dissatisfaction. The guest recalled the value of his dignity, because the road from Sinin was grueling and long. Having shown diplomatic delicacy, the head discovered the true cause of his arrival. The words of gratitude of the Taoos for the salvation of his wife were only a small part of the more important official case that demanded their participation. With his head raised, he began to talk about the great achievements of John, amazing landscaping of the valley, a brave victory over the pirates of the Yellow River, and invaluable help to people after a devastating avalanche at the foot of the mountain. As a sign of sincere gratitude, the locals presented a gorgeous new clothes, skillfully decorated with a golden pattern, a gift worthy of his outstanding accomplishments for the benefit of the people. The new outfits for all members of the order were surprisingly easy. Their owners were surprised that these exquisite robes were completely weightless. In addition to the rich gifts, the head of Vikaya solemnly handed the hero a special bag, which was filled with valuable money from the local treasury. The head view of the head immediately captured the confusion that had flashed in the eyes of John Guan. The young man seems to have never been in the hands of such scrolls before, and did not realize how valuable they were. The ignorance had a simple explanation. In the past life, all the desires were met by other people, and now, modesty and unpretentious became his companions. The annoyance of the head increased when the young man sincerely suggested that only one bag of scrolls was not enough for a gift. The young man did not sincerely realize what this transmission was for him. He reminded with dignity of the honorary rank of the ruler of the whole province, and a considerable fortune which he possesses, especially emphasizing the importance of his position. The greatest treasure of the man left finally. Instead of ordinary gratitude for the healing of his wife, he prepared a real gift that exceeded the value of all the monetary scrolls combined. The ring was removed, and confidence immediately melted. Only a frank anxiety remained. Fingers trembled from the very thought of saying goodbye to a precious relic. By reaching out this ring, the elder discovered the true essence of the gift. Any bank would appreciate this ring in the amount, 10 times or even 20 times greater than all previous gifts combined. The faces of the hero illuminated the true admiration. The financial difficulties remained behind, and finally the space opened to realize their ideas and dreams in an endless central plain. A sad smile appeared on the ruler's lips when he confessed that because of his generosity, he would now have to save some time, limiting costs. The anxiety did not leave his heart. The time of personnel change was approaching, and the main headquarters urged it to the central administration. This is what he tried to avoid his best. Thoughts about his wife, whose health left much to be desired, did not rest. The heart was faded from anxiety. Suddenly, in his absence, it would be a slight target for cunning and fraudsters. A true irony hung over the whole situation. While someone spent crazy money for a place in the central administration, he, on the contrary, did his best to avoid such participation. This approach could not intrigue John Guan. The situation was complicated by another detail. The ambitious ruler of Gansu also put his eye on this position, although his experience and achievement raised great doubts. The main mission of the province of Gansu was to restrain the onslaught of Mongol detachments, every time the clash with the enemy turned into a difficult test for the local army. In the mind of John Guan, he flashed a clear plan as soon as he realized the true essence of the problem. The head lacked military force. It was only necessary to strengthen the position of the head of the province of Gansu, and the unwanted appointment would disappear by itself. The lightning thought flashed in her head. If there is no military force in the province of Gansu, it is worth finding a way to fill this gap and multiply the military power. Surprising everyone with unexpected kindness, he released the captive robbers. They promised them a new business and a chance to correct past mistakes, to accompany it in an important business. With skillful ingenuity, the strategy made it possible to turn this vain junk into something value, giving him a chance to justify and a new beginning. The head of Vikaya thanked Ikok with gratitude, and he just smiled satisfied, pleasing the chance to help the former criminals to return to normal life. The touching atmosphere of farewell reigned. Helgin Homan warmly hugged his son for farewell, and the head of Tichaya thanked John Guan, solemnly promising comprehensive support from the state. All the farewell finally came to an end, and the company of friends reached the 7th district. It was here that the reliably fortified base of the infamous Snake Clan stood. Ignoring the persistent warnings of the leader about the cruelty of the local and the advice to be careful, John Guvan behaved in his own way, boldly and decisively. With one powerful blow, he knocked out a heavy gate, showing that he is not going to count with danger. Just a few minutes passed, and those who were approaching froze from the spectacle. The hero stood in the middle of the dead silence, and all the earth was inserted around. The Snake Clan, the Iron Sect, the Organization of Dark Souls, and the Right Blood are 4 majestic C9 families, well-known adherents of orthodoxy, fell under his hand this morning. C did not rush to the joke. Anxiety for Chon Guan did not leave his thoughts. The realization that the extermination of criminals was fair, there was no doubt. Rumors of the death of 4 large clans could lure to C9 foreigners from other factions. Free lands will quickly be under their control, and the new war for power will bring even more trouble to ordinary people. John Guvan told his newer brother that weeds instantly fill everything around if they were not pulled out in time. This was convinced that such people needed to be destroyed gradually, and could not understand whether their spread could not be stopped. With calm confidence, the Guvan explained that it makes no sense to uproot such weeds. The main thing is to contain their uncontrolled growth. The pile gathered defeated robberies to listen to a strict conversation that had to become a science. After a convincing conversation, she made a promise to collect only 1/5 of the former tax from the inhabitants, protect Jinin from any invasion, and strictly punish those who traded by people or engaged in illegal substances. The hero's statement was heard loudly. 10 guards remain to protect this land, and anyone who dares to break the order feels angry. Understanding the hidden wisdom in the decision, to leave so many people to protect themselves, but not so much that they could raise the riot. It was not easy for Chan. It was difficult to put in the head that someone of the respectable clan could resort to the same. Seeing the situation, Chung Jan noted that the ways of John Guan could seem to be overly strict, but assured. This approach has never harmful people to ordinary people. Chen Jan shared the main conclusion that their clan made after the battle with a demonic cult. The villains do not stop before anything, and sometimes it is necessary to put up with this bitter truth. The concern for the honor of the great sect did not leave the thoughts of the Mu. The glory of a righteous faction was more important to him. The meaning of their battle was not in glory, he emphasized Cheo Khan. Unnecessary craving for recognition turns pain for defenseless. After the instructions, the old man asked the boy to keep his words well in memory, because one day these tips can be useful. On the way to the province of Gansu, nearly 500 pursuers reached for the clan. Among them were supporters of unorthodox sects, mountaineering and sea pirates. The awareness of John Guan suggested that they could not resist the Mongols with these people, so even as a living shield, they will help little. Interested, the younger brother told him about even more dangerous enemies among bandits. They talked about a famous elite gang, one of the 72 forest cars, led by the legendary warrior. Without spending time, John Guvan went to his uncle and his association, full of new goals. In no way, the head of the moon was invested in the head, as the hero can dare to oppose all 72 gangs. But instead of doubt about his eyes, a spark of joy broke out, especially when he learned that the enemies could be even more. Meanwhile, the leader of the influential group, the whole of the UK, sharply reproached his assistant for the meager prey. In all these days, they managed to rob only a few unhappy traders. The assistant reported that the trade union of FEC suddenly changed the usual path. The anger of Han Yuk reached the boundaries. A commanding team came to gather everyone to fight for a trade union. The excited assistant was in a hurry to remind that they were protected by the Kunlun clan. But these words were only more fiercely fierce. Having stated that comparing him with fools is pointless, the hero confidently emphasized that he will easily destroy all together. The assistant heard a real madness in these words. The pleading words did not stop the leader. Falling on his knees and a desperate attempt to keep him in the foot only poured oil into the fire. The UK's fracture exploded and began to prove that he had enough strength to destroy the entire clan on his own. At that moment, the door suddenly dissolved, and on the doorstep appeared John Guvan. The assistant immediately recognized in the stranger the representative of the Kunlun clan. The appearance of the UCA harm in its own person really caused a slight relief, because meeting with someone liked to promise an interesting conversation. The hero, in the meantime, explained, having learned where their gang is now hiding, he decided to visit them personally. A smug smile slid the face of a man when his sword flew up. He sought to open his head instantly to show his students who was chief here. The guy seemed to be trapped, but then there was only a ghostly image. Inside everything was cold, although the sword was quite real. Waking up, the Han of the UK was surprised that the hero had already lost his beard. He was even more impressed with how humanly he looked. No person would have guessed that he fought with a fierce bear before. The hero's heart was filled with joy when it became clear that the skill of the sword was really impressive. The idea of making this man the head of the new group seemed surprisingly successful, so the hero suggested that he join. The audacity of the young man seemed too big to him, so he immediately went on the offensive without losing his moment. The hero struck like a man after all the grueling attempts and still had strength. The angry whole of the UC demanded that the opponent stop sustained and fight honestly and openly. Without hesitation of a second, the hero struck a powerful blow that threw away the man through the wall just outside. The body of the opponent fell hard to the ground, and at this moment, the disappointment was in the eyes of the hero. The expectation of stronger resistance did not come true. The UK's whole denied it loudly, not agreeing that he was weak. Then he rose to his feet. This act made a great impression on the guy. A moment of illumination ran in the thoughts of the hero. The enemy had already tuned to a new blow. Now the battle will demand from him even more strength and determination. The fury of the UCA burst out with new force, and he turned to the guy, explaining that his soft blows had no weight. All this was in vain, because the plush hands could not harm him. The next wave of blows from John Guan struck a man with such a fury that the victim barely kept on his feet, grabbing the air with pain. The feeling of pride filled the hero. There was a man who stood all the strokes and did not lose consciousness. As soon as it managed to escape from a fierce battle, the confusion engulfed a man, not to understand who this unusual enemy stands in front of him. Feeling that it will not last for so long, death is already behind the shoulder, the hero noted the resilience of the enemy, and then suggested making the battle even more exciting, to test his most powerful technique, sudden awareness. John Guvan seems to be completely crazy. However, without the use of this technique, the risk of deaths grows at times. In another situation, there was no retreat. Asking for an apology to his mentor for the future of the use of prohibited equipment, the young man explained, "This is an exceptional circumstance." After that, he strongly stood in a battle stable. Just as the attack struck the hero, the familiar technique immediately fell into the eye. He could not understand why the UK was using it, Everything looked silly in his performance, almost like a failed imitation. As soon as black smoke finally covered his whole body, awareness came. This technique is not for entertainment. He just doesn't fit in his head so that someone with common sense is at risk of using something so dangerous. To repel this attack and break free, the hero dissolved incredible power. In that energy, Honkin UK unmistakably recognized something truly demonic, and this fear completely overshadowed consciousness. The words of the mentor came in memory. He asked not to show new equipment to anyone, fearing that someone should know about her, a threat to a guy's life. The teacher persistently advised the use of this technique only in the most desperate cases, when no other options remain. He worried about the well-being of his student. Waking up, a familiar assistant appeared before his eyes, but his appearance caused genuine surprise. The reason quickly opened. The hero deliberately feinted his friend, pressing on special points on the body. Having come closer to the UKA's hole with a threatening expression, the stranger explained in a cold voice, "There is nothing to wait for the help. His people have already coped with all the servants of the ruler." Without hesitation, the hero wondered in a man who had taught him this amazing technique. The embarrassment markedly flashed on the face of how he began to explain. A family art that is conveyed only by his relatives. However, the hero did not believe his words. The question was whether a man was familiar with a technique called Black Death Clear. It is known that only 7 of the most powerful families possessed it in the demonic cult. The idea that a stranger could be their descendant seemed absolutely incredible. The fear flashed on the face of the UCA, and on the side it was obvious. The notion did not have where this technique came from. The man confessed that he only suspected her connection with the demonic cult, but did not expect her name to be so loud. Hearing these words, the hero immediately realized, this guy can get considerable benefits. Without spending time, he demanded that he tell everything to the little things, not hiding. From the conversation it became known that as a child, the man saved the old man, and in the reward received from him knowledge of this technique. Only the face covered with deep scars was mentioned. Nothing more about that old man came about in her husband's memory. So, feeling his own helplessness, he apologized to the hero for failing to help. Having connected all the parts of the riddle, the hero realized that the man appeared in front of the old man after his death. The reasoning was not resting. Perhaps the throne of the dynasty already belongs to another family? The bandits that once wandered among the sandstorms in the desert obeyed the will of the demonomechanical cult. But then these robbers raised the riot, and it seems that some incomprehensible events were boiling in their ranks. At first, I decided to stay away and quietly observe the development of events. I did not want to get involved in the affairs of a demonic cult. But as soon as they start creating problems again, promise to remove the cult from the face of the earth. The gaze stopped at the UCU's Hun, and it became clear immediately. This boy is definitely needed skills that would help to defend his own land and not lose dignity before others. Undoubtedly, it turned out that the judgment was true. But the master immediately warned, knowledge will not be cheap. For training, UCU's UCU will have to go through the test and endure considerable difficulties. After a long journey, the Warmth Group was met by the head of the province of Gansu, sincerely congratulating not only the guests but also all volunteers. On behalf of the whole clan, the word was taken by Huck, sincerely thanking for honor, because the master himself appeared to congratulate them personally. Even before their arrival, the man received news from the head of Zinchi. So from the morning he was waiting for the guests, and immediately ordered to arrange a festive feast in their honor. From joy, the head shared his admiration. He had heard about the glory of Kunlun for a long time, but did not imagine what impressive results they would achieve. He added that the emperor was extremely satisfied with their work. The praise made Ikak to get lost, but for the head it was a trifle, because without them to gather such an army hardly managed to anyone else. The tears were uncontrollably rolled around the face of the UKA. Who would think that the martial art, to which he so selflessly studied, would be needed for a real war? John's words about suffering suddenly gained a creepy sense, because in fact, it was about battles with the Mongols, where volunteers had to go. The crowd went to drink and eat well, seeking to quench the famine before a fatal meeting with the Mongols, to at least go away from life. The guards at the gate were immediately noted by suspicious strangers. Instead of the fertile preachers were a pack, more like robbers. However, these guards could not change something. Somewhere from the crowd, the voice of John Guan who warned, "You can drink as much as you want until the soul calm down," but the punishment for unworthy acts will not be delayed. It should always be remembered. Immediately afterwards, the atmosphere changed. Everyone began to treat each other with warmth with dishes and drinks, which was a lot of reconciled by John Guan. The vicious look of Hans's head did not go through any detail. The words of the leader Xinchi came in memory. It is necessary to treat Yan Guan and make every effort in order not to betray his trust. On behalf of the elder, the assistant went to search for a young warrior and soon sent him to the room, where the head was eagerly waiting for the meeting. As soon as the hero appeared, the owner immediately introduced him to his younger brother. The same thing that he made great in all the intricacies of market prices. As soon as the man was going to explain why he called John Guan, as he had already stretched out the book, suggested that he read the written. The book with financial costs lay on the table, and as soon as the head looked at the pages, the distrust flashed in his eyes. So much money was spent on rope handcuffs. When turning the records, he tried to find out whether these handcuffs were intended for reusable use. This MU said that these shackles are quite suitable for repeated use. It is only important to tighten the rope tightly so that it could not be cut. In addition, civil compensation was taken into account. According to the interlocutor, these payments were issued to all civilians who suffered from the attacks of bandits. They, however, returned only the value of spoiled property, but could not heal the soulful wounds. Such help was to ease the grief of people a little, to ease the burden of funeral and goodbye to loved ones. The hero explained that the cost of work was not taken into account, because that's how the Tausis had to do. Instead, the book shows only payments and donations. Gratitude was already overwhelmed by Hans, but wondered where they took so much money. The suspicion was sustained that these funds got after the robbery of bandits defeated in battle. Conflict with confusion, but the Cyan MU thoughtfully told why the price was like that, explaining in detail and confident in the points. His skill in presenting facts for a moment left no doubt. After listening to all the explanations, the head turned to the Pearl Dragon with the hope of agreeing differently, but only coldly reminded that in order to avoid new troubles, you need to pay the full amount, without any concessions. The future troubles referred to the fact that most of the so-called volunteers were in fact criminals who were not particularly difficult to escape. That is why old age was easier to agree to money so as not to create unnecessary problems. It seemed that the care of it was to take on the one who brought them to this place at first. However, the hero did not even think to pay attention to his words. He turned and firmly decided to go to another province. In the end, the leader stopped the guy, promising to give as much money as named Zhongguvan only he would guarantee that there would be no problems from these people. Within minutes, the guy gathered together all bandits, pirates, and warriors, felt each of them secretly considers the escape as he disappeared from view. After no one began to deny his assumption, there was no doubt, he was right. However, this confidence did not change anything, because the hero has already warned, if someone tries to escape, find everyone and punish. Some have perceived these words as an empty chatter. The world is so huge that it is probably impossible to find everyone. The hero announced, from now on, all these people are not accidental allies, but volunteers. They became a real team. It is time to open a goal for them. What exactly we'll have to do together. The head of the Volunteer Association was appointed Hun Uca, declared the names of his deputies and those responsible for the strategy. The names of each participant were then made. No one was forgotten. I could still share stories about their origin, and the story would be too long. I decided to stop there. After such a conversation, it became clear to everyone. If this guy knows even their roots, finding everyone for him is not a problem. Noting that they are now under his supervision, the hero warned, any ill-designed step or an attempt to escape and meeting with him will become inevitable. All actions are now under strict control, even if the service is temporary. With the heart and eyes full of tears, they began to swear to the hero, who deserve his trust and will never betray her. The arrival of the leader himself became unexpected. He was struck by the army that stood in front of him, disciplined and perfectly organized. Passing the papers into the hands of a man, he asked to contact the Alliance Murim with a serious face. If suddenly there were troubles, he promised to appear on the spot immediately and resolve any situation. After paying for everything, the senior quickly made a sign to completion, and soon everyone dispersed. The next morning, Kunlun's clan solemnly said goodbye to Gansu and went on the road. Only 2 days passed, as travelers stepped on the land of the provinces of Shali. The landscape struck the hero. Here everything looked so picturesque that a light pity was overwhelmed in the heart. in the past life, never had to see this beauty with his own eyes. Throwing his gaze around, Czech realized it was thanks to the kindness of the owner from Hans, who distinguished them with horses. The path was passed rapidly. But for AI Cock, who first had to rush, fatigue quickly made herself known. His body seemed to pour lead weight. Before their eyes, the leader of the Hua Mountain clan and the Southern clan's leader suddenly appeared. Both sects have been at odds with each other for years, so their joint appearance caused true surprise. The executives of both clans came to AI Haka, congratulated, and invited him to split a cup of tea with them. Hearing that the travelers just got to Shani and were looking for where to spend the night, the benefactors were already hot to stay at a local hotel. This institution took care of the Ali sect, so cleanliness and silence were dominated here. The Southern clan leader insisted that the refusal to stay in the hotel could not play them. Locals can be poorly perceived by such disdain for their hospitality, and this was the risk of spoiling the good reputation of the clan. The awkward feeling did not leave Aikak. Some intrigue was clearly blowing in the air. It seemed that their union had a hidden implication and concerned the Alliance Mur. Whether they sought to consolidate influence through support, or simply demonstrated power to others. The intentions of these people were red, like a palm, but it didn't matter. AI Hawk calmly agreed to use their support. At heart, a solid decision was ripe. Nor these allies would make any mistakes. None of them will avoid retribution. In the common room, Sun, together with John Guan, felt tension in the air. The students of the Hua Mountains and the South Clan were slowly walking the hotel corridors, watching their every movement carefully as if they were tracking them. Obviously, these people had some sights. It was surprising only why the hero did not care about it, and where he really hurried all these days. Calmly putting things up to the bag, that man said at ease. Once they got to Shanise, you need to fully enjoy the fun. Finally, the spare form was found, and stretching her junction, the guy suggested changing. This could not hurt how this guy was able to joke and hurry somewhere when he was around. He recalled once again, clan eyes closely watching each step. With a slight smile, the hero suggested finally dressing and going forward not to get into the hands of the pursuers. They finally got to a small diner. Even though the guy was carried all the way in his hands, he still became completely bad from the fast. Finally, the places were reached, and the relief was overwhelmed. They have not yet been grabbed. However, it was too early. Caution remained the only wise strategy. The owner of the diner came to meet them, smiling warmly. About the unique dishes of Shani, which are prepared here. John Huvan heard before this visit. The place was famous for its unusual recipes. The chef assured that despite the high prices, guests can be sure. In their kitchen, real culinary masterpieces are created. The hero stretched out a monetary scroll, from which the sum of that eyes was astonished. The frightened jar was in a hurry, the older brother's hand. Having explained that the amounts here were spinning too big, having taken on financial affairs, he immediately noticed that if you lower the money as the Chon Guvan seeks, he will soon have to count the last pennies. The man led them to the third floor. Since the time was still early, the establishment was almost empty, so it was possible to enjoy a quiet meal in a cozy atmosphere. Sitting at the table, the boys admired the charming landscapes with delight. Even John Guvan was delighted with what he saw. A careful look instantly grabbed a guy from the crowd, who stood nearby and did not bring his eyes in their direction. The gloomy clothing and behavior of a stranger instantly cited Jan Guan. This man, most likely, belongs to the Unorthodox sect. The vigilant, almost piercing look of the newly arrived made one to feel such anxiety that he was even courteous to approach and ask not to look more. Suddenly, the cook appeared nearby, and the dream of MU already looked for the most delicious vegetable dishes. Nut Chon GWV ordered stewed carp, crunchy fried chicken, sweet mushroom soup, as well as a number of forbidden dishes and a good portion of alcohol. The chef was barely disappeared with a new order. The junction broke out of rage, not pulling as the guy could so easily ask for meat and alcohol. John Guvan only struck the voice of a friend, noting that a journey to Shanis is a great reason to get acquainted with the legendary local cuisine. It's time to taste traditional dishes and feel the true taste of meat and good alcohol. Even if Senmu decides to afford these delicacies, there is nothing unworthy. In his head, John did not fit in how Chon Guvan was capable of such actions, and where the traits of an educated person worthy of one of the four large ones disappeared. However, the hero just tried to drive away unnecessary thoughts away. Dishes and drinking appeared on the table. The first sip of alcohol immediately revealed before the young man the exquisite taste of the drink. There is no doubt. The restaurant was chosen perfectly. Watching the young man a volley pour alcohol, the junction of moose hot persuaded his eldest brother to stop. However, it turned out that John Guan did not take alcohol at all. This was worried about a strong smell, but John Guvan immediately found a way out. He said that there is a way to turn alcohol into steam by evaporation. This allows you to get rid of smell and negative impact. John Guvan decided to teach this cunning technique personally. It is unlikely that a better chance of learning from an experienced craftsman. John Guvan did not wait long and shared his technique. The whole point was to redirect the internal energy into alcohol. This man, endowed with abilities and a quick mind, grabbed it almost instantly. He immediately went in order. It was at this moment that 4 young men came to the pavilion, and immediately noticed the Sun Mu and Nut Guan sitting at the table. When they approached, they said with a dissatisfied look, "The eater of Zenana remained the same as before, and now even on the 3rd floor is releasing the hungry." They were particularly angry that they saw meat and alcohol on the tables. They immediately decided that the real Taosis did not behave. The owner was demanded to immediately expel these evocates, they say. Only their appearance reflects any appetite. However, the chef tried to explain that he could not do so, and politely suggested that visitors choose another table. 4 rich from Zenan with fury attacked the owner, not forgetting to remind him of his rich status. They were outraged that the lower state people dared to deny them. While the situation was burning around, the hero calmly ordered another bottle of Western Phoenix. Such indifference instantly removed one of the boys, and he sharply released the unfortunate owner of the snack. The mysterious behavior of the older brother completely knocked down the pantry. But the brother calmly explained, they planned to sit a little more, so he ordered additional drinks. As soon as the guys who thought of teaching, and John Guan they were approaching, everyone was frozen. They suddenly flew from the 3rd floor with a roar, and they made a hard time. They barely appeared, these 4, as everyone immediately recognized the main locals. Sons of influential parents. Usually, they went arrogant and bold, but now stood completely beaten and pathetic. The townspeople believed, finally received on merit, karma caught up. However, the longest people were amazed. Each of them had a mouth, stuffed with peas. The interest of the dream was obvious, but John Guvan explained that their clan has no right to waste food. The peas remained not eaten only because he simply does not taste. The Cloth of Mu watched with interest what would be done by Chong Guvan further, but he seemed sincerely surprised her attention, because he just put 2 brazen scoundrels. The owner of the eater in despair rushed to him on his knees, begging for help. He said that the families of the affected boys would arrange a terrible scandal for what happened to their children, and begged to save the institution from trouble. Leaning before the man, the hero calmly said that all dissatisfied could turn directly to him. In addition, he reached for a healing potion so that he could heal his wounds. When asked by a man about his personality, the hero only calmly clarified whether he was familiar with 9 large sects. At that moment, it became clear. They were a participant of one of these powerful organizations. The fair-haired young man monitored the development of events. The newborn hero was immediately interested in him, because he was able to stand out from the crowd and attracted the attention of even restrained observers as he. About the same moment, I-Hawk, together with the representatives of the clan, had an important conversation. It was explained that the Feng family had almost no chance, which means that the future clan is defined in advance if they did not support the stronger. I-Hawk realized these 2 intentions did not speak openly about their intentions. Even before the death of the true demon, when the Alliance Muru carelessly continued its affairs, there was already a secret agreement between them. Such as they were not seriously perceived. Small people who shake in words are sweet promises, empty threats. They did not cause any fear. Laying to his feet, the man firmly stated that he would keep the word promised by the Feng family. You won't have to talk about it anymore. Everyone understood that they should not hope to support their clan now. The men were convinced that the hack and the whole sect would still regret their choice. Everything left, with interest in waiting for those who will face the consequences. Suddenly, the assistant of the elders of the clan burst into the room and stunned all the news. 4 powerful Xenon magnates were seriously injured. Hearing the mention of the 4 most influential descendants of Xenon elite, the voltage in the air has grown markedly. No one doubted. The fight between them is simply impossible. Reporting the rumors, the man noted, during the fight, they noticed 2 Taus. Once cast on Ikok, he immediately realized who could put his hands here. it was still difficult to realize that it was a real pile dragon before him. The sense of triumph engulfed the two leaders of the clan when it turned out that such meanness was done by the students of Kunlun. They were already looking forward to how Ihawk would suffer because of the ill-advised actions of their pets. Speaking to everyone, they both stated simply and directly, no matter how the cause of the clash, it is difficult to understand how these people could so cruelly do the defenseless that they did not have any combat skills. The raised shinnies became a brows. If these attackers imagined themselves better than others, then let them be responsible for their actions. That is why an ultimatum was set, to immediately name their names. At this time, the man from the clan suddenly spoke. He heard that it was allegedly a matter of the hands of the students of their South clan. A few minutes later, Ihawk moved to his room, already knowing. The owner of the restaurant and visitors who became eyewitnesses to the events reported the attack of the students of the Hua Mountain clan and the South clan on 4 influential persons. Common sense suggested that friends would not do it. Therefore, the suspicions were still falling on Iguan. If the guilt really lies on it, then he probably fled, disappearing the honor of the whole sect. As soon as Ihawk crossed the threshold of the room, his gaze immediately fell on the junction of Mu and John Guan, who were already in their places. With a slight reproach in the voice of John Guvan recalled that the next time it is worth knocking. Seeing that he was in a familiar room, he finally calmed down. He apologized for an unexpected invasion and explained. He played an evil joke, and he accidentally opened the wrong door. Going out, he sought the answer why there were such doubts about John's John. It is unlikely that he would have left some evidence, even if he was really the culprit. When the alarm took the mountain again, Ihawk firmly flew into the room. He was convinced that the case was not without his participation. Unable to withstand the tension, he asked directly to the John whether he was not guilty of anything. Seeing how surprised on their faces, the hero told them about the case when 4 influential persons were brutally beaten. He caught the expression of the face of Sun Mu. He immediately swept a bad anticipation. It seemed that the culprit stood right in front of him. But the obvious lie Sun Mu was so clear that even the hero bought indignation. Without removing the rest of his voice, John Guvan told that it was not their work. The names of 4 influential people did not tell him anything. Who they did and what they did remained a mystery to him. The words sounded so convincing that the man relaxed significantly. As the older one, he had to trust his students, so, having accepted the explanation, he just left the room. After that, Mu's dream leaned up to the boy and whispered whether the uncle was so right. John Guvan just smiled and assured that he did not do anything wrong. He really had no idea who these 4 were. The only thing he has heard is the stories about 4 scoundrels. The young man denied, they say. They really lied about the clan of Hua Mountain and the South clan. But the hero could not remember when he was saying lies. The owner of the restaurant did not accept so much. He simply did not want to interfere with the dispute because of laziness. These thoughts about where to get the food did not rest the junction. The frightening anxiety has engulfed him. It is impossible to disappear so when his uncle is already so alert. But the hero just laughed in response and explained, "Uncle from those people who do not take the words back. If you have already believed, there will be no unnecessary suspicion." The night was quietly falling to the ground. Sepa fell asleep carelessly, plunging into a deep dream. The hero continued to dive into meditation, when suddenly felt unknown, another's energy. That is why the path brought him straight on the roof, where a familiar guy from the same eatery was already waiting. The guests were immediately bent for the bad manners, to come only to look for those who sleep. However, a cunning smile appeared on his face. They say, he deliberately testified that the attackers were the representatives of the Hua Mountain and the South clan, and does not want the attitude towards him as cold. John Guvan calmly noted that he did not seek such services. After this simple answer, the guy broke out of curiosity. Is the legendary Pearl Dragon really faced? He then called himself a representative of the Unorthodox Demonic Union, Kijin. Hearing this alliance, the hero immediately recognized the group that united the unorthodox fraction of the demonic cult of the Central Plain. Huid Voden explained that their union has recently become official. Interested in events, the hero asked why Huid Vidzen was searched. It turned out that the guy designed to join not to some pathetic sect, but proposed to enter an unusual, even daring demonic union. But the proposal of the hero was not interested. For him, their clan was the embodiment of the worst evil. It sounded rigidly, but Vidijin could not understand why John Guvan was so convinced of the suspicion of the organization. Orthodox people always seemed respectful and noble, but in fact, their mask was hidden by simple hypocrites, which led the thirst for wealth and power. The conversation of the hero caught immediately that even the guy himself surprised. Few people managed to agree with his arguments, except for the question of the Kunlun sect. The hero explained. They really lived in difficulty. The absence of external members and branches did not allow to expand. There were no businesses, no contributions or starting capital. Hearing this, Kitijin immediately realized he was fortunate enough to come across the one who needed. This guy was able to cleverly and fearlessly make them the perfect target. Kunjin tried to convince John Guan that they were from one camp, and it is still time to join them. However, John Guvan only noted that their intentions remain a mystery to him, and asked for no time to waste him anymore. The insult really affected Kitijin. He never repeated his suggestions twice. Deciding to study the stubborn enemy, he intended to show how to actually do. After agreeing on the battle, the hero suggested to move him to a quiet place. Otherwise, someone can wake up, which would only make the situation worse. Once in the midst of forest huts, Kvijin turned to the opponent. If you want, get a sword. However, he himself confidently added that a real fighter enters a duel with his bare hands. A clumsily casting gaze, John Gavan noted the opponent's serious manifestation of narcissism, even equating this rice to the disease. A moment, and the distance between them disappeared. The opponent stated that he was going to fight the same, only fists. The battle broke out instantly. At the surprise of John, Hun Vidijin skillfully reflected the attacks. Then there was a belief. Before him, a truly worthy rival. In Huijina, a panic suddenly reigned. Only for a moment he lost vigilance, as it was immediately under pressure. It seemed as if this guy was miraculously turned from an adult into a small brawler. The enemy tried to strike, and the hero effortlessly repelled every attack. Suddenly, in the hands of the guy gleamed blades, and John Guvan immediately recalled that the condition was only beating fists. Kitijin only smiled slightly, noticing that men were able to use daggers as needed. Easy to dodge new blows, the hero watched the widow style carefully. It became clear in a moment, the opponent's movements are accurate, confident, and the force far exceeds the one that had to meet earlier. With a light smile, there was a remark. Kudijin would be more likely to be born in the celestial demonic cult, not in any marginal sect. The enemy only laughed in response. Among such merciless people about a peaceful life, it is not possible to dream. With the experience of past life in that place, John Guvan knew well. The inhabitants of that region were not as cruel at all as others spoke about them. Without wasting time, he hit Huvjina on his face. Rising after the attack, it became clear. John Guvan skillfully hid his real power. But where the enemy went, there was no one around. Unexpectedly, the hero was just above the opponent's head, racing rapidly, preparing to strike a decisive blow. Subsequently, Vidjin came to his senses, a little more confused with the awareness of the loss of consciousness. The gaze fell on John, who calmly sat down with his property. The suspicion has become a soul. Is this man really going to assign other things that are not like a real Taos? Instead of answering the hero's questions about the state of health, the guy continued to worry about the things he had taken away. The hero remained calm and assured that there was nothing valuable among the taken away. When Kijin invited him to join the Unorthodox Association, the thought appeared, an influential person. But later it turned out, he just an ordinary participant, does not stand out among others. A cunning smile appeared on the opponent's face when he explained, "People from the top almost never carry anything valuable with them." Without restraining, John Guvan asked directly whether the interlocutor was truly a high position. Opening himself, the guy said, he is the best student of the Unorthodox Demonic Union, known as a Purling Cylinder, and is called Kijin. He could not believe the hero to his eyes. A young man who magnifies himself with a pearl cylinder stood with a bloody nose. Such self-confidence seemed to him the pinnacle of autolocality. In the meantime, hiding true intentions, he sought to find out what the student was doing in Xenon. Khadijin lied quietly in response, they say, only accidentally passed. Without spending time on the persuasion, the hero decided to simply give him for sale. In the environment of demons, and especially among the unorthodox fraction, cruel clashes for the title of the heir are not uncommon. Such duels continue until the last moment. Someone is sure to die. Even a seditious curiosity appeared. What amount will be offered for the heir put up for auction? The frightened Hu Waring cautiously urged the guy not to draw hasty conclusions and decided to finally open the true cause of his arrival. At the order of the mentor, he appeared to Shaney with an important mission: to open a new cell here. It was well remembered that Shanxi is very close to the Hanane, where the central fortress of the Alliance Murim was located. It seems that they want to establish their own cell here. It is so easier to expand the impact of an unorthodox group and put pressure on students of a traditional fraction. In his assumptions, the man was not mistaken. The realization that to instruct the student such a responsible mission, almost condemn her to failure, the heavy burden lay on the hero's shoulders. Huzin denied passionately, insisting, as the right hand of the mentor, he simply could not be defeated. The look at the boy was suggested by John. In the demonic union, probably, they are preparing someone else on the role of the heir. Otherwise, with such a successor, they would expect real trouble. The picture of a helpless Kujin finally broke his patience. Only once again made sure that he was worthless. Gathering to leave, no longer hoping for anything, he suddenly heard a desperate voice. A widow, ridden whole, begged to stop, justifying himself that he would go to eternity in an instant. The hero suggested finding at least some way to escape. Recalling that he had witnessed the Hua Mountain and the South clan that day, he stressed that this fact could be turned in favor. In other words, the families of those scoundrels have an impact on the government, so they can shake both clans. They will not lose the opportunity to use a new situation to weaken the authority of the opponents, but will require compensation that will help to replace the incident. Clan leaders. People are not simple. They are unlikely to simply give a huge bunch of money for a problem that has nothing to do with. Especially when the law on non-interference in the affairs of the Alliance is clear. None of the parties will be able to openly start the fight, so there will be long controversy and the search for truth. It is at this moment that an insidious demonic union may appear. Understanding, Khadijin quickly captured the essence. As soon as ordinary people blossom to open return of lost, and large families will begin to achieve compensation, it will open their way to strengthen their own power. The only way out for both parties is to allow them to take the mountain and increase the profits of orthodox sects. With this development, the branch will receive more important authority, and everything will cost without a single drop of blood. In case of success, the huts will rise significantly in the eyes of the mentor. Understanding this on his own, the hero confidently gave his hand and demanded that he open the interlocutor the way to solve all his troubles. With dissatisfaction with the breakdown, Hun Vejin tried to convince John Guan that he had taken away all the money from him and robbed every pocket. However, the guy calmly replied that he did not find anything worthwhile there. Consciousness suggested that Kunjin has not had any value for the Nana. But as soon as the hero's gaze slid again on the prey, it became clear immediately. Among all things, the most precious is the jade sign. It turned out that this jade sign was the emblem of the pearl cylinder, the most symbol of Hu Vidzin. Hearing these words, the hero was already ready to throw a jade sign. However, Kijin could not understand why someone wanted to get rid of such a precious thing, and asked the guy whether he heard something about the Iron Blood family. Rumors of the mythical genius of the most talented blacksmiths. Even in the past life, the name of this clan sounded well, so their glory was really grand. Kijin said that these people are relatives from his mother, and his grandfather now became their leader. If you show them this sign and say that they are friends, the opportunity to get priceless weapons will open. It was difficult to confess to a friend for the hero, but it was such a lie that opened the way to a dreamy weapon. The realization that all this can be true and has to do with the Iron Blood family did not rest. As soon as the opportunity came, he promised to visit them. The time of goodbye has come. Looking closely at the main character, Khadijin realized that he could not lure this man to his side. But the skill of this person really was striking. It is scary to imagine that such a guy is going on in the head and where he will take his chosen path in the future. Going for goodbye, Hulijin asked the protagonist who had plans for the future. He frankly confessed that life is as if it were hampering, but it dreams of having a time when it feels true freedom without any restrictions. The first sunlight just touched the earth when it's time to return home. In the room for the hero was not only a pitch of Moscow. There was also I Hawk, who was quite interested in where he disappeared all night. Restrained, explaining that he spent the morning in training, he asked with interest in Heya Kak whether he wanted to join him from the next day. The unexpected fright was engulfed by Aikak. It is true that his presence would only distract from the training did not rest. He was able to worry about himself, so he calmly warned his finger. After lunch, go on the road, so let them collect things in advance. Hak had just tried to escape, and John Gouvan immediately noticed the energy in him. So he suggested that everyone train just on the road. This could not hide surprise, and wanted to understand why his uncle reacted so strange to the memory of training. However, there was nothing unusual for John Guan here, because no one was burning to engage in a complicated program. Finally, after tomorrow, Kunluni's students left Xenon. According to the promise of John Guan, each stop on the way became a new test. The workouts were exhausting for all, not easy to give even the strongest. Under the careful look of the teacher, Sunmu carefully mastered the art of Qi Lower Sky. The need to learn all the basics stood acutely. It was no time to delay. Finally, this rapid adventure full of adventure came to an end, and there was a place in front of the Alliance Moor. Recognizing that the finals were still far away, Hak decided to pause for a break. Trusting his decision, everyone went to get acquainted with the city, looking carefully at each corner. While walking at the company of friends, Sionmu paid attention to several new buildings nearby. Fresh facades have clearly hinted at a recent renovation, probably related to the latest changes in the Alliance. Reflections on how prices for land are steadily increasing first captured it by suddenly, and quickly came aware. Now, he is no longer the heir to the Great Trade Guild, but a student of Kunlun. To think about such things was inappropriate for him. In addition, it was worried that the martial arts began for him too late, so mastering the art of the lower sky was not easy, and the extra time for extraneous affairs was simply not. Now is the time to carefully follow the older brother and gain useful experience from him to develop his own skills. At that moment, John Gouvan called the boy to himself and shared the plan. He wanted to spend a little money and asked Snan to help with investment. Inconveniently confessing that he had left trade for a long time, and now studied in a respectable clan, he still did not escape the questions of John Guan. The old man knew this story well, but he was persistently interested in where to invest money. In real estate or still to choose a trade business. It was then that the guy realized it is unlikely that the hero truly perceives him as a younger brother, because communication was only to talk about money. Suddenly, hoping to interest the guy, John Gouvan asked the art of Qi of the lower sky. He added that the method of his teacher has already lost its relevance, and in fact there is a way to master Qi lower sky much faster. The burning interest in new art, the junction of MU immediately caught fire with the idea of mastering it. He appealed to the John tonight to put money in different areas first to get fixed on his feet. In addition, he suggested looking at cheap land and buying profitable areas. Carefully collecting all the tips, they moved with the group on. Behind, Hidden watched a girl, whom their conversation fell into the soul. The day slowly faded when everyone decided to go home. The Tausis were already hungry and dreamed of a peaceful holiday after a walk in Way Walk. Suddenly a stranger came to the hero. She seemed to be overwhelmed by her curiosity, so she decided to ask him and ask a few questions. From her observations it became clear that in front of her, Taos. However, the mystery why he needed this land did not rest and aroused sincere interest. In response, the hero just asked the girl to name. It was only then that she removed the hat that hid her face, and finally recommended that Jan Jean from the Ginchij family. After that, the hero also informed his name. The girl's question was again, why does a guy so strive to buy this land? He explained without hurry. He intended to become wealthy to have a decent life and eat delicious. Yet, after his answer, the guy wondered why she suddenly appeared with a bunch of questions from nowhere, and now silence was sitting, as if in her soul were the controversial moods. Once in the past it would be simple. It would go past or waved without even thinking. But now everything is different. The new way in the sect now does not allow you to ignore such things. With a smile, John Jean celebrated for herself that John Gouvan was a really interesting interlocutor. In response, the guy thought that it was time to tell the girl a few nice words and say goodbye. More nicer than a beautiful face, one unexpected touch was striking. Corns on her hands which looked amazing and clear. Such strong hands. It seemed as if this blow could split the stone in half. The mocking thanks for the compliment came again, and after that the girl intended to go away. Not to understand the hero why the girl was so angry and why he reacts as if he said something offensive. The boys approached this man and could not hide his astonishment. Every day, It was increasingly impressed by the hero, because it was almost impossible to solve how this desperate young man managed to respond so sharply to Jangin, one of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, was almost impossible. The hero assured that it was a compliment. The warriors are proud of being beaten with bare hands. Only a few went out to battle with bare hands. Mostly everyone relied on special gloves or daggers, similar to horns, and if the situation became threatening, hidden trumps were in the course. Many soldiers knew that this girl only fights with her own hands. The explanation of John Guan was now perceived as a real praise. If the fingers look so harsh, then the palms are probably not worse. It really aroused respect. The junction nodded, completely agreeing. The feet of the Guan do not lie. In these hands you can see years of persistent training. Praise they are worth it. However, the words given by the Guan words failed. It was worth noting her in the way, because for such beauty it is too sorry to waste the fragile hands in the martial arts. The thought was so convincing that the interest of the hero only increased. Now I wanted to find out how many girls were in a dream. The question made the guy knock, and John Guan seemed as if there was so much sad memories that it was difficult to list. It has not passed for a long time, as everyone understood. No girl has not happened to him. Comrades gathered around the junction, sincerely supporting the young boy. The whole night in silence has passed. The next morning, everyone gathered at breakfast, but the owner of the restaurant suddenly offered them to go outside. There was already an unexpected guest. The confusion engulfed the boys, because there were no elders today. They went to the meeting. So they wondered who the unfamiliar guest was looking for. It turned out that his true goal was Chong Guvan. As soon as he was outside, he was waiting for a surprise. A stranger with a warm smile rushed to a young warrior and turned to him. The confusion of the hero gave everything. He had no more than an anemonem. The guest suggested that you contact him. In response, the man shook his hand and named him, adding that he belongs to the sect of the poor, though the name itself is not very attractive. Among the people, he was more known as a righteous dragon. Subsequently, when he heard this name, it became clear. In front of him, someone is influential from the alliance. Jinpun, despite the inner hesitation and understanding that behaved somewhat boldly, openly admitted that he asked the hero with a request. A moment, and a lightning guess has the mind of the hero. The man, apparently, needs money. Without hesitation, he reached out a checkbook, advising to spend money and invest in something promising. But Yu Jinpun calmly denied. The finances are not interested in him at all. A completely different matter brought him here. The man had not eaten anything for a long time. The hero decided to treat him with lunch, so that he would finally quenches the famine. It was about half an hour. A lot of empty plates were already flashing on the table. Finally, the man explained that he did not visit for alms. He sincerely thanked for treating. After this food, his life seemed to have a break in his chest. As soon as these words came after a hearty meal, the hero's head was amazed. Yu Jinpun, as if reading thoughts, explained that the real beggar would not be the one who will give up food given for free. The stranger himself appealed to the hero himself, because he noticed how to look at the guest with special interest. Therefore, it was the hero who invited him to go to the backyard to talk without outsiders. Once in a cozy gazebo, John Guvan asked Yu Jinpun to tell what exactly he wanted to talk about. The hero and the word to speak, as the man asked how he went to speak so quietly, calmly, and balanced. This question was caught by surprise. The hero did not quite understand what was the matter. He explained that, on the contrary, he constantly hears reproaches in his rudeness, although that's what he talked all his life and changed nothing. In fact, it was all that Jinpun sought to learn how to communicate with such a charming girl as Miss Yun Jiangin. It is absolutely natural that it was a common thing for him. At this point, it became clear. The man had obvious difficulties in dealing with women, so serious that before attractive ladies, he just lost understanding and could be silent. He does not fit in the head of the hero. Why it is a problem. If a man lives quite quietly, albeit poorly, then he seems to be afraid of nothing. The young man barely restrained tears, trying to explain that everything happened at all as others thought. He sincerely did not understand why his gloomy past had some attitude towards the ability to communicate with girls. It turned out that Junjin was not interested in the appearance of John Guan, but the Daos, who spoke about the purchase of land. The hero was amazed. This man had already managed to conduct a whole investigation. However, this did not surprise. They belonged to the sect of the wickedness, and their curiosity in the blood. Watching the hero, the man realized, in his words there is a special charm that affects people. This art is a word of managing too, I wanted to grasp. At this point, it became obvious that the man understood something wrong. But, as Yu Jinpun noted, it happens that a person does not always know himself to the end. Frankly, he reported that he learned about the Guan John from one acquaintance. He, without a doubt, knew a boy named Pan Convi, who last warmly responded to John's John. Because of this, he Ginpun and sought help, as a native brother for Pen Convi. Without any emotions, the hero wondered. Which made Jinpun suddenly want to speak the same way as he was, because he used to do without it before. It turned out that once in life, everything went quietly. But now a special person appeared. The one whom he loved. It was the mention of her unexpected happiness. So he leaned her forehead on the table. He begged for help, as if looking for salvation. Watching his husband calmly, the hero reflected whether he could gain some benefits by helping him, and pretended to be thought of how to turn the situation in favor. The idea of using the common people's ability to find the necessary information came up instantly. Having heard a proposal for mutual assistance, Jinpun did not hesitate to agree, provided that this would not contradict their rules. A cunning smile illuminated his face when he assured, no payment would require, because it belongs to the religious sect. As soon as the hero voiced his conditions, Jinpun froze from surprise. To realize that the guy really asks for the same seemed incredible. However, the hero himself was quite confident in his request, because he in no way violated the agreement and demanded nothing unworthy. The restaurant owner finally appeared. He did not go alone. The most famous deeders of the city, the same, whom he recently mentioned, John Guan. The hero told the gentleman about his intention to buy inexpensive lands nearby and asked them to assist in this case. However, the warning immediately. Any inflated price will turn to them with trouble. He added clearly that in the case of deception, everything stolen will return and will also take 10 times more. He added the promise. If everything goes well, he further conducts all his agreements only through them. He asked to work carefully and not to stand up. Without a moment, everyone leaned and sincerely promised to help John Guan. The task of Yu Jinpun was to learn and tell about the best merchants. So, after fulfilling his mission, he decided to leave, reminding John Guan not to forget the promised share of the arrangement. In the end, John Guan decided not to rely only on traders. He has already shown his skill, but he knew well. When the question concerns money, people are easily changing. That is why the Jinon from the sect of the poor was invited to control, so that the merchants act honestly and not cunning. The beginning of history was only the first step. When he visited the sun, John Guan explained, it is necessary to go outside and ask people about prices for selected areas. But as soon as a Fed guy was not burning at the desire to take this matter, John Guan assured that as soon as this tasks will complete the task, share the secret of the rapid mastery of the art of lower respiration. Without spending a minute, he rushed to do his promised business. The events unfolded lightly, and thanks to a happy case, John Guan managed to take possession of considerable land. At this point, Jinpun appeared and reminded that it was time for John Guan to thank him for his help. The hero replied that at first I would like to introduce him to his younger brother. After Jinpun and Sonu met, Chon was completely confused and could not understand what was happening. John Guan explained without unnecessary excitement that Jinpun was interested in the intricacies of communicating with the girls, so he would teach a guy a scion. John Guan said that his younger brother is a real master in attracting attention. Yesterday, during a conversation with John Gin, he delivered extremely wise thoughts that hurt Jinpun. Recognizing that it is necessary to get a woman's face first and then mark her hands, the ham was proclaimed, she is incredibly beautiful, but sacrifices the tenderness of her hands for the sake of martial arts, a real warrior. After such a confession on the soul, the Mua became embarrassed, as if the sight of his word. Yu Jinpun asked the guy what problem he considers the worst. The inconvenience was engulfed by the moon, because all the words broke from the tongue by accident. No experience, no confidence for them. It was clearly understood by the man. The biggest obstacle in the way is his simple origin. The door suddenly opened. IHawk appeared. The attendees immediately honored respect for the head, and John Guan, without being surprised, asked his uncle, which caused such an early return. It turned out that IHawk visited Nana Guan to ask what the mess he climbed into, and suggested that he himself appeared in front of a group of young people who were looking forward to him on the street. It was worth it to appear as one of the young men immediately ran to him. The guy heard the gossip that the brave hero allowed himself a sharp conversation with a warrior level of Phoenix. John Guvan calmly explained to the boy that he simply expressed a compliment. But in response he heard indignant, "Don't lie." After all, according to the boy, eyewitnesses have already revealed to him the whole truth about this situation. The question of John Guan about the relationship with Yen Jungin was suddenly caught. The silence gave out. These people came to find out things, even knowing the girl. The sleepy guy waved, they say. It did not matter, and angrily ordered John Guan to apologize to Yun Jiangin. However, John Guvan did not feel guilty, so he didn't even have to apologize. As a result, there was only one opportunity to call Guan from Kunlun to a duel. John Guan's gaze was fulfilled by the expectation when he turned to Ai Hak, as if looking for his approval. The doubts of Ai Hak thought. The emotions of the boy to his beloved were understood. But to call to battle, not paying attention to the head of the clan himself, this seemed clean with boldness. Suddenly, Jinpun intervened in a conversation, strictly cutting a young man for unworthy behavior before the eyes of the head of the clan. Shame broke out in his heart because of this guy's act. Immediately the order came to apologize. Any attempts to justify himself were unattended. Jinpun continued to strictly record the young man and threatened, if he does not disappear now, he will personally go to their clans and families to tell about the incident. Yu Jinpun understood perfectly. These young faces were the hope of the whole faction. The heart did not contain anxiety, because it is incomprehensible, as it is possible to assign them to war against the insidious union of the demonic sect. Blooming before the elder, he sincerely apologized for the ill-advised actions of the younger ones. With a light smile, Ai Hak assured Jinpun that there was no need to apologize so much, because nothing wrong happened. The leader of the clan was clear. A man known as a honest dragon is far from the average reason. However, if you just expel young people, it will be an image for the whole kind. So to make a call to a duel was a much wiser decision. At that moment, John Guvan, leaning to Ai Hak, quietly suggested giving these daring guys such a lesson so that they would not even think of returning. Ai Hak's such sharp words seemed too rigid, but agreed to allow John Guan to study them, at least disabled for a whole month. John, a permit, already pretended to stop worrying the world, but Ai Hak said, it would be enough if they just stay in the hospital. He listened to the request of the head. John Huvan promised to act prudently. When the time came, he approached the arrogant guy and accepted the call. A cheeky rival with a self-confident appearance announced that he was about to use the 13th lightning and thunder, along with the infinite heavenly technique, warning the hero to be vigilant. Barely starting a duel, the self-confident guy rushed forward, but the next moment, everything was decided by a lightning rash from John Guan. The opponent was instantly on the ground. Without any stops, the Guvan was as quickly dealt with every new rival. The applicants did not have time to nod as it should, as they were already defeated on the ground. The striking demonstration of incredible force stunned Jinpun to the heart. Despite the fact that the defeated only primitive skills, the skill of John Guan, who dealt with several rivals in a row, remaining calm and without tired, really impressed. Yu Jinpun was surprised how powerful the billet can be. A conversation with Pan Kanvi came in his mind, telling how 4 years ago, young John Guvan first opened his Tao. He quickly came to Yu Jinpun that in 4 years this monster could become even more frightening and dangerous. Enchanted by the power that was felt in this power, with a respectful bow, he appealed to John Guan for a duel. He completed the battle with the enemies. The hero hurried after his uncle. It is time to go back. Realizing what was happening, Yu Jinpun suggested gathering for a conversation at dawn the next day. The intention to fight became obvious to the hero, but he recalled that the main goal is quite different. If you spend time to fight, help with the solution of the problem of communication, will not have time. Assessing the situation soberly, the beggar decided to first master the art of charm, and to return to the tests of forces later. After that case, Ai Hak strictly read John for excessive cruelty. The guy began to justify himself, they say. All the opponents got only one of his blows, and here no longer his fault that they were so weak. Ai Hak insisted, care is needed. You need to learn exactly how much power to use against the enemy. Barely, Guvan tried to deny. Ai Hak immediately sustained his sight and threatened. 4 days of endless lectures with Taosa texts were waiting for a rebellious student. The prospect of such torture immediately caused the hero's fear, and he hurried to translate the conversation. They say there are no more important things to read old manuscripts. With the relief of the soul, the Guvan realized. Everything turned out. He was released. The junction of Mu, who saw this scene, asked with interest why he still had reprimanded. However, the joy of salvation from Tao's treatises was so strong that he did not want to discuss the details of the Chongguvan. The thought broke out in this time. It's time to remind Zhangguan about the promise to help master the art of the lower sky. Posted by the guy opposite, Zhangguan said he would try to hand over to him a part of his own QU to open the energy flow. In advance, he warned the son of Mu about the inevitable pain and advised to prepare well for reception of this force. With the onset of the process, the Zon Mu first learned how the real flow of qi was felt. His body was gradually filled with living energy. Right now, the awareness has covered Zhangguan. And in his past life he would not have to imagine what would exist in such amazing reality. He listens to the reprimands from the head of the righteous sect and at the same time teaches his own younger brother. He discovered in himself. This new story, surprisingly, came to his liking. With the onset of the morning, the junction finally completed meditation aimed at the lower sky. His body vibrated from the powerful energy that has accumulated inside. Filled with gratitude, sincerely thanked Zhangguan for his support, because he understood that without his help it could have been delayed. Having heard sincere words of gratitude from Sonu Mu, Zhangguan said with a smile that, if you really want to thank, you should think about the future purchased land and its subsequent fate. Buying Earth is only the first step. There is a choice in front of, to observe how its price will gradually increase, or to make efforts to significantly raise its cost. At first, he was only setting up for training, and it was worth the study of Guan to study the technique of dragons in exchange for help, as the guy immediately broke out excitement and rapidly rushed to perform the task without spending a minute on a futile chat. Loneliness was enveloped by John, and thoughts were circulating in her head. The new status in the alliance meant it is time to master the martial arts of other righteous sects. Of particular curiosity were those masters who really had experience, and not just wore titles and have recently been weak newcomers. Understanding his true opportunities, the hero gave himself a good report that a call for an experienced master could lead to unpredictable consequences. Therefore, considering all the risks, he decided to look for an opponent of about his age. Suddenly, a Jinpun appeared on the stage, who respected the young warrior. The gaze thrown at the hero instantly suggested that it was time to introduce him to someone from the legendary circle of 9 dragons or 4 phoenixes. Yu Jinpun reminded Zhangguan of a promise to help master the art of communication. Zhangguan really found that he had completely forgotten about it, and sadly confessed. His younger brother recently left this world. Yu Jinpun advised not to worry about it, openly confessing, "It is time to understand. This is not as skilled as everyone thought." He considered a real problem for begging, though he was engaged in this craft. Recalling his lover, the man mysteriously noted that she is nearby. Zhangguan immediately realized it was one of 4 legendary phoenixes. It was not possible to guess. That's what it was. Yu Jinpun suggested that Guan watch their conversation, then point out the mistakes and tell you how to correct them. This plan was perfectly approached by Zhangguan, just the opportunity to meet with one of phoenixes. It was known that 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes are the most outstanding masters of martial arts at one time. Of particular interest was the figure of Yu Jinpun. I wanted to understand where he was standing in the place among this glorious cohort. Yu Jinpun noted that the titles of dragon or phoenix are not yet guaranteed unconditional superiority. The prestige of a sect or family has a huge impact on how well known the name will become. Not only do they have a significant weight in the central plane, a student from Kunlun, Diatsan, Simton, or other distant sects has not gained the honorary title of dragon or phoenix. As for his strength, the guy frankly confessed that he has not overtaken everyone yet, but had already left behind almost half of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. Having felt pleased with the herd, the hero suggested not to delay, and to go to a meeting with his beloved Yu Jinpun as soon as possible. On the way to the spring tea house, Jinpun asked Zhangguan to stay away and to keep track of everything that is happening. Lady Aura Yu Jinpun immediately made herself known as the main character noticed. Yu Jinpun approached the girl, greeted her warmth, but, not able to find other words, immediately said goodbye. Returning to the table of Zhangguan, Jinpun asked what he made the mistakes. This reaction was surprised by Zhangguan. Is all their conversation exhausted? In Jinpun inside, everything was squeezed from excitement. Even just looking into her eyes it was unable to. The words stuck somewhere in the throat, and the heart was about to jump out of the breast. Reflecting on why the greatest difficulty was even staying with a girl, John Guvan invents a way out. When the words are powerless, you can always use the language of the body. Yu Jinpun was noticeably concerned and denied. They say between them is not so close. John Guvan suggested the girl duel. In the eating of the duel, feeling the touch of a rival, it will be easier for them to know each other and find the right words. Yu Jinpun immediately noted that the duel does not imply any touches, because the slightest mistake can be threatened with death. It turned out that this girl was a poisonous phoenix from the Sichuan Tan family, and it was the poison that was her main weapon. Hearing this truth, John Guvan finally realized why Jinpun was so concerned about his health. John Guan was extremely lucky. Fate threw a wonderful opportunity at the moment when he thought of how to become more durable. With a passionate, decisive look, John Guvan approached the girl and calmly stated that he wanted to measure her forces. His openness was stunned not only by the girl, but also by Jinpun, briefly making it clear that the dueling family is only to death, and the usual matches have no sense for them. She asked him to leave. But John Guvan clearly remembered their laws. In a true battle, everyone had to risk their own lives. Looking closely at his facial expression and listening to the words, the girl felt that in this person, true seriousness. Thoughts filled their head. Is it just a goner, a young man in front of her? Or a true master of martial arts that even death is not frightened? As soon as her answer had to sound as a refusal, as he unexpectedly intervened with a concerned Yu Jinpun. Turning to his younger brother, he tried hotly to reckon out that from a careless decision. He convincingly argued that to agree to a duel with the Phoenix is too dangerous and frivolous. Curiosity engulfed the girl when she wondered, what so much force has Jinpun so strongly to interfere and stop the fight? She hung a moment in which Jinpun was going to confess to her that she considers her ruthless, because she ignores his feelings for months. The words were stuck in the throat. He only managed to whisper, he does not want the girl to suffer during the battle. The words heard hurt the girl. It sounded for her as a reproach and powerless. Angry, the girl promised, the day will come when she meets in a duel with Jinpun himself. Then it will become clear if he can afford it again after the duel. Calling Taji, the girl returned to John. Hearing her name, the young man also voiced his own, and suddenly saw the familiar word glowing glitter in the eyes of poisoned Phoenix. The hero is almost sure of the hero not enough. A girl with his armed hands has already told him something not too pleasant about him, although he just wanted to tell her a compliment. Looking closely at Guan, the poisonous Phoenix saw a real fierce, but woke up curiosity inside. She decided to check him for strength. Filling a cup of fragrant tea, Tanji began to tell about various poisons and methods of poisoning. Some affect the lungs when inhaled, others cause harm to the skin, some thicken blood, and some completely destroy the internal organs if they get into the body with alcohol. The most dangerous way of poisoning was to swallow the poison. This is how the poison enters the body most effectively. Putting a cup with poisoned tea by Jan Guan, she made her demand. It will only accept the call if the poison does not occur at all. Receiving a bowl, Tanzi solemnly swore the name of her family that this poison was not deadly. It is given only to test the courage of the one who wants to compete in a duel. John Guvan swallowed the tea without blinking her eye, calmly asked if she had something stronger. The surprise of such an answer made it offer a few more types of poison. With gratitude, having accepted the cup, the hero made a sip of poisoned tea and noted his amazingly refreshing taste. Tanya stunned in incredible surprise. No trace of poisonous qi in the air was felt, as if the boy's body had killed and destroyed all the poison until the last drop. The concerned question of weakness in the hands or legs, as well as the difficulty of breathing, came across a completely carefree answer. Everything that worries is a slight nausea because breakfast had to be missed. After agreeing to his conditions, the girl enthusiastically told the secrets of handling the poison, emphasizing how important it is to learn to keep the poisonous effect under control. She added that not only the level of their danger plays a role, but also the ability to handle these substances during work. The poison should be so insidious that no protection could give advice, and the warehouse remains unsolved even for the most experienced experts. Because of this, the family had to reject many mixtures that did not meet the requirements. Tang Yui also emphasized on the financial side of the case. Poisonous substances are expensive, so if their action does not meet the spent, they immediately refuse such poison. Although the Tan family of Sichuana is famous for its wealth, she has not been so much. Among the whole clan, which above all honors the true skill, the poisonous Phoenix raised only one student. On the farewell, the Guvan received an ampule from her, the strongest poison that was in her arsenal for that moment. Tang Yuji handed Chongguan a special poisonous agent, calling it a grammish cumulative eating. She explained in detail that this substance is different from all previous ones due to its unique action. Without any hesitation, the hero instantly swallowed the poison. He focused. He felt surprised how the strength of this substance is far superior to everything he could imagine. It was a typical synthetic poison that gradually accumulated in the body, leaving its mark on the eardrum. It is because of this feature that the substance was named. Thanks to the rich experience of the Job Guvan, the key ingredients immediately recognized: honeyroot lakrits, a radiant Kamchatsky trillium, and several other mysterious components that probably belong to the secret recipes of the Sichuan Tan family. While the guy was immersed in deep meditation, Taja tried to persuade him to surrender, emphasizing that even the strongest master could not withstand such terrible poisoning. The frightened Yu Jinpoun could not stay away either. He assured that this was not a moment for such risky trials, and then it all suggested to give some of his own energy to facilitate the effect of poison. Keeping calm and firm voice, John Guvan asked everyone to get away so as not to interfere with his focus. The others froze in surprise. Even under the influence of such a terrible poison, the guy could speak during the recovery process. It was even more stunned by the fact that no violations were observed in its streams. In fact, this result was brought to this result by a unique talent, the ability to quickly get rid of alcohol residues in the body. He explained his capacity to Sunmu, as if he had learned her during a carefree feast. But, in fact, the skill has emerged from the past life, when it was possible to produce resistance of up to 10,000 different poisons. The origins of this technique are in the art of cleansing the body from harmful, deadly toxins. Officially completing the neutralization process, John Guvan turned to Tanya to talk in detail about the composition of the poison. It was easy to find out that this insidious tool was created specifically to keep the victim in a terrible state, somewhere between life and death. It was not easy to admit it, because Orthodox sects condemned such approaches as cruel. But John Guvan, on the contrary, noted her skill and sincerely admired the girl's skill. He noted how effective the poison was, emphasizing, direct murder almost always entails bloody revenge on the part of the relatives of the deceased, but the use of such a mixture opens the opportunity for negotiations and gives a chance to avoid unnecessary victims. Tanuzi struck the speed at which its development was evaluated as a key to curbing large-scale wars at the stage of conflict. John Guvan also noted the skill of the Phoenix from the Tank clan of Sichuan, who was able to significantly reduce the complex poison using inexpensive components. But the main treasure of this mixture, he called not the price, but its unique ability to influence the body so gently that a person can withstand the effect of poison for a long time. While there was a conversation about the intricacies of cooking the poison, Yu Jinpun only listened silently to his comrades. Special words flew past the ears, and a complex scientific dialogue left the boy in a full surprise. The blade easily slid on the finger of the Guan, leaving his last traces of Gramus poison. A new idea is already fluttering in his head: to mix this dangerous substance with other compositions that he recently received from Tan Yogi to check what will work out of it. A few drops of his poisoned blood fell into the vessel, and the girl carefully traced the changes, sincerely interested in how it would affect the power of the poison. But John Guvan suggested that the combined mixture is likely to be weaker than its own proven recipes. Tanzi was restrained by the guy's skill. He was in the toxins, as if he had spent all his life among connoisseurs of rare poisons, although he had nothing to do with the famous Tan family of Sichuan. She appealed to John Guan to postpone the match, motivating it with the desire to improve new poisonous potions with him. John Guvan willingly attached this proposal. Suddenly, Yunjin, who froze in surprise, intervened in the conversation, noticing John Guan next to her close girlfriend. Lady glance and indifferent indifference made it clear to the hero: any attempt to talk here is in vain. The band is approached by another young man, which immediately recognizes John Guan, the legendary demon from Kunlun. Hearing this, our hero smiles and notes that although come from Kunlun, but does not know who came up with the first part of the nickname, and does not agree with her at all. It turned out that the awkward compliment was the cause of this nickname. He was still invented by Yanjian Gin. The young man appeared, calling Namjun Ratko, the same one who was called the Dragon of the Blade. He asked if he had heard of John Guvan. On the expression of the face of John Guan, it was clear that he had no reason to know this person. Tanuji confidently came closer, looked as if not noticing the west of the river. Immediately contacting Guan, she invited him to go with her to another place. The apparent disdain was noticeably affected by June, so he decided to figure out why the Tanny was behaving so cold. The girl explained that she was busy, and awkwardly apologized for her inaccuracy. The caustic interest broke out in the eyes of Yunjun Jin when she asked where the girlfriend was in a hurry, because they planned to enjoy tea together. Meanwhile, Namjana Raka was more concerned about another mystery. What unites Tan Yuji and John Guan, and what did they do alone? Growing angrily on Namjoon, Tan Yuji explained that she had just had a conversation about the poison with a dear friend. The manner with which John Guvan spoke was struck not only by Junjin, but also by the Nazun of Roka. The distrust was read in the eyes of the latter. It seemed difficult to accept that John Guvan was really versed in poisons. The surprise grew as soon as it became known that the hero is able to use these substances. John Guvan fascinatedly shared how recently Tanji handed him an extremely powerful poison, which surprised his pleasant taste. The doubts covered us Jun, and not believing the word John Guan, he decided to find out the truth directly in Tanji. Hearing its confirmation, and then a comment by Jinpun that John Guvan even determined the composition of the poison, Jun was finally lost. It was not believed that there would be someone who could not only drink the poison of the Sichuan Tang clan, but also identify all its components. Duma that Tan Yuji deliberately got a weak team for Nan instantly caused him a rage. The suspicions intensified. Did this girl really like the newly made brave, if she clearly despises him? The Assembly of the River, seeking to prove his advantage, appealed to Tanji with a request to give him the same poisonous remedy. However, Tangi explained that the recipe was unique and exists in only one copy. Then the invasion attacked the Nana Guan, demanding to give the poison of his own production. Having heard the refusal and learning that the collected poison is valued for the weight of gold, the assassination of the river made determination to make an impression, offered instead gold ingots. The thoughts of the proposal were forced to regret Yan Guan that there is no Sion Mu. He is able to understand the intricacies of prices in the market. Unsupported because of such hesitation, the Assembly of Ryok threw all his money on the table. The amount came to the soul. Now it was possible to afford small losses. 3 drops of poison fell into a cup. John Guvan noted that this would be enough to lead to death. The words were made for us by June as a frank manifestation of boldness. Even when Tan Yuji tried to convince him, explaining that John Guvan was almost vulnerable to the poison, it only annoyed us with Jun. He believed that he was not inferior to uniqueness. He swallowed the poison. Jun immediately felt her way to act. Blood was split from her mouth, his feet were swept away, and he slowly faded to his knees. Yu Jinpun was well aware that Tanji would have to neutralize the effect of poison, but she did not find the necessary antidote. Even the calm Yunjun Jin barely hid panic. The explanation of Tanji shed light on the situation. The poison was a complex mixture of 3 different substances extracted from the body of the Nguan Guan, so ordinary antidotes were in vain. People around did not believe their eyes, because it was difficult to imagine that the son of the head of the family himself could die such death. Yu Jinpun appealed to John Guan to help create an antidote, because it was he who came up with this poisonous mixture. John Guvan explained coldly, now even a moment can become fatal, and there is almost no opportunity to save life. Nevertheless, the view of the dying prompted John Guan to take a step forward. He was credited to find out what June pushed us to such a ill-advised act, ignoring the warning of Tanny. Leaning to the dying, the hero was quietly interested. Whether he really seeks salvation, and what is ready to sacrifice for his salvation. Before the dialogue with Jun's dying, the health of the young master has deteriorated sharply. The breasts were tightened with iron hoops, breathing became torn. The lungs were fought for every sip of air, trying to overcome the effect of poison with deep breaths. All attempts to protect the lungs with salt through the stream were in vain. Sudden piercing pain gripped the stomach, and then the fingers got weak, as if slowly disappearing to touch his own body. It was at that moment that the Rock was bitterly regretted about his careless act, made from simple envy. The thoughts of a close death, so humiliating and painful, were even more depressed after the news that there was no antidote in Tanyogi. Hope evaporated, leaving only despair. From the proposal of help John Guan in the imagination, he flashed a seductive but sinister whisper of a demon. The dying no longer was the choice. Having collected the remnants of strength, he focusedly, carefully, preparing to do everything that Chong Guvan will order. Tang Yuji and Jujinpun, carefully monitoring the events, were well aware that the poison just created is so insidious that even such an experienced master as Zhang Guvan is unlikely to be able to cope with it. In vain, the dancing was so worried. In fact, the main attention of the hero was drawn not to the rescue of June, but to the opportunity to reveal the mysterious breathing technique of the genus to us. Zhang Guvan explained that he is about to transfer part of his own qi into the body of Nastya Ryok. Therefore, all it remains to be silent to receive this energy without trying to resist. The reliable promise of the hero is to become a shield for vital organs, lungs and hearts, so that a friend can calmly focus on the restoration of the rest of the body. As soon as Zhang Guvan directed his energy into the body of the Ryok Navan, it became clear that he used an extremely skillful external cultivation that is not inferior to the art of the highest level. The hero's attempt to repeat this technique was not ignored. The Navor River noted with horror that he was revealed before him the true art of Qi Azure Sky, which was considered the greatest mystery of their kind. Seeing how fear covers the boy, Zhang Guvan calmly advised him to focus and throw away unnecessary thoughts from his head. The advice seemed accurate, because it is better to leave the questioning for later, after healing. By declaring the start of the reference from 3, he was confidently prepared to remove the poisonous qi out of the body of June. With the last blows of the assembly, the Navor River finally realized the real plan of Zhang Guan. He sought to get rid of everything destructive. At this point, the awareness came as a thunder. A humiliating pay was waiting in front. After the procedure, the assumption of the river stunned everyone. From his body began to emerge harmful qi simply because of a loud and uncomfortable release of gases. She could not endure the shame. The consciousness faded, and the curse was heard at the demonic freak of the Zhang Guan. The incident caused a serious conversation. Ai Hak, the head of the clan, wondered, why was it to be made from a formidable dragon Peruno? Zhang Guvan felt that this time he would not be able to happen with simple apologies. The hero sincerely outlined everything as it was. He was inspired by the Nagan rock to taste the poison that was prepared by Tanya, but he did not manage to cope with it. The words of gratitude Ai Hak appreciated the efforts of John, emphasizing the ability to discharge tension by humanity and marking great patience. Only one thought did not give rest to the head, whether the dragon felt was healed completely. Zhang Guvan reassured they say, possible small side effects, but they would not do serious harm. Hearing the questions about these strange effects, the hero calmly explained. When the assembled Retk tries to collect qi, his intestines can react strangely. But it is a trifle compared to the deadly danger of poison. The next morning, Zhang Guvan launched a workout together with her. The grueling exercises really knocked out all the strength from the young man. He barely kept on his feet. But each lesson under the leadership of the Zhang Guan gave noticeable results. Deep gratitude filled the soul of Mu's soul. Because thanks to the perfect skills of Zhang Guan and his latest approaches to learning, the essence of martial arts had already begun to open before him, as if on his palm. Suddenly, the workout was cut off by the hotel. He reported the emergence of new guests. Not having an idea who came, Zhang Guvan advised this to go to his room and be supported after grueling activities. As soon as he stepped into the room, his gaze fell on the pen of Suli, who greeted with a smile to his ears the same pearl dragon that they had not seen for a long time. With interest in the voice of the stump, Suver asked where Cheo Zhang was. The owner kindly invited to enter the house, promising to find his mentor. Together with Penshore, his friend Penkanoon came, full of curiosity to a guy who has heard so many times from the story of his brother Sulya. The friendly appearance of the John immediately fell into the eye, just as he described Cheo Zhang. And he thought, if this guy helped Pien Kanvi, then he probably has no equal in martial arts. It seemed that Pien Kanun had a great desire to personally test the power of the Pearl Dragon. Although the excitement was over the edge, the prudence restrained it from careless steps. Recent spooky rumors of the Guan were forced to keep care. Sliding the seriousness of the situation, the succinct Stump advised his older brother under no circumstances to become on the way to John. He noted the exceptional danger of this person. He spoke convincingly. The man showed prudence, and no doubt listened to the wise advice. The stairs were confidently traveling Cheochon, smiling brightly at meeting an old friend. The sounds of his greetings filled the room with warmth, and the question of the reason for the late visit of Pan Suvan immediately escaped from his mouth, because he really was waiting for the guest much earlier. In response to the greeting, The man explained his delay and the desire to bring to the ideal every detail related to the alliance. The pleasure of the work performed has flashed in his voice. Everything was done, so it was only necessary to watch the development of events and reap the fruits of their own efforts. The evening passed in lively conversations among friends. They discussed a lot of important and touched many significant topics. When it was time to say goodbye and everyone went on their way, Cheo-chan stayed to talk seriously with John Guan. The fateful news has stirred everyone. The internal formation of the Alliance of Muram is almost complete. The next day, the participants were waiting for a trip to a place where John Guvan had to meet with representatives of influential families and clans. Realizing the complex character of his student, Cheo-jong hoped that these meetings would be a useful experience for the John. Seeing such an opportunity, the hero was enthusiastic. In his soul immediately thought, this is the perfect way to master the martial arts of all schools that are considered the best. The teacher noted that passionate disputes are still raging around the appointment of the future alliance leader. John recommended not to get involved in provocations and stay calm, even if someone suddenly grabs a sword. Cheo-jong particularly stressed that the future elections of the alliance leader are of great importance. This time, the elect will receive true power, not just the honorary title, as it was before. The absence of a powerful leader did not make it possible to quickly resist the sudden attacks of a demonic cult. Interested in this topic, John Guvan asked the teacher to tell more. With bitterness in the soul of Cheo, he shared the story of the cruelty of a true heavenly demon, who used insidious tactics to destroy the inhabitants of the Central Plain. The demon cult was avoiding direct offensive, but instead arranged rapid, sudden raids, grabbing every opportunity to strike. Memories of those events still yelted the soul of Cheo-chan, despite the relief that he felt after the death of a real heavenly demon. Such an unjust suspicion was painfully struck by John, because he has never committed such evil actions. Anxiety was overwhelmed. Someone deliberately disgraced his name, covering himself with the glory of a demonic cult. To find out who is guilty of attacks, Cheo-chan was asked to name the names of the main beginnings. The teacher spoke about 3 key characters: a demon in a bloody mask, the same one whom the Guan remembered as a tearful young man who did not even the slightest punishment. The dinner had the reputation of the prostate Bugai, who was most proud of learning to bring out his own name. And there was a mysterious witch of pleasure, a girl with a difficult character that John Guvan considered quite good. It seemed to him that the nickname Witch is too harsh for her. According to Cheo-chan, all 3 were famous as the mighty and ruthless leaders of elite demon culture detachments that left the bloody mark on the Central Plain. The realization that these people rebelled against him made one think, why choose the path of violence if the desire of the battle could be solved by honest duel? The special pain was that other crimes were unfair became the burden of his name. He caught the excitement of the student. Cheo-chan decided that the young man had angered the demonic cult, so he wisely translated the conversation to another. The importance of the future choice of alliance leader has been especially noted, because no past events are no longer important. John Guvan wondered who each of the attendees was supported by, and also carefully asked about the character and personality of the Pan family head. According to Cheo-chan, the head of the Pana, like a raccoon, always seemed to be the embodiment of nobility. The only defect of this person was the excessive thirst for grandeur. John Guvan wisely emphasized that a combination of nobility and ambitiousness can be a real treasure for the alliance leader. Chung Chong supported this opinion, highlighting that this person is always true to his promises. It became clear to everyone why the leader of the family was trusted so much. Promising to send the best masters and their sons to Vishav to prepare for a probable attack of a demonic cult, he immediately aroused respect. In the conviction of Cheo-chan, the path to the welfare of the clan and all of Xinchi ran through the decisive support of this candidacy. Understanding John Guan was clear. The support of Pan family head is the key to dreaming of journey. Among all applicants, this person was the most suited to the role of a leader, so it was not meaningful to hesitate. The next morning, the Kunlun clan, along with the Pen family, went on the road. Their path lay to the Alliance Moor. On the way, ordinary people who were asked to pray for their relatives or perform significant rites. Everyone was greeted with a polite cover, emphasizing that they could not be delayed for a long time because it is not enough time. However, it was convincing that their God appreciates the sincerity of the heart highly and will certainly hear every prayer. Pen Suvong closely followed everything that happened, realizing that the Kunlun's clan warriors finally opened their true faces. His own friend was particularly impressed, in the behavior of no hint of pride or arrogance. The views finally fell on the sheet dragon, whose rumors have long been a weird luck. He seemed to be completely lacking in the good heart that Taosis were famous. Recalling the words of Pen Canvas, the guy convinced everyone. Only he was a true righteous. The young warrior believed, when Chong Guvan appears in the world, his name would be talked about everywhere. The rage engulfed a man. The whole continent had to make his glory, not someone else. The stranger's vicious look repeatedly caught John Guan, but he could not do anything with it. The guy was considered his own, and therefore there could be no open conflict. In addition, the eye came into the eye. The boy's aura looked not like others, even in pen canvas or experienced masters of martial arts of his family. The difference was barely noticeable. Only those who have an exceptional sense, such as Taosis, capable of seeing this thin face. The idea was, involuntarily, once he would have to be understood in this person, as it recently happened to the Nastia Ryok. Finally, travelers got to the Alliance Moor. At the entrance, they were met by Jegal Muhok from the famous kind of Jegal. With genuine joy, greeted the mighty clan and family Pen. Muhok kindly invited the guests to go inside. At the invitation appeared Ai Hak, a warrior who knew the Jagala perfectly. To see a familiar person after grueling journeys seemed true. Carefully looking around, John Huvan quickly guessed. The building was created for protection. Against the background of these strong walls, it became clear why the Alliance buildings are so spacious and large. The moment has come to settle the guests around the rooms. There were responsible people who began to organize their location. They suggested a little walk to see the Alliance's territory of Mur. With a step-by-step next to friends and brothers in his chest, he blossomed calm. Incomprehensible, ahead of all awaits a great place where you can settle. But the moment when he followed the threshold, she felt as if he had turned back to his native Kunlun. Even the accompanying person immediately caught on the face of John Guan. The building really looked very old. John Guan angered it to the depths of his soul, but Chun reinforced and, as the true Taoist seems, thanked for the shelter with the roof over his head and strong walls. A guy with dark hair approached the sheepdog and offered him to go inside. The young man assured that it is only necessary to be in that room. The thought will inevitably change. Saying goodbye to Taos and Chun, the man reported that he was heading with his own predator with his team. Leaving the house, the observations twisted in his thoughts. The Pearl Dragon had a confused appearance that all the hopes were cut short in an instant. The dwelling clearly did not cause delight. Rather, disappointment was read in his eyes. It seems that the desire for the earthly pleasures was not a mystery to him, so to overcome this rival promised to be an easy business. Crossing the threshold with Sonumu, Chon Guvan was surprised. Inside the space was not only rather cozy, but also much more spacious than expected in appearance. Both instantly guessed that they had been settled by accident. Someone specifically made the impression that this house is unsuitable for life. Zhongguan annoyed how orthodox sects were erected their buildings. Outwardly inconspicuous and not noticeable, and behind the walls, a completely different hidden world. It was at this time that a beggar also visited. Hearing about Kunlunya's arrival, he decided to visit their home for a short time. The curiosity prompted him to ask why they got so slowly to the Alliance Moor, and Yu Jinpun suggested a stroll now when they had already reached the place. The hero wondered what it was necessary for, but the interlocutor explained. He considers this little excursion to be gratitude. The idea flashed. Finally, between the Jinpun and Tanyuja, everything came into place. It seemed that Jinpun was glowing with happiness when Tanjanga asked to bring him a guan to him. Not for a moment, having stopped what was so good, Jinpun still believed firmly. If Tana could count on him, then he probably has dignity. But John Guvan saw that it was a great delusion, and it was clear that this Mu thought the same. A slight difference, because Jinpun invited everyone for a walk while Tanya finished his business. There was a little free time at his disposal. John Guvan confessed that he was not thinking about special places for visit. Then, Yu Jinpun suggested going to the Tower of the Rise of the Spirit, a shrine, which every representative of the Orthodox faction is obliged to visit at least once in his life. The name Tower of the Rise of the Spirit immediately brought the hero to the idea that this building was created to bring his soul to heaven. Hardly hearing about this place, I realized, you should definitely visit. Ancient exhibits have opened before the eyes, treasures that belonged to the legendary alliance leader Muram of the past, 3 more generations ago. Among them was the clothes, all in the dark spots of frozen blood, a silent witness to a fierce battle with demons, which then tried to destroy this world. Not far, where Yu Jinpun showed, a sword was lying that he once belonged to the leader of a demonic cult nicknamed a Bloody Mask. Assessing the weapon at a careful look, the hero was convinced that it was a thing of his cowardly ward. An old cast was nearby, the weapon of that girl. Looking at everything around, it became clear that it was necessary to get rid of these abominants before they arranged chaos. They did not fit in the head. Why, after his death, they suddenly behaved so crazy. Of particular interest was his fate of his own weapons from his past life. He did not doubt. Many fought a fierce struggle, seeking to seize this rare artifact. Just in the middle of the story of Jinpun, something forced him to silence for a moment. Chongguvan immediately fell into his eye, so unlike other guests. Pointing to a woman standing near the exhibits with tears in her eyes, the interlocutor gave her as an example for imitation, and for the hero remains a mystery. Why repeat other people's emotions? Yu Jinpun noted that in the Musith alliance, everyone is well aware of what the behavior of a real warrior or any of the Orthodox faction should be. John Guan was advice. Even if it seems difficult, it is better to behave as everyone around. The honesty of the hero did not allow him to hide the surprise. The logic of the Orthodox faction seemed strange to him as all this exhibition. The honoring of those who gave their lives for a good work was undoubtedly important. But he still addressed the Jinpun with a question, whether he understands the true cause that these people were killed for. It was quite clear for Yu Jinpun. They sacrificed themselves for the alliance. He assured that he would also do like the enemy was stronger. Everything to protect a common cause. Instead, John Guvan looked at it differently. He could not understand why he rushing into battle with an opponent, which you obviously could not win. The best way out, in his opinion, was to combine power with others or retreat, because life is the most valuable thing that is. Only by keeping it, they could support the alliance. Otherwise, the end will come. Without hiding the truth, Jinpun confessed that he never thought about it before, and such thoughts seemed quite unusual to him. John Guvan felt the mood of Jinpun well, understanding that everyone has the right to their opinion. He suggested to imagine that someone else would think the same. Yu Jinpun acknowledged that the words of the hero made him think more deeply. He added that he had no intention to blame or offend someone, which was so great. Finally, they went to Tan Yuji. They were met by a friendly mistress. The girl shone warmly, as if she was waiting for them. John Guvan entered the house at the moment when all the preparations were already completed. The stranger suddenly appeared. As it turned out, it was the older brother of Tan Jeji. Hardly noticing Jinpun, Tanu Hun immediately bowed respectfully. Upon learning that a stranger is a bunny dragon himself, Zamglav Sichuan Tan proudly named his name and congratulated the guests. Seeing their greetings, Tana inadvertently felt embarrassment. She has not yet caught her older brother. It is at this moment that Tanu Hun decides to find out how well Chon Guvan understands the poisons and asks for his attitude towards them. John Guvan does not hesitate. These substances simultaneously cause him immediately an admiration. The curiosity flared up in the eyes of Tan Gun when he noted that with hatred everything is clear, but that such an attractive one is found by Chong Guvan in poisons? John Guvan thoughtfully expressed his opinion. The ideal means of killing or saving does not exist. Everything is determined only by the hand in which the poison was found. Often people who know nothing about poison easily pour them with dirt without realizing that they are able to benefit. Tanu Hun was completely agreed. John Guvan assured that only by tasting the poison, the person is fully aware of how powerful it is. However, spending it on those who are so unable to understand the true power, for the sake of proof, the matter is in vain. Hearing these words, the old man immediately realized the young sheepdog, which he had already heard, has a proper understanding of poisons. Interest in the guy grew even more. Finally, when the hero was in the gazebo, a whole collection of all sorts of poisons was opened in front of him. Tanya said that some of them left her brothers, others gathered herself, and somewhat gave the students of Tan. The hero's vigilant view of the poison collection, he carefully rated their price and was already preparing to taste the first sample. Suddenly, Tan Aohun took the word, and with special pride presented his best poison, 3-stage Soul's Destroyer. Suddenly, Tanji stopped her brother, in surprise asking, except for him, that John Guvan would try the poison not in a conceived order. Tan Gun, a little ashamed, hurried to justify himself. They say he only wanted to show his own work of art. At the same time, Tanji with a gesture asked her brother to squeeze and turned to Jinguan. She explained that the poison in front of them is a real variety, and it is unlikely that it would be easy to try everyone. However, she said, if she can, let him experience as many of them as possible. According to her advice, Chongguvan took turns to taste various poisons. At first he felt their influence on himself, then skillfully neutralized the action of each, and then carefully evaluated the features of each substance. A little time has passed, and the poisons were already distributed. In his view, those who still had potential for improvement were. The smile illuminated the face of Tan U-hun when the gaze fell on this side. Almost all poisons from the treasury of Tan Yuji gathered here. On the left were the best examples. They almost all belonged to the Tanu gun. Only 2 tiny bottles lonely were cramped in the middle of them, which seems to have a good upset girl. The hero noted that she stored 3 powerful poisons, including the thunder of poison, which she had already treated him before. The words of John Guan instantly raised the mood of the girl, because he called the thunderous core the best among all who were in the group. The inspiration overwhelmed the brother and the sister, so they sincerely exchanged praise. Gathering to go, John Guvan asked him to inform him when the improvement of the poison ended. He also intended to take with him, and he, having been agitated, insisted that the hero leaves the room first. They say, had to talk to Melt alone. There was a moment of solitude, and Eugene Poon, full of curiosity, began to ask the girl that she liked. Meanwhile, John Guvan, feeling inconvenience, gradually disappeared from the room. On the road, the same gray old man appeared, who asked to share with him a moment of attention. Seeing the refusal, the elder's eyes flashed with a sincere surprise and annoyance. After jumping on the guy, he proudly stated that he was a famous master of Tanziji, hoping that John Guvan, when he heard such a name, would immediately change his intentions. The look at the man gave the hero to understand that if a real master of poisons in front of him, it is one of the 10 strongest combat masters of the Orthodox faction. No matter how much he looks, there was no trait worthy of such a respectable rank in this person. Awesome aware of what the unauthorized assignment of a false title in the celestial demonic cult would have turned, the hero understood that such a trick would end with a cruel massacre. Therefore, he concluded, the people of the Central Plain, and indeed surprisingly merciful, if this man is still walking here with impunity. Chongguan's look threw a shadow of disdain on Tanjana. It was so clear that the face was red immediately. The guy clearly considers himself higher than the interlocutor. The main thing was not that. His true desire was to wait for the guy to listen carefully. Hearing the refusal of John Guan and seeing how he was turning around without words, the man perceived it as true boldness. The question immediately came about. Why did the adults teach this guy the simplest rules of courtesy? But John Guvan calmly replied, even the great elder never reproached him because of his behavior. It was covered by a guess. Tanji Han realized that if the guy remembers the great elder, then it is about the virtuous sage. It turns out that stories about the Pearl Dragon were true. The understanding came. If this guy had not taken care of a charitable sage, so uneducated for a young man would no longer leave a chance to survive. The heart of Tanhuna was squeezed from sadness when he saw the elder lightly treat such a rare title that not everyone can be proud of. There was no explanation why someone suddenly appeared next to him, like John Guan. There was no limits the strangeness of the hero. He could not understand what he blamed for this man. But instead of explanations, the stranger suddenly asked the fate of the elder, because he heard, the center of Qi was destroyed. John Guvan with calm confidence said that the condition had already improved significantly, as he managed to restore the energy center. Tanjan Han did not have faith. He had not heard before someone could really reinstate the center of Qi. However, John Guvan would never invent something like that if it concerned his great elder. In the head of Tanaji Khan, the thoughts were raised. If the guy is really knowing the poisons and his medical talent is not inferior to the words, then it can see a true, perfect candidate. The old man discovered his real plans. He sought to turn Chongguan into the most prominent master of poisons in the whole world, and invited the boy to become his student. John Guvan silently turned and headed towards his home without even thinking about answering something. The guy did not leave the guy. Why did this old man so stubbornly follow him to the very end? The perseverance of the man did not know the limits. He demanded that the young man finally express directly. The young hero calmly explained, he cannot agree to these conditions, because he belongs to the students of Kunlun. It was at this moment that Ihak appeared with his comrades. and Tanzi Dihvan immediately congratulated him on respect. After presenting, he began to explain the purpose of his appearance here. However, the idea of becoming a mentor of John Guan did not cause approval at all. The explanation of the man was an attempt to dispel all the doubts. He did not intend to pick up the guy, sought only to share his own experience. He did not consider himself a master, but Zhen Guan was not about to make a student. Most of all, he wanted to have a simple, similar relationship between a mentor and a protege, a relationship. The hopes of Ihaka were simple. At least everything would only be confined to the transfer of skill, without all these formal rights of the mentor and student. Meanwhile, Tan Zihan did not give up and insisted. He convinced that this knowledge would really become indispensable for John Guan. He appealed to Aikak, explaining in detail why the choice stopped at the John. Subsequently, the truth revealed. Tan Jianhuan knew well that he was only a true genius to master his wisdom. Obviously, John Guvan had all the necessary abilities for this. In addition, the young man resembled a man in his youth, and this only added a desire to help. However, the hero could not understand what exactly was about. In his memory, there was no moment when the same reflection was shown on his face as the old man. The bold disdain of the guy immediately touched Tanji Havan for the living, as if the young man made it clear to respect the eldest and does not think. I even had to interfere with others to pacify the indignant man. Having released from the hands of the leader of the sect, he promised to return to the answer. As soon as he expressed his request, let him happen there. The nervous John Guvan was escorting him, not in any way, as he found himself in the next trap of circumstances. Ihak was no less lost, so he decided to listen first and foremost all the explanations, hoping to understand the situation. Finally, the Guvan confessed. He visited the phoenix to experience poisons, but he swears that he never bent over it. The joyful smile of Ihaka appeared only when John Guan managed to remove the poison safely. However, the guy unexpectedly confessed. He deliberately left in himself to strengthen the immune system. On the face of Ihaka, Nadia flashed, "Is Chon Guvan really aware of the importance of his choice?" He wanted to hear what he thinks about the proposal of the great master of poisons, because the opportunity to study with such a master is extremely rare. Without a shadow of doubt, the hero stated that the mentor in the person of Cheo Chan is enough for him. A joyful smile illuminated the man's face when, after these words, he tightly wrapped his student, saying that he also needed no one except Chan Guan. However, a moment to consciousness, the idea of this and the other two children, which he also took care of, and inconvenience, covered every cell of the hero. Ihak supported the decision of John Guan, but immediately warned. It is important to remain adamant in his intentions. After all, with the perseverance of the great master of pores should be careful. He is unlikely to retreat and probably try to return again. Clearly aware of the situation, the hero himself suggested organizing an ambush to finally deal with this annoying man. Ihak warned, before going to the Alliance Murim, he will tell the head of the Tan family. Since Tan Zihan appreciated the opinion of his son, you should not worry. However, Ihak added that if the poisoning master starts insisting on his own, it is worth getting rid of it. But without any fights. John Guan is strictly forbidden to get into clashes. The clash with the great craftsman seemed to be a great opportunity to the boy with a great opportunity to pump his skill. But Ihak immediately warned, it is worth a Guan. Long notes were guaranteed. The next morning, Tan Jihan appeared with his mail and stubbornly asked the hero to agree to become his student. The boldness of this visit was surprised by John Guan. After all, despite the absence of elders, Tanji Jihan did not hesitate to state just like that. Hearing these words, everyone frozen. Watching a great master of poison again exploded and began to persistently seek answers from John. Noticing the silence of the guy, the man decided that first it was worth teaching his elementary courtesy. It was at this moment that the Chun followed and tried to reassure a respectable master, politely asking to solve everything in words, not force. The awareness of the desire to get rid of this man broke out in the breast of the hero. But in his thoughts immediately the strict guidelines of Cheo Chan. The feeling of possible consequences kept it. Endless grunts and condemnation not only from the elder, but also from the mentor himself could ruin everything. It remains to resort to the last remedy. The fist clenched his fist and hit himself in his chest. A bloody cough escaped from his mouth, and he stated in his whole voice, poison was already in it. Everyone stunned the look of the Pearl Dragon. immediately thought that a large master of the poison secretly attacked a student from Kunlun. At the same time in the office, the leader of Sichuantan, Tan Yunzhong, apologized to Ihak for his father's actions. Ahak has motionlessly explained that their goal is not an apology. Realizing the whole essence of the situation, Tan Junchong could not refrain from apologizing for his father's actions. Having met with this man, Ihak clearly understood. His father's unworthy behavior has long become a topic for mockery, and now his son has to ask for forgiveness for other people's mistakes again. In the end, it's time to say goodbye, because it was time for them. Before leaving, the hero asked Tan Yunchon whether he plans to take part in a meeting of the Alliance more. He received a promise to join after talking to his father. Suddenly, the room was filled with other people's voices. The present heard the cries. The unknown urgently brought the important news and insisted on meeting the elders. The guard refused to let him in the hall where the meeting was held, because it is forbidden to go there. But among those exclamations, Ihak immediately recognized the voice of one of his students. Soon it became known about the misunderstanding between the great poison master and one of the students of the sect. Due to the sudden attack of time on long explanations, there were no remaining, so they were persistently asked to release the messenger to the elders as soon as possible. The anxiety was already read on the faces of Ihak and Cheo Chan. They guessed that John Guvan had again squeezed something incredible. However, after learning the details, the guy shared in a hurry. The majestic Master Yadov made a hidden attack on one of the students of the sect. Sigan a sigh of relief, they realized with Chehon. There was no longer left of the time. It is necessary to act faster. They decided to find out how the victim feels. The messenger said that when the boy was moved to his room, he was in a hurry to search for elders, and saw only how he restored strength with the help of Qi. However, he could not judge the current state of the wounded. There was no information about the location of the great master of Prith. It was only necessary to guess whether he was still fighting with other students. The seriousness of the circumstances quickly reached Ihak. There was no time for chats. Without hesitation, he immediately went on the road. Having joined the company, Tan Yunjon once again apologized for his father's actions, and decided to accompany the course of the conversation to discuss all the important issues together. During their journey, the rumors flew around. They say Kunlunya's student saved the master of Jadov from shame, but instead of gratitude he decided to disgrace his rescuer. The surprise engulfed Ihaka when he was rumored that contradicted his student's stories. However, he understood. Most likely, people were misled by false information. When they approached, Tanjan Huan stood in front of the nudes and demanded a road. However, Hunvu did not even think to retreat. Having realized that the words did not decide, Tan realized he will have to put into power. Only so it will be possible to force the opponent to listen. Tan Junchon suddenly appeared among the tension, decisively interrupting his father's actions. Like a wall, it became between the family and the shame, not allowing the honor of their clan to be destroyed. While Tanjon Khan and Tanju Han found out the relationship, Ai Hak, along with Cheo Chan, visited the wounded room. To the surprise of both, the victim looked quite cheerful and did not even have any traces of illness. Soon, John confessed, he specifically awakened the poison that was still dozing in his body to blame the masters. Despite the words that he did not intend to substitute it directly, only one truth was heard. He was poisoned, but he never made accusations of Tanji Kanan. Such caution in the statements prompted Aikok to think. It seems that witnesses have falsely explained the events. Soon, Chunwu approached and said that the majestic master fled from the Tan family leader, hiding in an unknown direction. Because of this, the head followed him. Thoughts twisted in the head of Ai Haka, what to do next, because sooner or later they will have to speak again. No one doubted. The master would not stop, stubbornly defend his innocence. However, most still did not have the faith of his words. His son, the current head of the clan, may still be on his side of his father, though he was ready to flash at the first moment when he saw him. Chunwu immediately expressed his opinion. He suggested that he apologize to the Sichuan Tan family to relieve tension in society. Ai Hak saw obvious wisdom in this, because John Guvan really caused misunderstanding. As it turned out, Kak felt the true intentions of Chunwu. However, instead of praise, he expressed his reproach. They say, you perceive everything literally. Sometimes you should act smarter and more flexible. John Guvan was amazed at the concern of others. In his eyes, everything looked much simpler. Therefore, the guy took the word to explain how to proceed. There are two ways. to leave everything as it is, to allow the events to happen, to remain silent about the truth that you know only you, and to stay out of controversy. If the first way was to live by the laws of integrity, then the second is to let this virtue deep into your mind. Ikok suddenly realized that the guy was calling for revenge on the great master of the cores. Suddenly, the accompanying person appeared and announced that the head of Sichuan Tan arrived to meet Tao's John Guan. The little girl immediately realized his time came. Soon, Tan Junchon shared that his father had revealed to him all the truth and insisted on him. In all the guilty of John Guvan, he had substituted him. Trust in his father was unwavering. Despite strange and sometimes weird behavior, he always remained sincere without cheating his son. Therefore, no reason to doubt his words. It was at this moment that the awareness of the fatal mistake came. All careful plans and reflections were in vain. The curiosity pushed to find out what purpose the man came to, because his appearance was not warlike or arguing. Tan Yunjan sincerely sought to talk to John Guan, because he believed that this guy did something truly striking and deserving of gratitude. The disadvantage has engulfed the hero. What are the reasons for gratitude in these words? But it all turned out. John Guvan became the person who allowed to speak and relieve the soul, helping to let go of restrained emotions. The surprise engulfed the hero. He waited for Tan Yunchong to appear angry because of a reputational blow to his family. But he calmly explained, for years his father destroyed his family honor, and he had to restore and keep it. However, now this will come. The awareness of what tests passed, this man gave rise to the hero inconvenience. However, the man himself was convinced that even more difficult would have a Guan. Adding to this, they told that the young man trained his children to possess poisons, and the curiosity took the mountain. Will John Guvan continue to teach them this art? John Guvan sincerely confessed. It is only worth contacting him for help. He will not have to wait. Tan Yunjan confessed that his genus specializes in poisons. The skill of John Guan can be a serious threat to them. The simplicity and honesty of this person was aroused by the hero's sympathy, but it was interested in how Tan Yunjan would behave in the case of an appropriate attack. He said the same. In response, you can deal with him in the same way, because for him, it is the best way out of the situation. Having evaluated all the advantages and disadvantages, Tan Jun Chong realized how easier it would be to accomplish the task together. The benefit was significantly outweighed, so he boldly suggested that the boy join forces and become allies. The time of farewell came, and John Guvan never knew why he was invited to a personal conversation. But Tan Junjan sincerely explained. He wanted to give gratitude to the boy and get acquainted with his character. Of course, a brief conversation is unlikely to satisfy his thirst for knowledge. Tan Yunchong also acknowledged. The mysteries of this young man are still unsolved for him. In the evening, Tanjan Hungan turned to his son, trying to find out if he was convinced of the betrayal of John. Tan Yunchong confessed that the guy really not just attracted the attention of his father. Tanjan Hreyan's confidence was unbreakable. This child is really special, which is why he so hard needs him. It seems that Tan Yunchong also did not mind building a relationship with him. Tangjan Chona warned severely. If there are problems again, there will be no problem. Tanji Haman was hard to realize that his own son really watches every step. And this harsh look seemed to say, another mistake, and do not wait for mercy. He said with annoyance. If the usual pilgrim did not work, it will continue to act differently. After these words, he went to his room, leaving parental remarks. The dissatisfaction with Tanajan Khan increased every time his own son recognized contempt. He treated his father only because of his age, considering old age as weak and cause for ridicule. I wanted to calm down. That's the way in the gazebo with a bottle. Alcohol poured into the throat until the unexpected bitter taste forced to choke. Invasive. When did this drink become so sharp? At this point, old acquaintances appeared right before their eyes. Their mocking smiles gave out. Laughter was heard because of his helpless appearance, saying why this grandfather is still alive and can't just leave this world. One of the company tried to stop friends, noting that Tanji Han was so upset and should not be so cruel. Burning with anger, Tanji Han struck friends with a cry, reproaching them that they did not look better. He added that no time to return to anyone, but unlike him, everyone else became even more superstitious and much more obsessive. A man in his shabby clothes laughed, explaining that he was really younger and does not consider himself old at all. The anger swept Tan Jianhuan so much that he without hesitation caused both rivals to fight, ready to withstand them at the same time. The attacker just smiled sinisterly, without hiding the curiosity. He began to ask about rumors about the recent clash of Tan Jianhuan with someone else, wondering where he had so much forces left for a new battle. In the end, Tang Hangihan came to the conclusion that it was in vain to argue, so everyone just sat down at the table, poured themselves to drink, and went to discussing rumors about his allegedly attacking a student of Kunlun. Friends, without hesitation, recognized the slander in this story, and although the rumors were widening lightning, all men just laughed, looking at how skilled the tank dragon wrapped the tan guns around the finger. The old master was convinced that such a unique person as this guy is not found in the world. It became clear to everyone. Tan Jihan makes it clear that it intends to pick up a boy from Kunlun. The surprise has been engulfed by everyone. It is unclear why the grandfather suddenly declares something so incredible, because there was no obstacle for him. Life did not prove to meet such a fearless person who always acted at his own discretion. As decisive that the question argued was that he managed to stay in such a harsh sect as Kunlun, and no older yet expelled him. It is enough to meet this guy to understand everything yourself. It turned out that the guy, probably, was too devoted to his own clan. This was the main difficulty. Indeed, Tan Jihan was well aware. He was not able to take away the boy by force. Even to imagine, it is difficult to cause it to be a guy. Some of the men advised Tan Jihan it is better not to fight, but to surrender, because many gifted children are growing in his clan. He explained that this option was already thinking. The son would refuse to adopt family art, and grandchildren for such a step are still too small. The anxiety did not leave. It is unknown how much time remained, and the inaction seemed unbearable. He frankly confessed to himself, even the thoughts of a guy's abduction or attempts to lure him more than once. However, despite such intentions, John Huvan strongly avoided any contact with him. The spectacle, as an old man drowned his sadness in alcohol, prompted friends to think, a proud grandfather is actually incredibly seeking to take possession of a boy. It ignited their curiosity. I wanted to find out how special this teenager would be. Finally, the moment of farewell has come. The friends wished the grandfather a good rest and went to look for where to spend the night. Morning met the hero with an obsessive thought of a juicy piece of meat. Without spending time, he took up the meeting. The idea of having to dine at the Alliance restaurant Murim has already matured in his head. As soon as he was on the street, the guy immediately heard the controversy of two men who could not agree on the night. One insisted on staying in the open air, and the other could not put up with such inconveniences. Looking at the first man, the hero wondered, how can you be so polluted? Only the appearance of this grandfather has cleansed the desire to eat. The second grandfather, let his appearance and distinguished, spoke as if he had spent all his life among robbers. So after his words, the appetite of the hero finally disappeared. After carefully noticing the pile, made dragon, both elders immediately came closer, falling asleep with questions. A little later, they politely named their names. The first in the list is the Yue Manchul from the Shandun Yue clan, known under the name of the Reverend Master Copy. But the second is Yun Hui Gui, the great leader of the poor sect, who is also called the Reverend Master of Begging. Hearing the story of these men, the hero asked what made them come to him. The interlocutors confessed. They knew Tan Jianhuan well, the one who tried to take the hero into his students. It was gritty to find out why he refused. Without a shadow, John Guvan noted that he was completely satisfied with his current mentor. In the memory of Yunhui Gao, the name of the master came, he was called Cheo Chong, and the glory of respect for this man has long reached him. He decided to show the hero what 10 Reverend can be capable of, and what weight their title has. Yun Huigu showed 3 receptions at once. First, dog, then awakening of a dog spirit, and finally showed his most skill, sending dogs to heaven. Rating these techniques, the hero realized, unlike other martial arts schools, which often strike under the back, this technique was distinguished by true honesty. I was amazed at how Jui Huigi skillfully combined his power with accuracy. His legs were moving at incredible speed and confidence. After noting the skill of the man, the hero advised to change the rack a little, to fall below into a combat position. In memory, an image of one beggar, once suggested to the Guan truth, has fallen. Turning to Yun Huigu, John Guvan asked if he did not consider the old custom to beat the dog, in fact once thought as a way to catch the villains. Subsequently, the style was modified to seem more interesting to the younger generation, so the movements became wider and expressive. It was for this reason that John Guvan advised Jun Huigu to imagine in the place of the enemy, not a man, but a dog. Learning returned the man to thoughts at a young age, when a harsh mentor repeatedly pointed to young Huigui to excessive tension in his shoulders. Then the self-assured guy just smiled, and brazenly assured that the old master did not understand the latest approaches. Without listening to the advice, he continued to improve the technique as he considered he needed. The great fury of the covered teacher gave a slap to the student, strictly ordered to follow, and reminded that the guy was a worthless beggar, and did not dare to forget about it. He advised to pay attention to how Jun Huigu used the technique of beating dog. His shoulders were too tense, as if he wanted to impress only in appearance. Yun Huigu tried to explain that this technique was conveyed only to the leaders of the sect, and he had to fully feel his power. But the harsh mentor sharply reminded that the guy is only a wicked, so he has to perform the technique humbly, as his position belongs. "We are not born heroes who fight evil," the teacher said sternly. "Perform the reception as if you really intend to hit a dog." The belief was as follows. Having a very clear goal, the student is able to act confidently, without unnecessary demonstration and sentimentality. At first, Yun Huigui did not pay much attention to these words. However, thanks to the note of the Zhongguan, something clicked in it. Dissolving in the crowd, putting himself less significant, it is much closer to the enemy. Once a vagrant, like him, was only worried about how to make an impression, completely forgetting such an elementary rule. Yue Manchul watched how this young guy discovered Yun Huigui a new look at his own art. The careful look caught how the master's attitude towards his business changed. Undoubtedly, this guy was impressed not only by the skill, but by the true grandeur of the warrior. That is why Yue Manchulus was passionate about attracting such a talent to his side. John was asked if he liked the combat school of the sect of beggars, and he immediately confessed that he considered it really exciting. Yue Manchul immediately warned the guy to stay away from Yun Huigu, they say. His character was bad, and even among the beggars of his sect he did not gain respect. Yun Huigu was like to repeat that loneliness testified to the free spirit, but this showy confidence was only a mask. Hearing this offensive lies, Jui Huigao reacted sharply. They say, Yue Manchul himself even expelled his own wives from home because they considered him a madman. Instead of family comfort, he chose a strange joy. Cruelly beat his own grandchildren under the guise of training, and that's why he was sincerely hated. Yue Manchul assured that women only advised him to rest a little, and he only succumbed to their persistent request. The dispute flared up with a new passion. Yun Huigu blamed Yue Manchul of futility, calling him unnecessary old, and in response, he received reproaches in loneliness and begging. The matter came to the point that everyone had grabbed the weapon. Everyone was finally ready to find out who was right and who was guilty. The patience of the hero broke. In a sharp tone, ordered men to stop the noise. If they are so stuck to make a fight, let them look for another place to find out the relationship. After all, when the dispute does not subsides, you can forget about a peaceful lunch with meat. The boldness of the boy was stunned by Yue Manchul, and Yun Huigu their heads did not fit how this young man dared to turn to them in such a tone. Taking into account the boldness of the enemy, they decided to study him, and started a silent conversation. Thoughts came together. Now is not time to find out relationships with each other. It's time to turn your thirst for the one who really deserves it. But there was a new dispute here. No one wanted to give in to an honor of the first blow. Suddenly, Hak, along with the Taos, appeared. Everyone seized the thirst for the battle in the morning. John Govan, disappointing, realized that now a calm meal can be forgotten. The crowd quickly united around a powerful disaster aura that came from the elders, immediately made it clear that a fight would start. This tension attracted everyone to witness a spectacular fight. The inconvenience was engulfed by both elders when all the views suddenly turned to them. John Guvan quickly realized, the real fight will not come here, only loud words. So he calmly returned to his room, briefly explaining AI hacks that there is nothing to worry about. Everything would be limited to empty threats. Everyone who gathered around saw perfectly. Although the threats of killing each other were heard loudly, the old people just stood in place without moving from the place. Probably did not want to destroy their own authority. The hero's voice suddenly cut through the air. He urged everyone to disperse, they say. Neither Jun Huigu nor Yue Manchul did nothing more. At that moment, every word sounded so clearly that both men realized it is only necessary to take a step, and shame will not be avoided. There are no other ways for them. In the end, Yun Huigui showed the skill in the technique of kicking the dog, while Yue Manchui impressed everyone with the reception of hundreds of waves. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was occupied by observations, John Gouvan invisibly called to work. The guy wondered why they could not stay and look at such a wonderful battle, but the hero explained. It is unlikely. The explanation was simple. There would be no benefit from this battle if you do not reach the level of the Elder. That is why he insisted that all his efforts are directed to workout. First of all, John Gouvan asked Moon's Junction to demonstrate his skills in his sword. The exercises were now much better, and the master immediately noticed it. But even despite their efforts, along with other students, Sipa looked too weak. Frankly confessing that long-term training was ahead, the movements clearly lacked accuracy and sophistication. However, he encouraged not to despair, because it is possible to change it if you make efforts. John Gouvan said that he had always doubted his own power. After every display of combat skill, he cast an asking look at the mentor, as if he was expecting a reproach or punishment. The explanation was simple. It is worth making more confidence during training, and then the training will go easier, and all the lessons will gradually become clear. He stubbornly assured that he could not force him, but the hero only encouraged. Only his faith in himself opens up new opportunities. Even if someone pays attention to his miss, it is important to take it as a challenge to become stronger, and then, to surpass the one who pointed to the mistake. In the end, Sonu succumbed to the words of John Guan, especially his promise that belief in his own strength will be a real help for training. The hero tossed the idea of Sonu to invent himself a fighting cry, and advised to shout something like, "Sun Mu is the best student in the whole world." The boy became terribly ashamed because the most prominent student was considered John Gouvan. This was even more confused, because no one could remember who would have so skillfully owned the martial arts and fully deserved this title. The moment was mentioned when he promised his father to become the same as John Gouvan. If you do not believe in the path you want to go, you will not be able to take a step forward. Gathering with the spirit, he shouted what he strongly asked Zhong. Immediately afterwards, the mentor asked him, solemnly declare himself the first and only gold master of the sword. The nickname is fictitious, given the commercial grip of Sun Mu. So it was possible to successfully combine two different worlds. In the end, the guy exclaimed these words and sincerely admitted that he was feeling much better. The relief seemed to remove the burden from the soul, and John Gouvan advised to continue to keep this opinion in his mind. Looking at, the hero replaced that many Taosis, local residents, and Yue Manchui with Yun Huigu had already gathered behind. These two even interrupted their battle to rake from the title of Sun. The inconvenience instantly swept the guy, and he rushed the head. John Gouvan realized, before him a newcomer who still has a lot to learn and gain experience. His thoughts suddenly came across. Probably a long stay among the Orthodox faction. The need for real training. After all, he always believed that nothing was so hard as practice, and he began to forget about it. Having conceived a new way for training, the older brother decided to create a special program not only for the younger, but also for all Taoists. In addition, it is time to contact the Tan family with a request for considerable reserves of elixir. Lifting his voice, Yue Manchul and Yun Huigui offered to complete the match, and for the rest only to watch the battle. With these words, he quietly went away. The views of the audience again turned to two elders, who were so fascinated by the high-profile title, Golden Master of the Sword, that they instantly forgot about their own dispute. Upon learning that the Master of the Beggar and the Master of the Spear staged a duel right at the gate of Kunlun, Tanji Homan exploded. It seemed that both were overshadowed by the envy, and their mind had darkened. He smashed the table with his bare hands, but the son immediately noted, the furniture belonged to the Alliance Moor, so the father had to compensate for the losses with his own money. The anger of Tan Huan did not subscribe. It was clear that this damn beggar and the insidious Yue Manchul intended to take away his future student and now compete for the boy. Calmly telling the son, he explained that the tank dragon did not become a student of Tanjian Hryan. However, he was convinced that he had the right to Guan, because he was the first to see a real talent in the boy. For the sake of a short meeting with the boy, the old man intended to leave the storage facility, and Tan Yunjon categorically forbade even thinking about it, preferring his father to wait a little in the hiding place. Even when Tanjan Hanvan assured that he would not make a word with Ji Guan, it did not change the decision of Yunchon. He closed his father. Tan Yun Khan went to meet with a bundle. The danger that this mysterious figure hid, even greater than the very foundation of the Alliance Murim. There was only one solution in the head. It is better to find out who this young man really. Before his gaze, a huge crowd spread. People gathered so much that there was nowhere to rest. Didn't they fit in the head? All of them came just to see the students of the Kunlun sect? After the conversation, it seemed as if the Tausis had long left this place. The joy of lightning flashed in the soul. It is good that Dad didn't take with him. Already on the threshold, he said goodbye, preparing to leave these walls. Suddenly, looking at Kunlun's shelter, he was overwhelming a strange feeling that a sinister wave was filled with death. Immediately realizing that this powerful energy was leaking from the tournament arena, Tan Yun-jeon rushed there, full of intention to find out what happened. Earlier, the Guvan gathered everyone in the arena for tournaments, reporting that from now on the workout will change and will not take place as before. It was time to go to a duel with a rival of equal power, and John Guvan ordered to prepare as if it were a battle for life and death. None moved out of place. The Taosis stood confused, not knowing how to act when the intention of murder was fluttering in the soul. Bulkily proving his opinion, the hero hurried to note that he did not mean a real murder. The idea was surprised to have such an idea in general. His proposal is simple: to train in real battles, feeling a true intention to strike a deadly blow. According to the hero, this is the release of power that will be useful for each of them. The considerations were right. Real clashes need serious preparation. Even Cheo Jong supported the idea of the importance of such training. At the very beginning it became clear. Everything turned out exactly as it was supposed. The result remained disappointing. The Taosis were only chaotically waving the swords without putting into the movement of true content. Without hesitation for a minute, John Guvan broke into the battlefield and rapidly attacked the first man check. From this unexpected step, the enemy immediately decided that the guy was aiming to kill his own uncle. As the man collapsed to the ground, the hero rushed into battle against his own teacher, frankly stating that he was forced to act in a cruel fight that leaves no choice. Understanding the cheese, the gaze snatched as Cheo Chick. Finally, he stood up and determined to give the hero a puffy hero. It was then that it became clear. It is time to make training even more difficult. Immediately it is absorbed by the unrestrained destructive force. He explains with a smile that he now really enters the battle, but he reassures Taos. The force will restrain that everyone can fight on equal terms. The wide-open eyes of Tanjun Choni could not hide the surprise. A real power of the Pearl Dragon unfolded in front of him. It did not fit in the head, where the guy had so much devastating force even during the usual workout. It suddenly came to him. The guy was much more dangerous than it could be imagined. The workout finally came. The tired and beaten Taosis carefully asked the Guan to allow them to do acupuncture and get medicines to quench the pain throughout the body. A moment, and the hero is already standing next to Tan Yun-chun, thinking of contacting the head of the family with a little request. He asked for effective medicines, wishing to help the brothers and uncle. The impression of Tan Yun-chan did not know the boundaries. John Guvan, still very young, withdrawal with the release of great power and kept it under complete control. This level of skill at this age has caused true admiration. In the end, the doctor agreed to issue the medicine, but asked the hero for one task. However, before he voiced his request, he invited to discuss all the details in his family estate. They barely found themselves on the spot. Tan Yun-jeon immediately ordered the healing of every Taos, sparing neither medicines nor efforts. The task was one thing, to restore their health at any cost. Together with John Guan, they entered the room, where in a cozy corner at the table poured a drink of Tan Jun Hangen. Sickly glanced at this spectacle, John Guvan demanded from the head of the family explanations. But Tan Yun-jeon calmly invited him to sit. In the meantime, the father was asked to remove alcohol for a while, with whom he hopelessly reassured his sorrow. Subsequently, it became clear. The request was that John Guvan accepted his father's mentoring and managed to convey his wisdom to the next generations. Both were struck by both the hero and the Tanji Khan. John Guvan began to understand the reasons with interest, because it was likely that Tan Yun-jeon only wanted to please his father with this request. He was actually excited about the deeper motifs that were guided by the head of the genus. Tan Yun-jeon assured that nothing unusual happened. It was simply necessary to convey to Jian news that the protagonist inherited all his father's knowledge. John immediately realized that all this story was just an excuse to establish a relationship with him. Tan Yun-jeon added that his father had time to make many enemies in his lifetime, and it brought a lot of trouble. That is why he sought to find a reliable ally, not another influential opponent. In the end, the hero agreed to try new art. It was an interesting adventure for him. Only one mood spoiled. Tanje Gyanan grunted under his nose. However, Homan himself persistently argued that there was no more restrained person to look. Hearing the lie and the weaknesses annoying the hero even more, Tanzi Hangan promised to cope with his emotions. The hero guessed that to study his wisdom promises to be very interesting, and Tanji Hani solemnly promised he would surely like it. John Guvan was well aware of the time to put forward the counter conditions. It was clear that Tan family benefits only one-time help. The hero asked to provide Kunluni students with constant and free medical help. The agreement with Tan Yun-chan on cooperation within the alliance was successful, but the hero did not only limit himself to it. Taking advantage of liquid meetings in the alliance, he put forward an additional proposal to send several healers of the Tank family to Kunlun so that they could undergo medical practice. Tan Yun-jon accepted the proposal, but put forward the condition to allow to collect healing poisonous plants in the Kunlun mountains. The hero could not manage this issue on his own, so he promised to contact the elders for permission. So the negotiations ended, because Tan Yun-chong was perfectly understood. The guy should also ask his father's consent to further study. Soon, John Govan met with Ai Haka, the same who repeatedly repeated that such opportunities occur only once in his life. Ai Hak saw a great potential in the guys, and their sect seemed too small for the ambitious Nutguan. Therefore, he sincerely advised the young warrior not to stop, but to boldly acquire new skills and fill his mind with new knowledge. The smile of pride appeared on the face of Cheo-chan. His student fell a unique chance. However, the old master reminded him, in the heart always keep the memory of who was your first and only mentor. The distrustful surprise of the hero enveloped. Why did the weirdo in general decide to take advantage of television? The answer did not slow down. Tan Gigi was hiding, watching their every movement closely. John Guvan immediately realized, his grandfather again does not betray his habits. From this day, a large master of the pores began to instruct the sheepdog. The rumors instantly flew the world. Even Yue Manchulia and Yunhui-gu news seemed incredible. In the heads did not fit that such could happen. Some even visited Tanjan Havan to find out if it was all, because his face was glowing with such joy, as if there was nothing to want in life after fate gave such an outstanding student. Among the conversation, the call of the older Tang Janus suddenly came. Tanji Han was unable to put up with the fact that John Guvan still did not turn to him as a mentor, so, inventing the reasons, he hurried to leave the room. Finally, he suggested that long-timely friends move on and engage in their futile affairs, and he remained to transfer his knowledge to his student. After that scene, both men broke up with anger because they never had such humiliation before. The feeling remained disgusting. The same idea suddenly slept at them. To spoil the plan of Tangju Havan, and to please himself with his failure. Both men returned to their students. They were convinced that they were destined to pass on their knowledge of the sheet dragon. The followers insisted. Their experience, of course, gave valuable knowledge, but the main secret of mastering art is hidden in the teaching of the sect. Therefore, they claimed, it is simply impossible to teach outsiders. The controversy rapidly flared up, and Yun Huigui, along with Yue Manchul, was well aware that they would now try to refuse them. It was the sovereign of Manchul most vigilant, the one who once wanted to hand over their own techniques to the students. But all the followers refused. Now he could not sink. What they have the right to reproach him if he finally found a worthy new student? A young man was found among the beggar sect, who realized Yun Huigu would not retreat without a battle, so he dared to talk to the harvest dragon himself. At the same time, a student who had previously met with a sheet dragon had previously encountered from the south. At this point, John Guvan was still practicing with a teacher in throwing weapons. The endless repetitions of the same movements seemed to him excessive. He believed that he had already mastered this skill in full. The disadvantage was swept by Tanjan Kana. It was difficult to understand what the hero was saying. In his thoughts, he already imagined how the guy would use all the stocks earned to master the throw. However, John Guvan assured that yesterday he looked at many different shells and had already learned everything he needed. It was not meaningful to prove the opposite. Chon Huvan was throwing shells with such skill, as if he had spent all his life in this art. In the end, the curiosity took the mountain, and it was decided to ask the guy what weapon he wanted to master. To which the hero answered calmly, "Any projectile that happens at hand will be useful. Only a few training throws will be enough to understand how to use it." Its only requirement is that weapons should be compact and not take up much space. Turning asking, the hero asked Tanjay Khan to become his teacher. However, before the beginning of the class, the old man noted that the Guan Natni first needs to learn about one significant thing. It is rumored that this family is famous for their poisons and metal guns, and few people know about their third secret, the art of agility. A moment, and an understanding comes. A key feature here is speed, because it is necessary to run away immediately after the use of poison or metal weapons. Tanji Han first perceived it as a rather simple explanation, and John Guvan was right. In order to act skillfully with poison or shells, the warrior must easily control his own body and accurately determine the distance to the enemy. The rumors of how Jane Guvan taught grandchildren the arts of poisons have long reached him. It was enough to hear these stories to understand. With poisons as skilled as no other. All over the world, the clan Guan from Kunlun is famous for agility and ability to act skillfully. Although the sect had his own approach, Tanjan Hanvan was convinced that this John Guan did not need to explain anything. His talent in his blood. In addition, he skillfully felt the features and ways of using metal weapons, so he coped with all three requirements. The man was ripe to share with the boy his own vision of enlightenment. The essence of his philosophy was built on three supports: heaven, earth, and man. In his opinion, true perfection is born only where these components find complete harmony. He put the elements in the reverse order, revealing their true essence. The one who conquers himself, and the sky and the earth becomes invincible. No enemy is no longer able to threaten him. The idea seemed quite transparent, but the thoughts of enlightenment, which was reduced to the constant bustle with the poisons and throwing of shells, did not inspire the hero at all. He was already preparing to leave, not wanting to waste a minute. And suddenly Tanji Havan explained, "The main point is that it is the person who becomes the center of everything. But all this is possible only when a person directs poison to the ground and throws weapons to the sky, becoming a true embodiment of harmony between these elements." Hearing the words of the old man, John Govan suddenly realized, in the story, hidden deep and wise meaning. Armed with needles and typing the handful of the land, the master decided to show how well he was well known on this art. Sleeping the ground in the air with thin dust, he created a curtain that closed the inspection of the enemy, and then quickly threw the needles straight into the sky, leaving the enemies no chance of evading the unexpected attack. Initially, Tanha Huan could not understand why the guy suddenly rushed. Only later did it become clear. John Guvan skillfully managed both shells and the surrounding environment, skillfully directing his inner strength. Using his ability, he skillfully changed the surface of the earth, and at the same time, released shells to keep the sky under control. Such a move became an ideal example of the fact that John Guvan had to learn. Amazed by this result, Grandpa thought a new test for the boy, wanting to find out what skill he will be able to achieve in this case. Thinking, John Guvan decided to find out what would happen if you remove the heavens from this circle. Since then, he has focused only on the power of the earth, striking and using more poisonous techniques. Having collected all his inner strength, the man was able to remove even the earth from this equation, and in the end only a man remained. It was at this moment that a deep insight came to Tanjana. A man merges in a man of heaven and earthly beginning, and at the same time he grasps the truth and becomes part of it. Suddenly, John Guvan stops the training duel, noticing the invisible attempts by the mentor to use poisonous techniques. The talented fighter does not allow any thoughtless risks for himself. Having realized his mistake, Tanjan Hanvan sincerely apologized and thanked the student, because it was his act that prompted the master to again feel the influx of inspiration and strength. The experienced mentor dared to discover the important truth. From his childhood, he was surrounded by poisons and skills of metal weapons, which seemed to be an unchanged part of fate. He was convinced for a long time that his life was locked in these skills. But later it came to understand, above all, he remained human. Over time, there was an awareness that even deprived of the support of heaven and earth, a person is able to continue his path and survive. The old master said calmly and confidently, "Weapons are like thy hand. True power appears only when you feel it part of yourself, but never allow her to become your master." John Guvan concentrated every word, gradually realizing that Tanaji Hashana was interested not only in comparison of poison with metal shells, The teacher was actually attracted to the opinion of a person who dared to call into question the absolute advantage of traditional martial arts. He expressed his sincere gratitude to Tanji Homan for his invaluable lessons, and feeling that he had realized the true essence of his wisdom, John Guvan began to gather on the way home. The experienced master was well aware that the young man would take years to grasp even the crumb of transmitted knowledge. The reason for this was not the lack of talent or skill, but the depth of the doctrine itself. John Guvan was already going to the exit when the owner rushed and invited to stay for lunch. The table was generously covered. However, the hero, well knowing that only vegetarian dishes will be served here again, he politely refused and thanked for his hospitality, saying goodbye. Traveling the streets, John Guvan thought in which establishment to taste juicy meat dishes outside Marima. Thoughts also touched everyday worries. It is worth changing your clothes and making a proper document if you decide to leave the alliance immediately. Irritability encompassed when mentioning that all these unnecessary formalities exist for the sake of a regular piece of meat. Suddenly on the way, Jinpun appeared with their companion, a student of Yunhuigui, which violated the reflections of John Guan. Greetings, he immediately asked what caused such a meeting. It turned out that Jinpun invited his own mentor, because he wanted to get acquainted in person. Calling the leader of the sect of beggars, the man without delay addressed the John Guan with a direct question. Would he not want to study from his teacher? A moment and the thoughts of Guan clearly clear. It was a well-known Yun Huigu, whose glory had a lot of dark spots. Without any hesitation, John Guvan sharply rejected the proposal. It seemed that the man was not surprised at all, as if he were waiting for such an answer. But he did not restrain himself, and asked why the young man refused to study from one of the 10. John Guvan explained without unnecessary emotions that he did not see any need. At that moment, the interlocutor was finally convinced that the rumors of the confidence of the young warrior were not exaggerated. Suddenly John Guvan asked if there was a good restaurant nearby, preferably with separate rooms for a quiet dinner. Tips have suggested a place called Unique Taste. For a long time, he invited Yu Jinpun to join his beetle with his mentor. John Guvan designed this meeting only as a chance to eat meat dishes, and the satellite sincerely regarded it as a generous gesture from the whole heart. On the threshold of the restaurant of John Guan with all confidence, he promised to pay his friends personally for lunch, confirming his intentions with an honest word, as a real warrior. In response to such a promise, the beggar immediately began to order a variety of meat dishes and pour strong drinks. Taking advantage of the right moment, Jinpun began to ask a younger friend about studying from the revered master Tanatang Khan, smiled John Guan, and a calm voice about completing the training of stunned beggar. Such confidence was difficult to take seriously. Is it possible to master all the intricacies of skill in just 2 days? The disappointment engulfed when it seemed that Chon Huan is a normal boasting. She even wondered why the master agreed to teach such a stubborn boy. But Jinpun, turning to the teacher, did not hesitate towards John Guan. According to him, the younger brother, though seemed to be arrogant, never deceived, and therefore he should treat him with all seriousness. After this conversation, Jinpun confesses John Guan, who trusts him, even if his words seem incredible, and expresses his desire to learn more about the conquered art. But the thoughts of John were occupied quite different. He had more important worries. With a mysterious smile, the proposal was made. An interesting truth that cannot be opened by anyone but trusted persons could be opened to the Jinpun and his mentor. The question was whether they could keep this important secret. The mysterious statement was made, and dishes were already steaming on the table. John Guan enthusiastically took the meat, tasting every piece, and the mentor, meanwhile, could not hide curiosity. Thoughts were circling around the mysterious secret of a young warrior, and the reasons why he suddenly lost his desire to continue the conversation after such an intriguing beginning. A light smile illuminated John Guan's face when he finally revealed his great secret. It turned out that he just loved meat and strong drinks. The mystery that everyone was waiting with such excitement was so ordinary that a cheerful laughter exploded in the hall. Laughing slightly, Jinpun solemnly promised to keep this secret. John Guvan, without changing his serious facial expression, frankly confessed, he trusts Jinpun completely, but he does not feel a crumb of trust in the head of the sect. The candid words of John Guan painfully struck the head of the sect of beggars. To reassure his mentor, Jinpun was in a hurry to explain. Although the statements of the young warrior sounded sharply, he was not going to offend personally. The thoughts were twisted. If Chon Guvan intended to offend him, he would definitely express her much sharper. But there was another real mystery. During the years, he did not meet the boys so cheeky and straightforward. The great wonder as such a character was among the respectable Kunlun clan. Suddenly, in the memory of the head of the sect, the image of the mentor has fallen. It turns out that a similar man had already happened to him before. Clear awareness. The road was here precisely because to argue with a stubborn mentor, known for his indomitable will, was in vain. The idea unexpectedly glowed. Instead of vain attempts to influence Guan, it may be worth contacting the boy and entrust him to solve a problem with his one secret. The reasoning of the man was simple. If John Guvan says that he can master their art in a few days, the teacher will be so surprised by such boldness that he will definitely change his mind to teach a self-confident boy. Acute intuition suggested that the interlocutor was running out. However, he decided not to pay attention to it, realizing that if a man begins to bother, the consequences may be quite serious. The evening passed calmly, and John Guvan, having enjoyed a cozy dinner, finally returned home. There he was waiting for this, who still trained persistently, strengthening endurance under the weight of heavy burdens. Grabbed by excitement, this man was in a hurry to inform John Guan that he was looking for an important guest. At the sight of the appointed meeting, the Guvan suddenly came across Cheo Chon, who appeared with an old ally, a leader of the clan from the eastern mountain. Meeting with the hero of the city legends became a real honor for the guest. He was a perpetuating pile of dragon. The guest said that his mentor had repeatedly mentioned John Guan, so now he fell to see the young man in his own eyes. Remembering the passionate desire of Yue Manchul to take a Guan to the students, John Guvan came with certainty that he would be refused. But this time his attitude changed. Sincerely hoped that the young warrior would be elected a student of the great master. The special request was not accidental. No other way to influence the decision of the stubborn mentor simply did not exist. The smartest solution, as it was thought, was to agree to study, and then to pass the knowledge gained to other students. However, John Guvan immediately made it clear that this proposal was not interested in it. Realizing the guy's beliefs, the man decided to change the terms of the agreement. He promised the Pan family strong support in the future election of the alliance leader. And if they go to cooperation, then martyrs will go to Xinkai, and this design will be allocated considerable forces. The next step was the obligation to invest in the development of trade with the Western region. If the main product is transferred to the Trade Association of FECs, it will make it possible to significantly raise well-being, and the residents of Zinch will be able to choose from a richer assortment of goods. The proposals were really attractive, but John Guvan insightfully noted, their sect, apparently, was already taking the same. Easy embarrassment flashed in the eyes of a man when the young man immediately solved his intentions. Not wanting to seem, the interlocutor decided to play even more bolder. As soon as John Guvan hinted that he wanted to get something personally for himself, the interlocutor immediately realized, this unusual young man really deserves serious negotiations. With a smile full of confidence, the man noticed. Yet he does not know exactly what John Guvan wants, and the time for reflection will be enough while studying with the master. After brief hesitation, John Guvan still decided to agree. The next day, the city was protected from rumors. Pearl Dragon became a student of two legendary masters, the leader of beggars and the famous spear owner. Everyone was stunned. Having taken care of new training immediately after classes with the Master of Poisons, the guy surprised the public. The real resonance rose so much that even a solemn meeting of influential families, Nazun and Hebai Pen in the Alliance, had to postpone. Navun, the head of the family, tried to understand what the sudden transfer of the election of the Alliance leader, and what dangerous game is the representatives of the Kunlun clan in this story. While the others were just watching, one of the assistants hurriedly explained the situation. The public excitement caused by the actions of John Guan would be quickly extinguished. However, in order not to have unnecessary difficulties with the election of the alliance leader, all factions were asked to temporarily suspend the election process. Dissatisfaction mature in the eyes of the head of the Nastia, the alliance Moor, is unlikely to express a clear position, and therefore any delay seems in vain. The assembled Ryok noted that his father was already on the verge, and tried to reassure him. But this attempt only poured oil into the fire of his anger. News about recent events have already reached him, along with rumors that the former honorary title of his son, Dragonmech, was changed to the mocking nickname Drakon Smrdyuchka. Fury boiled inside, specifically released the schedule to come. And now there is even a minute to deal with Pen family and unexpected problems. Circumstances were difficult because everyone knew about a strong friendship between Kunlun's clan and Pan's family. This could significantly influence the decisions of other members of the alliance. To control the course of events had a family of Nazun, so the strengthening of the impact of Kunlun was absolutely unprofitable. In order to repel these events, the head of the race was ordered to arrange a lush banquet, seeking to show the strength and grandeur of his family. At the same time, the head of the Pan race arrived at the estate. Without wasting time, he called Pan Suvoya for a frank conversation to understand recent events. The soul was torn apart by contradictory feelings. It is not clear whether to rejoice in the good news or to prepare for new anxiety. Rumors were spreading like a fire. It was then that Pinsuli shared an inspiring message. A good friend. Heichin confirmed that another mighty family would be on the side of Pan. Namjoon's family had some more hidden opportunities. Pen Suvoy made a proposal to get together to discuss fresh news. There was almost no time for the election, so men have agreed. Without a sincere conversation, they could not do personally. The head of the family knew well about the famous Pearl Dragon and understood what place he occupied in the world. Saint Suli emphasized that it is vital for them to find common ground with this unusual guy. Returning to the young man who was sitting opposite, the head asked about his impression after meeting with John Guan. The young man noticed that despite the rude and hazing look of the Guan, his behavior does not guess any evil design. Such a thought touched Pen's Fei for living and strengthened the desire of the head of the clan to get acquainted with an unusual guy personally. Meanwhile, John Guvan graduated from Manchul's YE. The teacher strictly insisted, if you have to take the spear, you need to act exactly as he taught. In Yue himself, Manchul was still not invested in his head. He was in front of him, who had mastered the complex skills in a few days. The sudden arrival of Tang Hangan, together with Jun Kuegun, caused a hot dispute. Both wanted to be the next mentor of John Guan. However, the tension quickly slept when John Guvan reminded Jun Hun that he did not make any promises to study from him. Tanja Han and Yue Manchul exploded with indignation, attracting a man for proposing a training without the permission of the guy himself. In response, Yun Huigui threw them in reproach that they were forcing the boy to do what he does not love. Watching this dispute, John Huvan wisely remained aside, well understanding how meaningless this situation is. Returning home, the hero saw Ai Haka with a retinue. All of them were going to go out. From the conversation it became known that the company is heading for a feast that is satisfied with the family. When asked by John why no one warned him, Ai Hak replied that he did not want to distract during class. Without the shadow of the excitement, the Guvan said that he had already mastered the skill of the list of Yue Manchul, putting in the same 2 days to study all the techniques of the distinguished master. Aikok had nothing left to invite a guy to join their team. The opportunity to visit Namjoon's family caused Guan delight in the John, because the famous glory of this family promised generous treats and real delicacies. A fascinating picture opened before the eyes of the guests. The tables were broken from a variety of dishes and exquisite treats. Despite the fact that the decision to arrange a feast was spontaneous, the preparation was perfectly coped. The Namjoon family took care of every little thing and struck the guests with a perfect organization. Magnifying himself, one of the cooks kindly suggested to show guests from the Kunlun sect to their places. Going to his table, John Gavan was surprised. All the dishes were purely vegetarian. The oppression of the oppression filled the soul when the gaze fell on the adjacent tables that died under the variety of meat dishes and bottles with strong ones. Such flashy injustice remained unclear on the part of the family. At this point, the ceremony was solemnly announced about the arrival of the chief organizer of the evening, the head of the Nabyun family. The newly arrived man, sliding his eyes on numerous guests, smiled satisfied. The place was chosen perfectly, hence everyone who gathered in the hall is visible. Suddenly, the look of the head of the Najun family on a pearl dragon. The expression of the young man's face stunned him. John Guvan radiated such rage and dissatisfaction that even the experienced head of the clan felt the cold on his back under the pressure of his vigilant look. However, in a moment the man remembered the difference in their status and suppressed anxiety. Turning to the guests, the head of the family assured his well-prepared speech. He sincerely shared how much effort was invested in the organization of the holiday, and expressed his hope that the treats were pleased with everyone at this table. The hall was filled with legendary masters, who gave all their strength for the sake of rest in Merim for years. Considering them, the speaker bowed deeply, openly expressing gratitude to each of these famous people, despite his own respectable age. With sincere solemnity, the words of gratitude to the famous warriors of Jun, those who always stood up for the most difficult times. This feast, as it was said, was arranged in order to demonstrate deep gratitude to all who gathered this evening. John Gouvan, listening carefully to the speech, immediately recognized her classical technique. The desire to earn support through the clever words and flattery. It is necessary to pay tribute. The family head of the assembled coped with this task surprisingly skillfully. It was at this moment that Czech was successfully transferred to the attention of John to one of the men present, the head of the Pan family. He wondered with interest that he thinks John Gouvan about this respectable guest. Sincerely confessing, the young man noted that this man looks as if he had repeatedly picked up life from many. Even for him, the head of the genus Pan seemed extremely dangerous. The election of the alliance leader Muri gained special weight to repute the clans, which is why the heads of families Nazun and Pen were actively involved in this political game. John Gouvan was well aware. Each of them would not stop for anything for the sake of victory. Cheo Zhang noted that their methods are significantly different, because both candidates are different in nature, and it will depend on the winner how the alliance will work in the future. At the end of the conversation, Chong invited Chong Guan to the table. Paying attention to how the young man looks disappointed at vegetable dishes, he with sympathy noted his dissatisfaction. John Gouvan has already chosen a modest dinner restaurant. I wanted real delicious food instead of exquisite but not hearty banquet dishes. But suddenly the head of the Pan family confidently came to their table. He sought to personally congratulate Ihak himself, Kunluni's elder. Official greetings were heard, respectful bows took place, and the guest confidently steps to the sheepdog. He clenches his hand with a smile, sincerely confesses that he often heard about him from Pen Kanva, and is happy to get acquainted in person. The head of the family was specially interested in why John Gouvan has not visited their clan yet, and mentioned that Pan Canvas was very much waiting for a meeting with him. The sneezing was swept by John's John. He suddenly remembered that Pen Canvi had never answered anything specific. The determination flashed in the eyes of the head of the family when he invited the young man to visit their estate for a serious conversation. They did not have time to say the last word as Tanjan Hungan appeared in the room, respectfully greeting a respectable Pen. Turning sharply, the man frozen in surprise. 3 of the 10 respectable masters stood in front of him. A brief question about well-being, the exchange of greetings, and already in the voice of Tan Ji slid a slight distrust. He is interested in whether he thought he may have the leader of the Pan family to take his student in his assistance. The explanation came with a hurry, the whole reason for the invitation. In the dating of the Pearl Dragon with his younger son. The man just wanted to talk to the guy, that's all. Watching the conversation, John Gouvan noticed that all the revered masters gathered in the hall with their influential fractions. Feeling the desire to leave sooner, he began to think about what reason to invent for an invisible exit. The view of Cheo-chan fell ordinary warriors who also came to the Alliance Moor. However, although they were considered part of them, the invitation to the banquet reached only the most influential factions. They did not even call ordinary fighters. Without hesitation, the hero promised to feed the hungry soldiers, whom the family was completely forgotten. Initially, Chungjong thought that John Gouvan was guided by sincere intentions. However, the doubts were squeezed, and an annoying suspicion made her look closely at the student's face, trying to solve his true thoughts. The man's gaze rushed to the sky, begging for a sign whether to believe this boy. In the end, En Guan is released, but strictly warned to stay away from any fights. At the same time, his younger brother was surprised. He was invited to such an important event. Dreams of new acquaintances with young martyrs of martial arts were already born in the head. Instead of supporting these aspirations, John Gouvan firmly grabbed his mind and led him away. The disappointment clenched the breasts of this, and tears appeared in his eyes. Along with this gesture, all his hopes for the future in the world of martial arts were destroyed. John Gouvan, noticing a sad Sonu among the ordinary soldiers who were missed by an invitation to the banquet, paid attention to their hungry eyes. Without spending time, he suggested that he go to the restaurant together and promised to treat dinner at his own expense. The unexpected generosity of the Pearl Dragon forced the warriors to exchange suspicious views. It was difficult to imagine that such a large figure was really ready to spend money on treating ordinary soldiers. The guys did not have time to recover how a Chonguvan almost forcefully pushed them to the decision. The whole company, without arguing, went to look for a place where you could have a good time. As soon as the familiar restaurant of John Guan, it turned out, there were no vacancies left there. The company was already going to go, as suddenly one of the knights, a local resident, said with a proposal. He invited everyone to another restaurant. Although it is not famous for its luxury, but they are generously treated with delicious meals at a reasonable price and sincerely care about the guests. John Guan thought, as if this guy was making money on clients. However, there was no other way out, so they were forced to accept its conditions. At the sight of John, the Guvan barely restrained not to attract the one who advised the institution. What came before his eyes was in no way meet the bright promises he heard earlier. John Guvan returned to the young man and immediately asked if the commission was getting for each new guest. The guy snapped, hot waving his hands, trying to prove his sincerity, and convincingly asked to believe his advice. It was at that moment from the kitchen that the hostess looked, a local cook. Seeing the boy, the woman smiled warmly, immediately recognizing her son who brought new guests to the house. Suddenly, a whole picture broke out in the mind of John Guan. This guy brought them here not just as the son of the owner of the establishment. He obviously ate often here, paying nothing. But the young man immediately rushed. The main reason is not free food. Just his mother's culinary talent seemed to him the best in the world. With a slight glitter in his eyes, the guy proudly shared stories about the achievement of the institution. Although it was quiet in the hall, almost all the locals were at work. But as soon as the lunch break came, the restaurant turned into a real hive, where the free table was only the most eminent. Without the shadow of hesitation, John Guvan asked the woman to prepare all the best that will be found among her culinary masterpieces. Looking back, he invited his comrades to be comfortable in any places that came to their liking. Setting up at the table, John Guvan plunged into the memories of teachers and elders left in Kunlun. The heart sought to believe that they all are well, and workouts did not stop for a moment. Further, thoughts involuntarily turned to the celestial demonic cult. Temporary lull should not be misleading, because their silence will not last long. The future changes were becoming more and more noticeable. Mr. Penn had to lead the alliance soon. But the thoughts were not held in captivity, because with the rapid departure of Marima warriors to the province of Vichai, the long, awaited roads opened before him. Finally, there was an opportunity to travel the world without any obstacles. The warrior who approached suddenly, he presented a branded dish of the establishment, a vegetable salad, and sincerely wished a delicious chonguan. But, judging from the hero's view, the greens did not cause admiration at all. Friendly, but confidently he asked for something else. The waiter began to talk about a special dish created for the Pearl Dragon. But John Guvan sniffed him sharply, persistently stating that he was only interested in meat. The warrior puzzled this requirement, because he knew well. The guest belonged to the Taoist school. The gaze slid toward this side. Simple clothes hinted that he was probably standing with an external student. John Guvan took advantage of the right moment and asked to bring as much dishes as possible, jokingly emphasizing the restless appetite of his brother. The waiter smiled widely and promised to cover the table so that the food was plenty of every taste. The servant only came out, as he said with indignation that he would not allow himself to consider himself an external student, and even as he eats like a pig. John Guvan, while keeping calm, reminded that the young man did not yet take his form. And he also asked why the words about the pig was so affected. It all depends on how you look at yourself. He, with a despair, threw a replica, advising to imagine that vegetables were meat. Only an ironic smile appeared on the face of John Guan in response to such a joke. The fragrant dishes immediately filled the tables, and in the hearts of the warriors, the real joy broke out. Not holding back the admiration, everyone thanked a friend, through whom he promised to become special and satisfying this evening. The modest hero with a gesture pointed to the self-mooring dragon. They say that a real gratitude should get to him. Returning to John, the warriors froze in surprise. He ate at such a frantic speed that his hands just blurred before his eyes. It seemed that the dishes were disappearing on their own. It was so difficult to have time for his movements. The hobbies did not hide the warriors, deciding that John Guvan not only skillfully possesses the sword, but also skilled in handling sticks for food. They jokingly noted that such skills are not born. Probably, which is why he is constantly training, even at lunch. Several people tried to repeat his style and ate at the same speed. But only Sun Mu guessed why Chon Guvan was in a hurry. The guy hid a piece of meat in his hands with all his might. This discovery squeezed the soul of the moon of the spicy shame. When the tension slept, the conversations quickly moved to the recent clashes between the Hua Mountain sect and the Southern Slope clan. The warriors discussed the possible causes of the sudden statement of the head of the family Nazun, trying to reach the essence of events. Overcoming the distance to the satellites, the junction suddenly realized, in almost every sect and family, their own troubles and unresolved disputes were hidden. Feeling a chance to find out something important, John Gouvan approached the table with a bottle of strong, inviting the soldiers to lift a glass with it. Passored with such attention from the Pearl Dragon, the warriors eagerly gave their consent. Sitting next to them, John Gouvan said that he spent his entire life in Pichai, and now, when he got into the Central Plains, is constantly faced with things that are incomprehensible to himself. Of particular interest was the conversation about how life in the city is made, the future elections of the alliance leader, influential clans, social moods, and the preferences of local families. Direct questions about the election of a new head caused a noticeable tension among the soldiers, clearly frightened the opportunity that important details could go beyond their circle. John Gouvan, smiling widely, emphasized immediately. He did not need selfless help. Instead, he suggested an agreement, having received valuable information from them, willing to share their interesting secrets. Watching John, the warrior realized that this guy is smarter than 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes combined. In addition, John Gouvan studied from the 3 of the 10 most revered masters. Therefore, to get the opportunity to take knowledge from him seemed like a true blessing. Inspired by the conversation, the interlocutors were readily exchanging information. The Shu clan from Taijan openly supported the family of the Nazun, and the sect of Pravshan, despite the proclaimed neutrality, was actually on the side of the assembly. As a sign of gratitude for the important hint of the Job Gouvan, he agreed to teach them the main techniques and skills that will be needed immediately after training. They agreed to see the next morning. At dawn, one of the young soldiers quietly left the house, hurrying to work out. His mother has not yet recovered from surprise to see her son woke up so early. The real surprise flashed in her eyes when her mother appeared in the middle of the night on her feet, immediately asked her not to forget about vacation. With easy relief, the woman confessed that she was all right with her, but worried about her son, who was in vain. The guy smiled awkwardly and explained they had the opportunity to study from the most pillow dragon. After spending the last minutes with his mother, he heard her careful request behind her back. "Be careful, take care of yourself, and do not get over." He covered from his head to heels. Mom and so barely found a minute on vacation, working from morning till night, and he was chasing everything for a ghostly dream of becoming a master of martial arts, instead of being a support. The opportunity to learn from such a powerful warrior could no longer fall. After hugging his mother, the guy asked her to wait a little. A clear opinion flashed in her head. "If the training with the John Guan today goes to a scraper, you will have to return to Mom and say goodbye to the dream to become a warrior." John Gouvan finally appeared before the assembly. He respectfully apologized for not managing to talk to everyone the day before. The attendees were noticeably embarrassed because of their origin of ordinary soldiers. The absence of a noble family put many barriers to them. John Gouvan sought to destroy this invisible wall with the help of their courage and inner strength. He showed special care for his younger brother, reminding him of their recent conversation about himself. The teacher told how each of them will learn courage and unbreakable morale during training. Then he challenged everyone. He suggested attacking him together. On the eve of the training festival, John Gouvan asked Yu Jinpun to teach him students something special and share with them useful tips and basic guidelines. Jinpun did not object to help, but he was worried that his mentor would say. Hearing the promise of John Guan to treat him with delicious dishes, as he did last time, he finally decided to join. John Gouvan appealed to support for Poisonous Phoenix and Tan O-hun. At first, these two refused, because they were passionate about the improvements of those poisons that the hero had tested earlier. Having felt that the clues about the poison will accelerate their business, Tan managed to convince his brother and sister to abandon this idea. Nearby, Janjin was surprised to teach ordinary people at all. The promise of John Guan was made. He will reveal all the details as soon as she joined in their case and invited to join. Finally, curiosity was preparing. Yan Jiangin also agreed to become part of the concept of John Guan. At that moment, Pan Ahead introduces everyone to the head coach and mentors who have been entrusted with newcomers through skill. None of the simple soldiers believed in their own eyes. 3 of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, along with the young masters of the Tang, appeared to pass on their knowledge. Everyone understood. With such mentors, they have real opportunities and great achievements. John Guvan solemnly started his first workout, informing the students that they will learn the technique of the rider rack today. Since the start was read for the most important, the classes decided to limit 1 hour so as not to overload beginners. The news about the rider on the horse has caused a wave of disappointment among the audience. Most never realized why to arrange such a huge festival only for the sake of such an elementary reception. John Guvan calmly explained, "Everyone decides for himself whether to stay. No one here holds anyone." As a result, most still decided to stay and listen to the explanation again, even if she did not see the point in parsing such a simple element. The heart of Guan was contracted by disappointment when the gaze slid on those who trained. There was no way in his head how someone could teach them so carelessly to treat basic exercises. Seeing one of the students who performed the exercise flawlessly, the master distinguished him and explained to others, "That's how the real full stand should look like." The rest ordered to take an example from this guy and repeat him. From the first minutes, when the technique was performed accurately, it became clear how much the real power of the basics remained undervalued. John Guvan shared with those present. Many people understand the importance of foundations well, but they almost do not pay attention to them in practice. He thought whether the basic exercises seemed too boring or heavy. Perhaps that is what the majority turns away. It seems that the reason was that everyone around them ignored the base, hastily grabbing for difficult techniques and leaving newcomers alone with difficulty. It was for this reason that John Guvan came to the conclusion: it is worth working together with basic techniques. In this way, no student will feel inconvenience due to lack of experience. In addition, Pansuvora, along with his assistants, received an invitation, after which the announcement was made. Students are waiting for sparring with representatives of the Pen family. The Stump family, having initiated the training festival, made sure that every young student could get the maximum benefit of this event. The students competed skillfully with the young martyrs of martial arts, using all their potential and generously sharing valuable tips. Thanks to these duels, each participant noticed their own misses and received hints how to overcome them. The news quickly reached the head of the Nabyun family. Seeing as his assistant pale from fear, he immediately realized the assist. Something happened. Full of alarming anticipation, he began to drink details, guessing that it was probably related to the future Pen family training festival. With excitement, the assistant shared the news. Even those who at first categorically refused to participate in the festival eventually changed their mind and decided to join. Anger, after heard news, assembly. The leader of the family strongly went out, wanting to see what happened with his own eyes. A huge crowd gathered on the spot. Everyone was in a hurry to the gate. On all sides, the voices of the students of the training camp were heard. They confessed to each other, which, despite the first doubts, now do not regret to join their choice. Finally, it became clear in what moments there were no confidence, and a clear awareness came. If they did not dare to join the learning, would definitely be regretted. The guard at the goal loudly informed that the break was coming to an end, and the entrance would soon be closed. The students immediately went to rush to the training camp. The curiosity took the top. Why do the gates remain closed? The guard calmly replied that only those who really seek participation were missed inside. Realizing that this will interfere with those who are late, guards explained that the workouts are going twice a day, and anyone can join tomorrow. The intrigue around the events ignited the curiosity of Namjoon, the head of the family. He insisted that he would immediately open the gate and be allowed to watch the training. Having felt the refusal, the fierce anger broke out in his chest. Did someone dare to challenge him? Although internally raged, the numerous audience forced to hold back emotions. Keeping calm, he painted that the rules are united for all, politely apologized for his behavior, and together with the assistant went quietly. Meanwhile, the news of the start of the second workout came. This part was instructed to hold a brother and sister, Tan Yeji and Tan Gun. The attackers have launched poisoned arrows, trying to impress the students. John Guvan immediately took the initiative, reassured the frightened boys, explaining, "Poison would not lead to death, but only cause temporary paralysis and nausea. Young masters had to teach students how to behave in such circumstances and provide first aid." John Guvan suggested, "Listen carefully to the Tanny if you dream of getting rid of discomfort sooner." During the final stage of training, 2 more, Representatives of 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes joined them. Even before the start of John Guvan, he addressed each of the participants with a difficult question. How do they behave if their weapons break in the midst of the battle? Everyone was aware of losing their self-control at that moment, and because of this, it would be true. John Guvan told why it is so important to know the hand-to-hand fight and be able to use the wreckage of weapons. He emphasized, without mastering the techniques for fighting at close distance. At the training of John Guvan emphasized the students. In a real battle for the second time he will not work. Therefore, each task should be fulfilled as responsible. Before going on, you need to make sure that all the techniques are well absorbed. The end of the workout was marked by the appearance of the head of the Stump family, which prepared for everyone a nice gift, healing herbs and special tea. Tasting the healing drink, everyone was fond of caring for the Stump family, because they took care of even the smallest little things. Carefully examining all those present, the mentor made a speech full of inspiration. He stressed that not everyone will have a chance to become a prominent martial arts master, and it is thanks to hard work that everyone can reach considerable heights. He emphasized, the training festival was created to lay a solid basis for the future formation of warriors and facilitate their path to skill. This person's heartfelt faith is that each of them can become stronger than the good of the world, deeply moving young warriors. The festival just completed its first day, and the city was already buzzing with approving exclamations and grateful reviews of participants. Surprisingly, almost no one thought that John Guvan did not really reveal any new secrets and did not give much knowledge. A few more days have passed in the same intense atmosphere. Finally, alarming news came to the head of the family. The number of festival participants increased daily at a rapid speed. In addition, the new Pian family supporters, the Tang family, the Poor sect and the Yue clan, were also decided to get involved in learning. Awareness of the true threat rapidly forced Namjoon to change the course of thoughts. No more hesitation it was time for bold and decisive action, without any restrictions on the choice of means. No advantage for opponents from the Pen family. Political struggle is just beginning. In the silence of the night, he visited John with an important conversation. Seeing that this was sleeping in the room, he suggested to move the conversation outside. The deep sigh of the teacher immediately hinted at John Guan. A difficult conversation is waiting for him. Chung Chan brought important news. Namjoon's family had already gone to them. The election of the alliance leader remained a long time, and the representatives were constantly required to vote for a week. John Guvan was well aware. Pian's head is probably dissatisfied with this hurry. Suddenly Nazin remembered Hua Mountain and the Southern Clan, emphasizing that the unorthodox demonic union deftly uses the moment and moves the orthodox faction on the trading field. It became clear. Behind this stands Vision. The breast clung to awareness. The situation is incredibly intense, as such actions were supposed to ignite the anger both Hua and the Southern Clan. In these words, Cheojong annexed another remark. And among other factions, there was a lot of concern. As soon as rumors of the possible sudden attack of an unorthodox demonic union on trade possessions, caution and tension have risen to the limit. John Guvan noted for themselves that they were lucky enough to avoid trade affairs. Chung Jong agreed, but reminded that the decision to hold a leader's election has already been made and will take place within a week. After completing the training festival, John Guan was asked to think carefully. When the silence again wrapped the room, John Guvan admitted with reluctance, to appoint an election earlier, a real strategic move. He would do the same, be in the place of the head of the family. Now all his attention was drawn to the future. How the events of the next week will unfold. The moonlight and the silence of the night walk suddenly molded in it a thirst for alcohol. Because last time the restaurant failed to carry out this intention. There was a great opportunity to visit the Alliance's restaurants. The jumps on the roof suddenly brought an unexpected meeting. The head of the family Namjoon appeared ahead, who did not even hide his face with a mask. Confidence and impunity was read in every movement. The assistants of the John Guan carried out vessels with a mysterious content, which immediately attracted his attention. He was fascinated by this mystery. He followed to find out what it was. It turned out that the Nazun was path to the leader of the Xinqian sect, who had already brewed tea, waiting for a night guest. When asked about the purpose of the night visit, they apologized for the inconvenience and asking to support the election of the alliance leader. Instantly assessing the circumstances, the elder of the sect understood. The chance to get the benefit has fallen right now. Although the decision to support Namjoon's family has already been made, The experienced leader did not miss the opportunity to find out what benefit it would receive. The assistants of the Namjoon brought strange vessels to the hall. The head explained, "They have special pills created to tamper hunger." The elder first decided that it was a joke, but the assumption remained quite serious. The head spoke about special pills that strengthen the inner strength, improve health, and suggested that they be sure of their action. The elder immediately guessed, in those pills probably, hidden rare elixirs and especially valuable components, which the head of the assignee himself added. A happy smile was played on her face when she was promised to always be a support for the Namjoon family. In view of the resolved issue, he announced to hold the guest personally, because soon he had to become a prominent head of the Alliance Moor. The elder, set up to explore miraculous pills, eagerly returned to the vessel, but instead saw only a void. Inside, the rage boiled. How could the head of the Assumption so cruelly deceive him? In fact, John Guvan has already tapped these pills. Having tasted one, immediately recognized the composition. Here both ginseng, wild plants, and a number of rare elixirs. Admiring the idea that these pills could come in handy, watching the head of Namjoon, hurried to empty the second vessel. Morning calm Sonu broke an unusual fuss. John Guvan was already preparing something from dawn. In a moment it became clear. A friend raps over the healing herbal decoction and asks to help to blow the fire under the cauldron. Barely, he began to complain of fatigue after training, as he heard the proposal of John Guan to share the healing herbs, immediately revived and took up the case. After cooking the broth, John Havan concentrated the inner force to give the pins the desired shape. When everything was prepared, Cholamu asked with interest what these pills were called. John Guvan, without answering, decided to try a new remedy on his younger brother. As soon as Sonu put a pill in his mouth, John Guvan remembered. First of all, the medicine will clean the stomach, and soon all the channels will give a clear signal, urgently to look for a toilet. The force of influence turned out to be so mad that the junction was barely on his feet. John Guan supported a friend and led him to the toilet, helping at every step. As soon as the guy was inside, the air was filled with familiar sounds of true relief, which caused the feeling of a complete important business. Captured by an incredible result, John Guvan gave his creation the name, Pills of True Heavenly Energy. Leaving a few pills for himself and putting part for Kunlun students, he found that there were only 8 pieces left. The trip to the training camp turned a new test. 4 selected soldiers received mysterious pills. The guidelines were simple. Swallowing them on an empty stomach, if possible without moving away from the toilet. Surprise and confusion engulfed the warriors. It was not to understand why such a valuable elixir himself gave to them. But John Guvan confidently said that it was not just a gift for him, but a profitable investment in reliable allies. 4 were bent in a deep bow, assuring that his kindness would always remain in their memory. John Guvan was able to combine the martial arts with the power of magic pills, so he turned these people into a devoted reconnaissance to him within the Alliance Moor. The last 2 pills rolled into the hands of Tan Ogun and Tang Yuge. Both have easily determined that the ingredients include ginseng and wild herbs. The tablet also got at Jun Jin. The overall confusion prevailed in the hall when the girl carefully wondered where the medicine came from, and heard in response from John that he made his own. Despite the well-known glory of the Master of Poisons, it was difficult to imagine that he can also create unique healing pigers. Tan Oh-hun, Tan Yangi, and Yun Jun-gin sincerely thanked John Guan, promising to thank him on occasion. At this time, John Guvan gladly noted for himself how profitable it was to invest in such capable people. The last pill of Jinpun received from the hands of a tank dragon. The generosity of this level stunned the beggar so much that he could not even utter words. A few days later, they gathered a meeting to discuss important organizational issues of all factions and to agree on the general principles of elections. The vicious gaze of the assignee glanced people he was brightened by him, and immediately felt in the air anxious tension. The faces of these people seemed too strange to him. Without wasting time, the Nazun made telepathic contact with the elder to find out what was the matter. The herd answered stunned him to the depths of his soul. The bare look of the elder clearly showed that the patience is about to go. He made the head of the assignee. These pills from famine were in vain. The annoyance was boiling inside, so the elder decided to turn them back and pretend that there was no conversation. The invasion did not believe that such precious pills could be futile for someone. He wanted to know more, but the elder only urged him to stop publicly disgrace. Feeling a cold misunderstanding, the head of the Nazun immediately tried to understand the essence of misunderstanding and find the cause of differences. The elder sharply cut off any attempt to continue the conversation, making it clear that his sect would not be on the side of the Nazun family. The fury was covered. The head could not believe how simply the elder disappeared from the stage after so many generous proposals. Instead, the situation only worsened. The pills disdainfully baptized the pile of garbage and insisted immediately to pick them back. The room almost instantly rained tensions. The head of Nazun, realizing that he could not show his anger in front of everyone, gathered with thoughts and tried to calmly find out what was happening. At the training site, the John Guvan learned from one of the warriors about his mother's well-being and thought to visit her after classes. When he came to Yujinpun, he wondered if he had his free time this evening. Gathering all ready to give up fatigue, only after hearing about delicious food, the man immediately changed his mind. The dream of a free lunch was so seductive that Prashika could not refuse, and with him, and the Cholemu, who was not given a word to insert, went to a restaurant belonging to the mother of the warrior. The table was already generously saved, and Jinpun did not hide the admiration. He praised the dishes and wondered, how did such a distant Glush man manage to create such a wonderful establishment? Everyone was surprised by the behavior of John Guan. He suddenly suggested that a woman sit side by side, they say. He has several questions to her. First of all, he was interested in why this location was chosen for the restaurant. As expected, everything rested in a lack of money. Having more fortune, the family would choose a lively area for their institution without hesitation. Convinced the correctness of his assumptions, John Guvan asked this man whether there is a free land nearby suitable for opening a restaurant. The unexpected proposal was voiced at the same time. He offered the woman to open a new restaurant, and he took the cost of the site. Information about the new institution was just instructed to spread the Jinno. Considering the scope of the idea, the man almost changed his mind. But it was worth mentioning the remnants of food from the restaurant, which would be given to them, as his attitude changed instantly. In response to the question of his generosity, John Huvan noted that he was extremely respected by the culinary talent of the hostess. Instead, the condition was heard. Her son should fully indulge in the martial arts and forget about help in the kitchen. Judging by the boy's view, the concern that the mother will have to fight the difficulties of her own became obvious. In compromise, John Guvan promised to erect a spacious restaurant near the Alliance Moor, so that the guy could easily get there. The woman's nerves seemed to the verge of future expenses, but John Havan confidently assured that everything would determine their success. If everything is successful, it will be possible to buy the ground. And when a more attractive area happens, it will easily hand over to others. The mysterious interest of his older brother with a restaurant did not give the junction. Although he understood perfectly, a single institution would not be a source of big money, and despite this, John Juan wanted to open his own restaurant. At first, he thought he wanted to take advantage of his own reputation. However, he immediately explained to him, he intends to act on behalf of the Kunlun clan. Over time, it came to Sun. John Guvan aimed to strengthen the position of their clan on the fertile Central Plains. Although the final plan has not yet matured, the opening of the restaurant could already give them the right authority among influential clans. Recalling a recent adventure with a gang of detractors who tried to substitute them through his uncle, John Havan emphasized that such stories would no longer happen, and the sect strengthened their positions. It is necessary to expand its influence step by step. The real idea of a friend opened in front of the pitch in all its fullness. In the end, John Guvan decided to make sure his family decision. After waiting for their consent, he immediately went to the teacher to discuss important cases. He revealed his idea to the little things. First, to reduce a simple restaurant, gradually expanding the case, to open hospitals, schools, temples, shelters, and other social institutions. This strategy will allow the clan step by step to strengthen its impact in the region. The intention was noble, sought to help people who needed it. But it was worth mentioning their clan, as dissatisfaction was already born in certain circles. The belief of John was remained adamant. No prejudice can interfere with good deeds. Understanding the importance of true like-minded people to embody a grand idea, enlivened in it the hope of future changes that can give help to those who really need it. The proposal to seek help from the Tan family or the poor sect. Hearing this, the head of the Tan family immediately saw in this step a wonderful opportunity. Helping those who need treatment, their family could significantly improve their reputation. Without long thought, Tan agreed to support the case. The representative of the Kopya sect announced to take care of the teaching of children, because their clan was sincerely concerned with the fate of the common people and sought to help them. The poor sect was eager to cooperate because the prospect of getting malnourished from the restaurant seemed very attractive to them. The news of the joint initiative of 4 powerful lightning groups flew around the city. This immediately aroused interest in many people who want to join the project. With the arrival of the head of the Pan family, who declared his intention to join the project, John Gouvan openly shared the true purpose of this case: to guarantee the protection of their interests. The awareness came instantly. The family tries to strengthen the power of Kunluni, just if they have a betrayal of arrangements. No feelings did not affect it in it. Kunlun's distrust of him was perfectly understood. Even his own intentions were sometimes a mystery to him. This is how a silent understanding was established between them. Soon, John Gouvan gladly noted that everything was moving exactly as he conceived. More and more people began to admire their ideas and respect their activities. This he has admired, that his older brother was surprised every time. Among all the participants who had their own motives, the desire to act for the common good prevailed. The surprise caught suddenly. John Gouvan suddenly announced that she was going to sell the land, as soon as its price would increase significantly. He said that due to the rapid growth of business, the value of the land has already increased significantly. Now the main question is how much time it is worth waiting for the highest profit. This is anxiety that he did not stop the sale and purchase of the earth. The clan not to go over the gossip. Particularly alerted the idea of expanding on the outskirts, because it is easy to get into the field of view of the unclean owners. But John Gouvan quickly reassured his doubts, raising his plan. On these lands it is planned to build new buildings, and to extend the territory as a sincere desire to support even more disadvantaged. At that moment, he suddenly understood. John Gouvan is only covered by Taoism. He never left the feeling that something like this could happen. But the current scope of events was much larger than it seemed. In the soul, confidence was glowing. Through the United States, you can really gain incomparable martial art, and at the same time to lose human dignity. This is what worried him the strongest. Suddenly, the reflection was interrupted when a Chunwoo appeared with the news from the warriors of Jinpun. Many orphaned children gathered in the district. We very much wanted to accept, but they have grown great difficulties. John Gouvan, without thinking for a moment, suggested that she be sheltered to every child without leaving anyone. Having heard the doubts of Chun about possible troubles, John Gouvan confidently assured that their goal is only to support children, to help them start a new life and find a useful business for themselves. He promised to teach children martial arts, but he understood that not everyone would treat it really seriously. But the most capable will perceive training with all devotion. Chunwoo approved such reasoning understanding. Both training and martial arts are impossible without true devotion and perseverance. John Gouvan shared an interesting idea. When children want to go into independent life, they will need to make a symbolic contribution. It is important for them to feel responsible for the whole community. Chunwoo sincerely became interested in this example of mutual support, and advised this to analyze the tactics of his older brother carefully. Saint perceived these words as another opportunity to increase his own profit. A few days have passed, and it's time to choose a new alliance leader. Everyone gathered in one place. The atmosphere exacerbated to the limit, because the main contenders were the charismatic head of the Pan family and a decisive leader of the family. The real duel was promised between the two powerful clans. Having started the vote, Jagal Mu Hawk, having taken on the duties of the chief organizer, declared the order. After voiced the names of the candidates, each of the representatives of the factions should raise his hand to the sign of support of his chosen one. All who are left without motion are automatically considered to be those who have abstained. The tension in the hall has increased significantly as he started a vote. Jagal Mu Hawk appealed to the faction leaders to raise their hands to those who stand on the side of the Nezun family. After counting the votes, he urged to do the same for the sake of supporting the head of the house. The results were fateful. The leader of the clan Nazun gathered 13 votes, while the head of the Pen family received support for 18 members. The two attendees decided not to participate in the vote. Based on these achievements, the head of the family Sturk solemnly proclaimed the new leader of the Alliance Mur. Running excitement from his shoulder, the newly elected leader rose and made a solemn speech. Sincere words of gratitude flew to everyone who supported him in the election. Trusted the oath to do his best to become a real wise ruler. Separately, the leader turned to the heads of factions, asking them for support and a strong partnership on the difficult way of managing the country. After that, the greeting ceremony began. The guests were approached to certify honor to the new alliance leader. The head of the family was well aware. he managed to win only thanks to the support of friends. For the sincere help of the allies, he expressed deep gratitude, leaving none of them without attention. The head of the family joined the company unnoticed. Keeping polite peace, he promised the new alliance leader comprehensive support. Mr. Pan answered with a light smile, thanked the words, though it seemed that at that moment his circle of the allies had expanded significantly. The smiles and a pronounced courtesy hid completely different. The hearts of both men were burned. The assembled was well aware that even if his opponent was elected by the leader, the true confrontation would only begin. At heart, he was adamant in his decision to force the new head of Gorko to regret this victory. At the same time, the Pan family was preparing to meet any obstacles that could be thrown by unsuccessful rivals. Jagal Hayok invited everyone to gather in the big hall of competitions, where the festive feast was to begin. The road to the new peaks has just opened in front of the new alliance leader. Inside, a sharp sensation pulled. Real trials are still ahead. Getting support for Kunlun's clan was his first step, as the assignment will definitely try to take revenge. After that, as he hoped, the Tan family, the Poor sect, and other clans and factions joined. Looking back, he noticed with surprise that he did not follow Tao Secheng from the sect Kunlun. Without unnecessary emotions, he went further towards the banquet hall. Meanwhile, in his room, John Guvan slowly packed things, which he had a lot of puzzling. He could not hurt what was happening, and even for a moment he thought it was preparation for escape. John Guvan, with peace on his face, explained that he did not intend to flee. His dream is to manage the mainland. For this, it sounded like a real escape. And the surprise was so strong that the words were stuck in the throat. How is it to take and leave everything? The proposal was made at least to warn the master about his departure, and John Guvan was persistently denied, considering it superfluous. At the same moment, as if confirming what was said, their teacher appeared on the threshold. The experienced mentor understood his student so well that he had long guessed all his intentions. In the minds of Cheo Chan it was clear. As soon as the election of the leader ended, in the affairs of the sect for John Guan, everything was frozen. But beyond its walls, dozens of new ways and adventures opened. Awareness of how strict the laws of their sect squeezed the wings to the boy did not leave the teacher. Having grown among the mountain peaks of Kunlun, from the very childhood, he filled his heart with bold dreams and imagined distant journeys. How many plans he has accumulated over the years, remembering the unknown lands and magic places that he always wanted to see with his own eyes. In the end, the consent of Cheo Chan was inevitable. He was well aware. No matter how tried to stop a stubborn student, the call of fate would still lead that in the long road. Chen Zhan could only give one promise, to always be on the side of John Guan, regardless of place or circumstances. This unbreakable devotion moved the young man to the depths of his soul. Suddenly, the teacher voiced the idea of going on a journey together, but John Guvan firmly rejected this proposal. The prospect of constant control and teachings did not attract him at all. It turned out that the position was burdened by Cheo Chan because he considered himself unworthy of such an honor and had long dreamed of getting rid of this burden. Excessive responsibility even frightened him. Hearing these words, John Guvan strongly suggested that the teacher go on his way, finally showing he would not take him together. Understanding the importance of his own responsibilities did not allow Cheo Kono, but even the idea that one of them finally tasted freedom filled him with joy. However, they were not allowed to go alone. They insisted that there was a reliable satellite nearby, so Chon became the one who had to put the company on a trip. While John Guvan was going to dispute, the teacher was not confused. Instantly attacked with a little trick. It was scared that if the Chonggovan suddenly fade himself, then after returning, he had to dive into the stringy thick books every day, for 2 hours. There was no doubt. The way back was inevitable. When John Guvan lost to the celestial demonic cult, he found a new home for himself among the Kunlun Mountains. The soul felt that sooner or later she would have to step on these paths again. And it was not destined to escape. Thinking about what was happening, he was aware of Chung Chan, why John Guvan does not even think to take his municipal. Instead, he put forward another idea, to invite Uncle Chek's journey. In the end, John was forced to accept Sun Mu's company, and the teacher especially insisted that the student did not forget about caution. The junction of Mu, being in such a situation, was not the first time, only with annoyance, as no one took into account his opinion again. Suddenly, Chung-chan approached the young man and seriously outlined how important his mission is. After a brief reflection, John Guan resigned with the importance of the presence of a friend. The younger brother really seemed to be the best candidate because he gave advice skillfully with money, following a request to the junction to recover all the wealth in one place. The fuss began. One by one, hidden money and gold, made with neat packs and shiny ingots, began. Seeing such a treasure mountain, the teacher could not hide astonishment. John Guvan said that they all got it from the judge of the Dachai district and from other sources. He appealed to Cheho-chan to invest that money in the development of the case and to send some of his earnings home. Surprised by such generosity, the man asked how they planned to travel without a penny. John Guvan calmly noted that for Taos, wealth has no value, because the meaning of life lies in search of his own way. Cheng, understanding the habits of his student, guessed he probably did not leave himself without stocks. This assumption brought him relief. The farewell seemed extremely moving. The Taos, barely holding back tears, promised to inform the elders of the departure of John Guan, and last reminded of all the dangers, sincerely begging for himself. Watching what happened, this moon noted the extra inflammation of Cheo-chan. One thing was clear. Caution here is nothing, because his older brother is not exactly one of those who need protection. Only after a safe distance did the Chan Hwv finally release Son Mu, who all this time courageously demolished inconvenience. Waging at a frantic speed, John Huvan touched his face with a heavy bag, stuffed money and various good. He noted with his relief that his brother took care of himself in advance and left some money to have a lot to live with. John Guvan also mentioned the ring donated by Judge Zinchi. This thing could easily be sold if the need suddenly happened. During the conversation about the journey of the Job Guvan, he remembered that he plans to visit Hubi. That's where unfinished things are waiting. In the question of his beloved places, he was a little confused, but honestly told about the dream of seeing Luyan, Canfin, and all 5 of the great mountains. When his list ended, an uncomfortable feeling appeared. But John Guvan just smiled and assured these places were always attracted to himself. He thought that a good booze would be a wonderful start of travel. Friends came across a harsh reproach. He told his brother that the new status of a student of 3 of the 10 highly masters does not allow lightness. Gossip spread as quickly as a fire in the dry forest. Feeling all the seriousness of the situation, John Guvan did not despair. He already had a solution. The remains of a demonic force that was still smoldered inside, beyond the alliance. Muram no longer interfered. The demonic reincarnation skill has made it possible to change the appearance of 1,000 different ways. Just in the eyes of a puzzled Junk, his face was surprisingly turned, as if a completely different person was standing before him. The affected younger brother could not understand where the Guan was such an incredible skill. His face and posture had changed in his eyes. Calmly, as if nothing unusual happened, John Guvan explained that he created this technique in his past life. The last obstacle disappeared from their path, and the space of boundless opportunities unfolded in front of them. The burning eyes of Chong Guvan suggested moving further, towards unknown adventures and new horizons.